Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup presented by Blizzard AEL and, of course, supported by Maccas. We are in week 3 of the tournament, and today we will get to see the New South Wales and ACT Conference battle it out for that coveted card pack prize. Joining me today will be the Wandering Bard. Bard, please enlighten us on any news stories your journeys have uncovered this week.
Oh, most of my stories are familiar to those who themselves, sail the seas of the Hearthstone ranked ladder. I've been playing some of the decks that we've found in our previous weeks, just shamelessly cribbing deck lists from better tournament players and experiencing some of the joys myself. For some of the not so joys, playing a lot of Death Rattle Demon Hunter. Man, the aggro Taunt Druid matchup there is horrendous.
It has been pretty ridiculous, but coming off that, aggro Taunt Druid's taken a little bit of a hit as well. We have seen a few nerfs to that Razor Main Battle Guard, now a 2/2 card when it comes onto the field, which has shaved off a little bit from the metadata that we've seen. Typically, Taunt Druid or aggro Taunt Druid has been sitting around 62% in those win rates, now down to about 59%. The new king of the metadata is actually the Quest Warrior, which of course managed to get through 21.8 with relatively unscathed. No real changes coming across from that there, and you can see it there coming across in the results.
Yeah, absolutely. That was only one of a couple of key changes made in the most recent patch. There's also a very significant nerf to Quest Mage, specifically. The minion you get from that quest had its spell damage reduced, and also Garrote Rogue had a pretty consequential nerf as well. So a lot of the top decks that we've been seeing plenty of over the last couple of qualifier events may be changing in their position in the meta. We may not see those impacts yet this week, but over time, keep an eye out for those.
Absolutely. And it's pretty interesting because when we look at most of the data that we've got available to us, these nerfs that have been hitting, typically are hitting decks that haven't been performing well. But it really is at those higher levels of play that you get to see that these are where these decks really do perform and are beginning to edge out a number of players. Another winner of these nerfs that have come across here is, of course, that Quest Hand Warlock that we were seeing in the previous competitions. We're seeing, like, why is this being played? Why is it doing so well? And it's just because, again, players at those high levels of play really understand sequences they need to put down, and the results have been starting to come through. So one of the things that makes me really excited today, Bard, is specifically the fact that this is probably the largest conference that we have available. We're going to get a number of games. We're going to get a lot of good data. And, of course, all the players here operating here are really competitive. So we're going to see some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking forward to the New South Wales qualifier since this thing started. Obviously, I'm a Victorian boy myself, so looking forward to that state qualifier. But as you said, the largest field, hopefully some of the highest heights of competition are what we'll see today, and really set the tone for the whole rest of the league going forward.
Well, that being said, though, we do need to take into account that the players are still getting ready, still chilling out. They're still having a pretty good time, just making sure they're going to be ready to roll. That means that we have the chance to actually continue our little feud here, okay? We're going. Let's play another game of Mercenaries. Now, I've been doing a little bit of training. I managed to get a bit of spare time here. I've managed to actually get myself into a point. I've just realized I've disconnected as well, so I'm just going to reconnect very quickly. I've had a bit of time here to actually buff up my guys. All right, so I'm thinking that maybe you might have a chance here. Now, I know you're still at a power level, unbeknownst to me. That's completely. I understand this, Bard. But you've actually decided to put together a ragtag crew of members that you've been really wanting to experiment with, I believe.
Oh, you make it sound like I'm handicapping myself. Really, this is just one of my favorite parts of any card game, and Mercenaries is a sub game of Hearthstone, right? It's all similar stuff. Is interchanging different characters, testing combinations of their strengths and weaknesses, seeing if you can unlock some hidden power here or there, or just trying stuff out. So getting to play against you is an opportunity for me to use some of the Mercenaries I haven't been spending as much time with and level them up as well.
I mean, well, it's going to be interesting. I'm still getting myself back in, so I should be back into the game relatively quickly. I had Hearthstone open, had everything ready to roll, and of course, internet's like, no. You don't get to play right now. But I should be back in. Hit me up with that challenge, my friend.
Indeed. And how have you been fighting Mercenaries now you've been playing a bit more of it? I gave my take last week.
Well, that's the thing, because, I mean, you explained to me the concept of the weaknesses between, typically the mage beats the tanks, the agility fighters or the fighters beat, of course, the mages, and then the agility fighters. And then of course the warriors do well against the agility fighters. So a little things that that comes into effect. And I've actually found a few extra combinations that I do want to test out against you just to see how that operates. I haven't had a chance test it out against a player, an actual living player. But I'm going to be interested to see how we get this work. So we're jumping back into it soon, so we should be able to get some play in.
Yeah, we're in the match.
Let's see how this combination works. I want to see how it works out. What you've got ready for me. I think it's going to be a little bit interesting. So you're going to see right off the bat that I actually have changed things a little bit up here in terms of what I decided to bring to the table.
That's exciting. You're going to see some of the same stuff out of me. I don't have an infinite supply of mercenaries to use. Hopefully here the starting lineup can be something a little bit entertaining. We'll reset the scores for this week, and we'll let you sort of start fresh.
Everyone knows what the real scores are. Everyone knows, mate. It's
Don't be too hard on yourself.
All right. Should be all good.
So does that mean you're abandoning your beloved tank DPS healer setup that you've run?
Yeah, I get pretty much. You see there's a bit of a difference there, because normally I run Zarellia, but I've decided to actually bring out Millhouse Manastorm this time around. And this is slightly annoying, because I can see that you've already brought 2 fighters into this mix, which means that typically what I wanted to take out might be a little bit weakened, but I think this will still work out for me. So we'll see how we go.
I can understand you using Millhouse. I feel like he was your hard carry last week, and I got to admit, he's quite a strong mercenary. So
there's a different reason for why, and it won't be immediate. That's the big thing I wanted to sort of break out for you. You won't see it immediately. Good. I'm glad that attacks first, so you're gonna see why.
Oh. Okay.
So and the reason I'm doing this in particular. Using this is because he buffs everyone's arcane damage, and my Tyrande does arcane damage.
Yes, you found that. Okay, that's it's good that you found that out. I honestly only figured that out recently. That as every character who has some sort of spell or ability that grants plus damage to a certain school, certain type of damage, it's always a buff for everyone who does that kind of damage across your whole team so long as they live. And I hadn't figured that out because I just didn't have characters who dealt the same kind of damage. But yeah, it's not obvious, but as soon as you realize that, it is a pretty powerful sort of axis to exploit. So, all right, I'll have to give you a little bit more respect going forward. I mean, I'll be honest, I was already gunning for the annoying little gnome here, so it's not going to change my plans too much, but...
Yeah, but the thing is, the way it works out, though, is that, I mean, you've gone for the gnome. I've managed to do some pretty good damage while still keeping other members alive, which is what I'm pretty happy
definitely.
With. So I can sort of start to see, it's doing what I wanted to do, but of course, the fact that you've gunned the gnome down does, put me in a bit of a precarious position. But it does allow me now to sort of go, okay, maybe I can try to keep him alive a little bit longer. That's the hope and the dream. That's the hope and the dream here.
Keep hoping.
But I reckon, yeah, it's going to be...
Well, we're going to be trading some paint here, because one of the things about mercenaries, right, it's a lot like Pokemon, so that, the temptation is to think of it like that, and I think that's a useful metaphor, but there are some key differences, and one thing is, you can't swap your mercenaries out once they're on the board. In fact, even if you put one of them down during the deployment phase, it's something I keep tripping up on. I just sort of thoughtlessly put a guy down and go, oh, actually, wait, no, I take that back. I should put down these 2 together. And you can't. Once a mercenary's in, they're in until they die. And only at that point can you choose sort of a new champion. So that's proven hard for me to get adjusted to. And it's going to cost me a couple of, brave souls here. But I guess I have come around to the idea that healers are important as a result of that. It's one of the ways to keep your health management going, because there just aren't that many other tools available.
Exactly, yeah, and it is interesting. You sort of just say, okay, what's going to be the next step? What's going to be the next thing that we do here? And part of it is what's really important for me here is actually one of my members actually survived. Now you've immediately popped your Jane of Proudmoore on, so this is definitely interesting in that sense. And I see that I've got some issues ahead of me in terms of what I need to actually kill going forward. But I'm hoping that this comes out okay. I'm thinking I should be able to clear most of this board now in the next hit, as long as things happen the way intended. Ooh, that's but yeah, you're just summoning the board up. That's your plan.
And that is sort of the plan. Unfortunately, I don't really have. There's nothing that there's only really one thing that really generically benefits summons. Most things sort of benefit a specific kind of summon. But I'm doing my best, you know?
Exactly, no, exactly. I absolutely feel you.
I thought this might be fun to test, you know, but maybe you wouldn't bring out AoE and you would have a really hard time with this. Because again, you can't just go, oh, I actually left my Millhouse Masterstorm on the bench who has all the arcane explosions to clear these summons, and you're just going to be in trouble, which I like, I guess, because it encourages you to be a bit more conservative and a bit more balanced when you're deploying your guys. You can't just sort of adjust on the fly. If you go for a really all-in strategy early on, you could just get completely countered and lose all those characters.
Exactly, yeah, and it is definitely a thing that's come to it. But I mean, you're still summoning up, which is definitely annoying me. Yeah. It is annoying for me because I think like now that I've lost my Millhouse, I've sort of like lost damage on my Tyrande. So that's...
Yeah, I hope that is the case. I actually don't know because I also haven't really been playing against other players or anything of that sort. But yeah, I'm hopeful that it means you're down a arcane damage boost. Otherwise, that's going to add up pretty quick.
Exactly, yeah.
And you got good old Bromash here.
Oh, I didn't use any abilities. No.
Oh, no. You just clicked the ready button. That'll get you. Because sometimes you want to strategically really not attack to basically preserve health on your guys by not having them fight both sort of on your action and your opponents, but not like that. Not like that.
No. It's not like that. Like you said, not like that. Absolutely not the case.
Oh dear.
I know, this is really sad.
You're doing so well.
Everything was looking good, and then I was like, oh no, I just pressed ready. Oh no.
Rip. Okay.
All good though.
Actually, you heal that. It's not much, but it's something. And I noticed that in the past you haven't had that many sources of direct damage, so that's the other thing I want to try out. A lot of these summons also have taunt, right? And I can see you've been using taunt pretty aggressively against me, but other than my summons, most of my characters are pretty okay just kind of shooting past your taunt and attacking the character I want to hit anyway, which is, you know, it's a decision I found pretty interesting. Oh, I also hit the summon limit, so I just wasted Rexar's last action trying to summon more things onto the board. So there you go. The limit is, you know, 3 mercenaries and 3 summons.
Yeah, the board, essentially.
Well, you know, it's a digital card game. The board like might stretch to make more space. Yeah. Being able to focus fire down your main target and ignore taunts is pretty powerful. Another reason healers are really good. Is you can't just rely on your tanks all the time, as we found out thanks to Runda.
So yeah, this is definitely one of the moments where I think I'm starting to like suffer a little bit because you've got like more fighters onto the build.
Well, I haven't been attacking with those fighters, so it's not like I've been dealing out more damage. I was sort of just trying to restrict your ability to deal damage where you want to, but I don't know. It seems like it might be starting to backfire slightly. We might free up some space on this board by hook or by crook.
See how we can go, yeah.
Oh, that's a relatively high level Rakara you have there.
Well, yeah, I know, but like it's just, you know, it's been making its way.
Oh, I wasn't. I'm not complaining about it. Look, all's fair in the war. I've had a good time beating up on you the last couple of weeks. I just meant that I might have to deal with it promptly because I know what that character can do. I've been playing like a whole orc strategy this whole time.
Let's just see how we can go.
Sorry, it took me a while to queue up all the actions for all of my summons that I have. Just so many turns to take, you know? You wouldn't understand.
It was more for me just like trying to figure out, alright, what am I going to do in this next one?
Alright.
Oh, you've really powered up that Tyrande to have like that multi-shot ability.
Yes, I chose to, because the way for those who haven't played too much Mercenaries, the sort of experience points you use, you can obviously raise the level of these characters, like sort of level 15 Tyrande is level 20 over there. You can see that Mendrix has higher stats than mine, but the damage and power of their abilities is governed by a separate thing, which you have to farm the currency for by doing the quests that are in the sort of single-player mercenary mode. And that is what determines, the strength of your abilities and treasures. You have to sort of allocate that experience yourself. And I, as you correctly surmised, I've put all the experience points in the multi-shot because I sort of just went, well, it does basically the same damage as the single shot, but to 2 targets. And granted, this was very early on. This is like the first mercenary I was leveling, so I hadn't really encountered some of the more numerous enemy waves. And I was like, well, if there's only ever 3 targets, what's the odds that the two random ones don't hit the one I want when it's dealing more damage overall? And on that
Exactly.
logic, I dumped all my coins into multi-shot.
Yeah, and look, it's definitely coming out big for you there because I actually dumped mine into the other attack, the arcane shot,
Well,
which
you do get to
works out
aim
well
that
for
one.
me because I've got when I decide to buff up Millhouse, right? That's the big thing.
Yeah.
When I decide to buff up Millhouse, that's where I really get my advantage coming into it. So.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like you quickly identified the fact that Millhouse is definitely going to be something that's going to be a bit of a problem for you, and so you jumped on Millhouse pretty damn quickly and burned him, which meant I didn't get the best benefit that I wanted. But it's still there to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, Tyranda's still been doing a lot of damage. It's just that I know she's been firing off the shield slam a lot with the old Gromash, and yeah, that one hasn't been leveled up as much. I was expecting that to do way more damage, but that's the problem. It takes a while to level up these abilities, and you sort of have to choose what you're going to use a character for. Like my Rexar, there's a reason my Rexar and Anacondra aren't attacking. It's because I have not leveled those skills, and they do like 2 damage each. It's quite pitiful.
It's just not worth it.
Yeah, exactly. I just may as well, like, especially if a character's skill is like an attack skill. It's like, well, you're probably dealing yourself more damage, and that's why sometimes you do want to just hit the ready button and not enter an action for your characters, because at least then they're soaking up damage and they can use their utility skills on cooldown, like Rexar's explosive shot that I have leveled. But yeah, certainly you don't want to skip all of your character's turns, as we unfortunately saw earlier. And now that you're down to just one caster,
I'm just like I can see like the output, and you're like the way that you're actually just targeting all like literally everything right onto the caster, and
yep.
It's just like, oh no, my poor Zorelia, she never stood a chance.
Yeah, so if you have a team of all agility guys who do bonus damage to the blue caster class where most of the healers are, most of them, and they can't be tanked by the red class because they do damage without attacking, you can just focus fire down whatever you like all the time.
Yep, and as we can see there, what was dispensed of in a relatively quick fashion there, so unfortunately wasn't able to achieve what I wanted to in this particular game. But of course, that means that you win again. Damn it, Bard. I need to go back to my training. I need a Rocky montage where I can just sit there and just pump through as much as mercenaries as possible, so I can get the levels up to where they need to be, and of course buff up the correct abilities, so I can be on a point that I can really begin to munch up. Because the annoying thing about that though is either the multi-shot's nice. I do like the combination of the Millhouse with the Tyrande arcane shot, because you can very quickly begin to really buff up an insane amount of damage. You can basically just walk through any caster quest line very quickly when you're making your moves in the actual mercenary game, because what you do is you literally just have, again, an aggressive Taunter sitting back, soaking up the majority of the damage, and then you can just quickly focus down the casters, specifically with Tyrande, because you're getting the bonus damage every turn just stacking. And if there are any summons, anything begins to pump up a little bit. Millhouse, what's been happening in Millhouse most of the game is that typically he begins to really rank up that arcane spell power, because every time he uses that arcane blast, he basically gets +1. He's then able just to fall in through his AoE directly afterwards and just clean up summons. So if he is able to survive about 4 or 5 turns, he becomes one hell of a force to be reckoned with, and then at the same time he's just buffing up Tyrande. So that's what I've been finding that's been really useful for me. I'm just going through the particular quest lines and allowing me to just clean up. I just like focus down those mages in particular, and that's what's really cool about this game. You can find like different ways to get towards victory. You got all these options available, so a lot of different things that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like you just described a whole strategy there, which I was only able to identify because I've been doing a similar sort of thing, but with nature damage benefits. A lot of the horde shaman type mercenaries have a similar thing going, as sort of thrall, just lightning storming whole waves of guys. But you didn't have a sort of a coherent strategy together with your team before. It was just kind of guys that you had. So with another week worth of training, I'm sure you will have caught up a lot more, and it'll probably be a bit more of a fair fight. I really look forward to that. Genuinely, it's fun. It's fun to sort of push you around a little bit, but the competitor in me wants to try out just gloves off level 30 orc tribe against whatever you bring. I've got the little green skin lineup here. I've been, slowly upgrading it. I think it's about ready. So, hopefully by the end of the league, you'll have had the time to sort of get in a spot where you can compete in a fair fight, and we'll see who is the true mercenary leader.
Absolutely. We definitely have plenty of opportunities in the future to get that up to speed as well. So I definitely look forward for when that Rocky montage does come through. I do have the ability
Running
to
up
come
those
in
steps.
and I just out of the blue, I'm like, what do you mean you're not running Millhouse? Why have you got
Yeah.
why is Mutidus here? Like all of a sudden you just like sit there, start sweating on your seat. I'm like,
If you
I've
show up
got
with
you
all
now, bud.
Murlocs.
I've got you. It's gonna happen. But until then, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to deal with the fact that you are gonna be the big bully in school, just knocking me down from time to time. But that being said, guys, the players are almost ready to roll. So really excited to get into it. This is, again, the largest conference that we have available for you today. I mean, there's a number of prize packs available. Just to have a quick discussion on that one. First place is going to be getting 240 cards worth of packs. That's pretty monstrous. That is really monstrous when you think about them in terms of things there. So different things there across the board. Of course, getting into those rankings, just qualifying for the state conference does mean that you will be able to actually get yourself a bit of those packs as well. So everyone just wants to win through their conference because that means they're guaranteed to get some slice of the prize.
Yeah, it's a double feel good. You qualify yourself for the really serious competition, but in amidst all the pressure and sort of anticipation of that, you have already locked in some prizes for yourself. So, everything to play for here today, the gold, the glory, all the rest of it. Bragging rights over everyone else in your state, state qualifiers, you presumably a bit more intense on that front. You'll have players who've probably clashed before in other tournaments, who may know each other personally even, friends fighting each other in this tournament.
Exactly. Yeah, there's just so much that could possibly happen. That being said, guys, we'll be going to a quick break and we'll be back roughly in about 10 minutes where we'll be able to show you the first match of the New South Wales and ACT tournament conference. Please do not go anywhere. And we are back with the Hearthstone Open Cup presented by Blizzard, AEL, and of course with that delicious support from Macca's. First up to bat for the New South Wales ACT conference will be Chris69 and Hexecute. Now, with these two players here, a little bit of a difference between the two. When we look at the rankings, we think that Hexecute might be, throwing in a little bit of a Smurf account, whereas Chris is sitting down on that legend. And both these players bringing a relatively similar lineup. However, one difference between the two of them, one is bringing the Quest Mage, and interestingly, a Quest Demon Hunter, which we haven't seen too much play around in terms of this here, or this is Tournament Bard.
Yeah, actually, I think these might both be new lists. The Quest Demon Hunter, obviously brand new to us. Have not seen much of that play at, it's a. But this is actually also the non-Quest Mage. I don't know whether there's a consequence of the Quest nerf that we just talked about. It is playing a lot of the same fundamentally good Mage cards, but it seems to just be more traditional play legendary, powerful spell damage minions, build up a lot of spell damage, and then play a lot of those same spells. Like you just saw there, you've got Cram Session still to draw a ton of cards off spell damage. You've got Ignite and First Flame and Arcane Orb, Ruined Orb that generate an additional spell while taking advantage of that spell damage. So you're trying to get the largest multiplicative value you can out of these spell damage minions, like the one on the field right now.
Absolutely the case, yeah. I mean, like a lot of it really is something that's going to be interesting in that sense when we do bring it to. They haven't actually had the bans just yet, so I'm waiting to see what actually is going to be taken.
They might be doing a dummy match with their actual decks, it looks like.
Yeah, they're just at the moment they're still getting themselves ready to roll into it. Nothing crazy is happening.
Okay.
Yeah, once they finish playing and once they finish getting into it, we'll know when we're going to be jumping in, and it should be all relatively there. But I'm still waiting to see what the bans are going to be when they come through. I think having a bit of a discussion about it. We probably expect Hexecute will ban away that Quest Warrior, so strong at the moment in the market in terms of what's happening there. And what's interesting as well about this Quest Mage that. Not really Quest Mage, the non-Quest Mage that Hexecute has been bringing, is it has a bit of a similar undertone to one of the more popular mage decks at the moment, those Mozaki Mages, the OTK Mozaki Mage deck. Only difference here is, of course, Mozaki Mage is not being run in this particular one, which means we won't get that same sort of sense. So it's looking to really just get in there and blow up the opponent basically with raw damage rather than trying to actually force out that initial fight that we've seen typically from time to time for the Mozaki Execute. And I personally do find that to be a pretty fun message when it is being played around. But of course, we're not going to be able to have the benefit of watching it this match.
No, instead it's just weird to say this in Hearthstone actually, but it's just a traditional mid-range deck from the looks, right? Like you don't necessarily have a specific card you need to kill your opponent with. You don't have a certain turn that's the most important or any other sort of thing affecting your priorities. You just have a deck full of good cards, and you're confident that some combination of those cards will add up to killing your opponent at a time that's convenient. That can be very freeing, right? Like almost every deck we've seen so far has in one way or another been trying to tag off some direct quest condition, or it's been like the Garrote Rogue where they have a very specific combo in mind and they're kind of leaning towards that to make sure it comes together, or their deck doesn't work. So being able to be a bit more reactive, use your spells to just, kill off the important minions from Taunt Druid or something like that, or save up the damage to burst down your opponent before they can combo. That flexibility is a strength.
Oh, I completely agree with that as well. And the bans have come through, so the player should be ready to jump into it very shortly. Both of them have opted in, no surprise, to ban away those Quest Warriors. Of course, sitting around a 60% win rate in that metadata that we've been looking around. That's absolutely ridiculous in terms of there. Of course, the nerfs really are hitting more along the lines of the Aggro Taunt Druid. Still performing relatively well, so don't think we'll still be thinking that we'll be seeing some of that throughout the tournament, because, of course, a lot of the players are very practiced on it, but understandable this time around that they just want to get rid of the raw power that just seems to come through from that Quest Warrior just coming into play. Very quick deck indeed. On the flip side of things there, the Quest Shaman's still relatively, able to do most of the damage it needs to do, but we're expecting to be looking at a little bit of a mirror matchup possibly happening at some point. I would love to see a mirror matchup between the Elemental Shamans, because at that point it really is a matter of, really working through all of your overloads in the right fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. We've also seen those mirror matches come down sometimes to really insane high rolls, but that kind of is the class in the deck, right? You are sometimes going to have that absolutely nutty turn where the quest allows you to completely negate the downside of the already explosive overload cards in the first turn or two and create a tremendous board state. And that's where I have to wonder, like, that's one way to overcome the very powerful aggro deck, like the Quest Warrior is kind of the clear deck to beat. The other way is what we saw in our previous state qualifier, the heavy control decks, like most notably the Quest Warlock. So I have to wonder whether we'll see any of that sort of stuff incorporated into people's lineups, or the Paladin, the sort of heavy spellcasting Libram Paladin builds with a secret or otherwise can really give the Quest Warrior conniptions. So maybe that's the countermeasure we'll see. But for now, we've got a mage deck, and first of all, it's actually going to be going up against this Quest Demon Hunter. So brand new, I would assume a more controlling archetype of its own. Just going to have a good traditional shootout here between the two classes.
Yeah, and pretty much we can see right off the bat the Hexecute taking control of the board, dropping down that Astromancer Solarian, and of course the Lab Partner as well. Honestly, one of the few minions available in these decks here, really pumping up that spell damage. But you can see how quick it's actually able to generate some really quick value off the back here. And Chris 69 already down to 69 HP. And what you said, like a nice mid-range mage coming into play, actually has some pretty quick plays right off the bat. And that's pretty dangerous. I mean, we're only on to turn 3 right now, and Chris 69's feeling the pain.
Oh, but we're about to complete the first part of our quest. So the Demon Hunter quest, as we mentioned, we haven't seen it so far. A little different to all the others, right? A lot of the others sort of directly encourage you to impact the board or your opponent's minions, deal damage, cast spells, play pirates. These are the things you do anyway. The Demon Hunter one is draw 4 cards in one turn. So you can just see the entire third turn was spent, just drawing cards and doing nothing else, right? It's a really different kind of playstyle where you've just taken a huge tempo loss, but now all the spells in your hand are discounted. Now you're a step closer to completing that quest line. Will this pay off fast enough before the board advantage from Hexecute becomes overwhelming?
Well, you can see Execute is immediately just looking to put that damage, put down that pain as well as actually put down another minion, the Blood Mage Thalnos. So that is in total a large amount of actual things here. But you can see here, Double Jump seems to be the play there. He's getting rid of those outcast cards and it's continuing just to gain momentum.
Yeah, you may. That's the thing, though. Like, look at all the spells with Lifesteal in Chris 69's hand, right? This is something you can say when people play these fringe classes, decks we haven't seen before, I don't write them off. In many ways, I give them more respect, especially out of a player like Chris 69, who, I don't know if we mentioned or not, is a ranked legend player on this account. And so clearly has experience, clearly has the ability to pick and choose decks, and has gone with this Lifesteal heavy Demon Hunter build because it is, one of those niche answers to heavy aggro decks, but doing just as good a job mopping up the somewhat weak statted minions out of this mage list, still holding the Moag Artificer in hand, which can really ramp up the lifesteal from something like Fellstream Blast and keep this deck surprisingly healthy.
And that's what's good about it. I mean, he's down to 220 HP now as well. He's continuing to amp up that quest line. He needs to draw at least 5 cards in one turn in order to complete the quest. And you can see he is actually just been able to quickly do that now, discovering, of course, those all of those cards in place. Not sure if you complete the quest this particular turn, but of course you do want to complete that payoff there. That's the real big thing that you want to be able to do here, is continuing to lifesteal up back up to 25 HP. And it seems he's going to be able to jump it through here and finish off this Rascal Frost Whisperer as well. So continuing to remain within a healthy level of HP while still furthering that quest line. But of course it has reset, not able to draw at least 5 cards in one turn.
Yeah, the nice thing about this deck, though, is that almost everything in the deck draws cards, right? Like, and for as low a cost as possible, typically. So there, lots of one-cost draw a card cards. Every tradable card that you can jam in the deck has been jammed in there, just giving you maximum odds to just chain draw into draw into draw into draw. And I was sort of wondering, given how many just sort of empty draw spells there are in the deck, or purely defensive lifesteal cards, how this deck actually goes about winning, other than sort of randomly generated outcast cards, like that quite conveniently timed Kurtrus Ashfall we just saw deployed there. And the answer looks to be an Ilgnoth OTK with all these lifesteal cards and this spell damage boosting Moag Artificer. So that might be a reason why it's not leaving the hand for now. We're going to discount all our draws in the late game and then just wombo combo down the field and reflect all of that amplified stolen life onto our opponent's face.
Yeah, definitely another way that's really interesting about this quest. because Demon Hunter is the fact that it does have the ability to actually get an OTK off as well. So that was one of the original builds that we saw in the previous tournament when it was in its University Cup iterations. That was one of the decks that a lot of the players like to bring out as well, and it is something that you do really need to make sure that you're on top of when you're counting the amount of HP that you can actually steal to reflect that damage back. So a lot of it will come down to them making sure that there is a lot of play into it. I mean, Chris69, we know, has the capability to count those cards, make sure he can realize when that lethal OTK can come into play and come into effect. Execute, though, still relatively healthy, 29 HP, has a number of cards in hand there, so it can get to a point where we'll do a ridiculous amount of damage. So Chris69 needs to make sure he sits relatively within that 20 to 30 HP range to make sure he's not at risk of being burst down by a number of spells that could happen at any moment.
Yeah, I mean, at least you have the benefit of knowing that since you're not playing against Quest Mage, they can't gain that permanent spell damage upgrade that you gain from completing that quest line and deploying that minion. So, I mean, this is my first time seeing the Quest Demon Hunter, and I mean, the OTK sounds nice in theory, but I do have to wonder how much of a fail rate it has, right? We've seen the Garrote Rogue, Quest Mage, all of these sort of combo-based decks. They're very impressive when they go off, but they all have, you know, a little bit of RNG to how you can assemble the cards you need in order. And this one I can see most notably having problems just depending on, you know, whether or not you're able to complete the quest fast enough, how many cards are left in your deck, right? Because normally I'd say, oh, you're a controlling deck with a ton of lifesteal-based removal and no sort of mana efficiency problems. Well, at least you'll be able to sort of rely on out-surviving your opponent once people start taking fatigue damage. But if you're aggressively drawing all of your own cards in order to get to that point, you're going to be suffering from that far earlier from your opponent. So I feel like that maybe costs you what would traditionally be a big part of your inevitability.
Yeah, was able to get on through and actually get that quest line there completed as well. Was able to do that without Glide, funnily enough. I think that's one of the big things that comes into it. Glide is still, you know, sitting back in that particular point. Does make it very easy, of course, for the Demon Hunter to complete that quest there. But of course, having all of those tradable cards, one of the newer mechanics that has been added into the game recently, does allow him to still be able to complete those quest lines effectively. At this point, though, it is starting to get a little bit dangerous here. We can see Egwin the Guardian has been picked up here. We do have a number of minions also come into the deck here, and a lot of actual big damage there available. As you can see, 2 fireballs could come in at the right time. A little bit of extra spell damage here as well does mean that there seems to be a situation coming across where perhaps Hexecute might have enough damage in the next couple of turns to actually finish this game off.
It's a good draw there on the Fellscream Blast, considering they're sort of staying alive. But yeah, as you pointed out, Hexecute kind of got the next best thing to the permanent damage from the Quest Mage buff, the Egwin the Guardian, a very sticky source of spell damage. And yeah, I was thinking much the same thing. You know, we've got Hexecute just kind of chilling out here, and you know, Chris69 has 8 cards left in the deck, has got the Demon Slayer Kurtrus in hand, but you know, with your experience, how many turns of setup does this deck need now from having completed the quest and obtain Kurtrus to actually closing the game out? Will there be time? Will there be enough damage?
You really do need to have like a number of specific cards in hand. As you can see, he does have the more Artificer. Then from there, you have to really line up with another, like with the Philosophy as well, in order to make this play work. I just don't think he has the pieces of the puzzle to actually bring this together right now. So a lot of it is going to be on him just continuing to survive out against the onslaught of Hexecute and continuing to build up. You just need to have essentially those 4 cards in hand in order to really put it in position. As you said, that Il'gynoth is one of the pieces of the puzzle. So is the more Artificer, but it needs another 2 cards to actually set this up.
Yeah, I mean, a second copy of the Moarg Artificer would be a good start, which, you know, is going to happen eventually, right? We're not going to not draw the cards in the deck, given how, you know, Chris's deck is constructed. But, yeah, I mean, normally, again, you'd say, oh, well, I've got a 5-cost 7/7, so that's got to be pretty good in terms of board control. But for one, kind of took longer than anticipated, as you said, bit of bad luck not drawing the Glide to get that Demon Slayer Kurtrus out on the battlefield. And secondly, you're playing against a mage deck running a ton of spell damage. Like, good luck having any kind of board stick around to deal face damage. And so when you're relying entirely on an OTK from your minions and lining all that up while also defending against negative tempo, I mean, time and again, that's been the deciding factor between these sorts of decks. They all seem to have some very flashy combo threat, and usually it's harder if you have to set yours up while under immense pressure from your opponent. We can see that one way to sort of control your fatigue, I guess, is by using these trade cards that get shuffled back into your deck to make sure that you know, you're maximizing your odds of not having the ones you need be your very last cards. Glide here going to help out again, sort of reshuffle and redraw, which of course rediscounts everything. And now we might be starting to see the true inevitability, because now we're going to eventually get down to just the cards we want in our deck, repeatedly discounted by those glides. And so they weren't able to help complete the quest, but maybe they can help catch Chris69 back up into a winning position.
That's the big thing right now. With these glides being available and completing the quest at the same time does mean you're able to actually use them more effectively as well. So even though you won't be able to get them earlier to complete the quest line, at least the big thing that you were able to do there was actually allow them to have better synergy to possibly find the end if possible. I mean, 6 cards now are available there for 369 there in order to actually force this one out. The other thing as well is we are going up against 12 here for the hand of a Hexecute. So in terms of who's being safe, who's actually safe from that fatigue damage, definitely looking at Hexecute to actually win this one out. He still has 23 HP. Of course, the minions, they're continuing to get the Guardian's Legacy, which means that they're getting that extra spell damage buffs. And the big thing that's a bit annoying here for Hexecute is the fact that, you know, he still needs to get a little bit more extra oomph into that spell damage to actually find a decent time to just blow up Chris69. So both of these players still just waiting for their moment, waiting for their time to shine and actually have the right sequencing of cards to finish this game off.
Yeah, I mean, Hexecute taking a bit of time with this turn, seemingly trying to press the issue a little bit. One, that's because Chris has left the board vacant, but I think even without, you know, knowledge of Chris's hand that we have, Hexecute can tell that last turn was an ominous sign, and we might be getting very close to, you know, the combo being assembled. You can see these 0-cost cards able to just be traded back in, until we reach the ones we want. And with all of that spell amplification in hand ready to go, I feel like we're only one draw of the actual damage spell away. And granted, we're having some trouble drawing that card. Looks like we might just be committing minions to the field now. Oh, that glide's ready, so we're going to play the whole hand out or close to it.
Yep, he's actually getting ready to actually make this play happen. He's putting everything into play. He's got the 2 more Artificiers. He's got that extra glide, as you mentioned before.
There it is.
And he's bringing it back now.
So, Talon of Darkness will amplify the damage again. We've got Guild Trader as well. May not be necessary.
This might be enough.
36 damage to face. Yeah. Good God.
He's got it.
All right.
That is huge. That OTK at the very end there. And this is why we expected Chris69 to do so well. Just immediately realized at that point, was able to survive, use, of course, all of the spells at his arsenal to stay alive relatively long enough here. And you can say beforehand, even Hexecute was looking for that opportunity to get the kill as well, but wasn't able to find it, was setting up as well, but took just a little bit too long. And this Quest Demon Hunter managed to come out on top.
Yeah, it seems like the bans really have favored Chris69 here. Obviously, both players brought very similar Quest Pirate Warriors. Both players banned those decks out. But, you know, it seems like the aggro warrior deck would be like a huge potential problem for that Warlock list. Whereas against that Mage deck, especially given that it has to play minions that he can lifesteal off in order to generate spell damage, that was a free ride for that, you know, inevitable combo list of Chris69. So very good lineup strategy coming out of the Legend player there, and now only one game away from taking out this match.
Well, Hexecute will continue to pilot that mage as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out once again. Hexecute, of course, I do like the way that this mage deck seems to work. It seems to throw, I feel, some of the players off a little bit off balance as well, a little bit off kilter. Chris69, though, with an excellent mana curve here, of course. The Can-Man, the Elements has to be played first as well, and you can see he's got a decent amount of overlords ready to roll, so he's just going to be able to throw that in and actually begin to pump up that quest line.
Yeah, I mean, the second overdraft maybe isn't especially necessary at this point in the game. He'd rather another overload spell as soon as possible, but drawing into Guidance is a great look here. Going to be able to set up the first stage of that quest completion very quickly. It's not the first turn multiple Spirit Wolf sort of setup that we see occasionally out of this deck when it gets really going early, but again, we just saw in the last game, Hexecute's Mage construction, like you said, is very interesting. Love to see players experiment. It does seem to give these sorts of quest or decks a little bit of time to get going, especially when they have removal to spare. And the Shaman is another deck that does have that.
Well, we can see here, Hexecute once again just continuing to throw out those extra minions that will allow him to have a little bit of extra spell power. Of course, as you can see here, they're going to be shuffling in that Solarium Prime. That's something that we didn't get to see in the previous match as well. Solarium Prime, a little bit of a Yogg-Saron. I guess you could say a mini Yogg-Saron if I really had to put into words what it can do.
Prime. Look at that. That's an unusual hit off the Discover. Lady Vash herself.
Oh wow, there you go. So things looking pretty. A lot of things from the Burning Crusade era are really becoming to come into the mix here in this particular game. So loving how that's come out here. But of course, Hexecute just playing out a good old Firebrand as well. Really useful that with Spell Burst in terms of what's able to do. And there comes the Lady Vash, just quite happy to throw that one down straight away.
It's gotta be a bit of an unfortunate, uncomfortable surprise for Hexecute when you see your opponent just sort of drop a legend that's not in their list, and you sort of realize, oh wow, okay, everything going right for you today. So there goes Vash Prime shuffled into the deck. But Egwin the Guardian, we're seeing an even tighter curve of legend to legend here for Hexecute. And I mean, as you sort of noted, was a little bit unfortunate with the draws last game. Couldn't get that spell damage to line up, but having that early on means you'll be able to potentially.
Is that another Lady Vash?
Actual damage. Yeah, I was going to comment on that.
That's an insane high roll.
Just a second Lady Vash discovered off of this. Chris69 thinking seriously about whether or not to take it.
Yeah, because I feel at this point he's like he should just take it. Just be like, hey, check out what I got again.
As casters, we're always biased towards what makes the best story.
Yeah, I know.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah, I was about to say, but perhaps you might want the 0-cost overload spell.
But I wanted Vash J.
I also would like to see the legendary Lady Vash Prime.
Two of them came out onto the field.
It reminds me of a very old meme, multiple Lady Vashes, but no glitch boss fight decks here. 3 out of 3 Command the Elements completed. That is its own reward, far beyond what any raid boss could drop. At least for a Hearthstone player's perspective, drops the Novice Zapper to immediately begin completing the next phase to the Stones, and from there we all know how this goes. The double casting spells to close the game out quickly, but in the meantime, Hexecute, is not giving up. Fires off. Okay, gets a whole Arcane Remnant out of that one.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
That's a nice pickup here. Execute needed a little bit of luck considering the way that this is going for him at the moment. Chris69 just continuing to power through into those quest lines. Of course, is going to have that massive big play out towards the end of the match. And Hexecute, of course, with that mid-range deck, needs to find the kill relatively early. Needs to find it, at least an opportunity to do some real damage by at least turn 7 and 8 for this deck to really thrive. And it's looking like it's just not going to be the case here. Chris69 continuing to ramp up and just get the cards that he needs to really push through.
Yeah, this turn was like a little bit fancy from Chris69. At the start of the turn, looked like maybe we would not see like a quest progression steadily continue, right? There were out of overload spells in hand, drew both charged calls, which is not ideal.
That's
but then card. Yeah, one maker discovering investment opportunity, discovering guidance, discovering lightning bloom. Suddenly the quest is complete. We have 11, 12 extra power and toughness on the field of minions here, and yeah, what was that? No, Chris has never slowed down for an instant.
Yeah, exactly. It's just insane when you really look at everything that's playing around. He's been playing it slow, but of course, the way that the cards have just been coming his way, Hexecute must be sitting going, this is ridiculous right now. As you can see now, beginning to use most of the spells here now to begin to wear away at most of the members that are available, and at least find some answers to stay alive here as well. As you can see, it's just continuing to drop those cards. Will begin to at least move away or begin to remove away most of the damage and at least slow down that Stormwind champion for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a reason why I think the most consistently successful quest decks we've seen have been this Shaman along with the Mage and the Warrior, right? They all reward you for doing things that you would be doing anyway, and particularly for the Shaman and the Warrior, the things that you can basically fill your entire deck with. The Mage has always been a little bit trickier. Ticking Frostfire and Arcane off in order is just impossible to make completely consistent, but you can just play enough Overload cards and Discover cards to reliably have a clock, and build your strategy around that quest, going off by a certain time. And Chris just demonstrating that, right? You can find the path to completion and along the way randomly summon some 7 and 8 cost minions.
Yeah, and it's pretty good when you're just getting those little things as random, right? These are just a matter of course.
A little Stormwind champion.
Yeah, I mean,
small.
Yeah, it's these aren't small champions. He's getting Vashas, he's getting legendaries, he's getting cards beforehand that used to be considered issues in previous decks, on previous iterations of the game. So we can see now what's happening here, of course, is just going to be Execute continuing to clear away the board. Nice little tempo switch in terms of what's happened here, of course, has a number of cards in hand there, and still has a lot of HP to play with. So Chris69 needs to at least chew through all of that first. The other thing to take into account here, we do have a Solarium Prime that has now entered into the field that can be played in the next couple of turns, and that means there could be a little bit of a nice turnaround switch here for Execute if he's able to get to that point relatively unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of said, we looked at this and went, oh, well, this is more of a mid-range list, unlike a lot of these quest decks or, you know, the Demon Hunt deck we saw previously. There's no one clear win condition card, but that's probably the closest thing to it, right? Is that you draw the 9-cost Solarium Prime, you drop that down, you have, especially if you have any of these spell damage legendaries on the field, it's going to be absolutely apocalyptic. And yeah, Ras Frostwhisper already doing quite a number on the board of Chris69 there. Of course, this is sort of a casting based shaman deck as well, so neither side's minions can really stand up to the firepower their spells are offering, and we're keeping a pretty clear board and pretty high health totals as a result. But both of them are progressing towards a point where they will begin to, you know, outgun the defenses of their opponent. Wow, that was quite a nice roll.
That was a very nice roll. I'm looking at it, I'm I'm like, come on, you could really imagine Execute, like, please be, you know, please be the one thief. Please be the one thief. And
it's a 50-50.
You know, and all of a sudden, boom, takes out the Ras Frostwhisper.
One of those rigged Two-Face coins over here. Does Chris69 just taking out the legend? The 1-2-1 thief gets to run home and tell everyone else about how scary it was. Nice to see Cookie the Cook out here for all the Dead Mines fans, Lifesteal, Death Rattle. I'm interested as to what sort of it's doing. I guess this is just a little bit of extra lifesteal you felt you needed in your shaman list, because I haven't seen a lot of shamans playing this card, but I mean, if Chris is rocking it, this seems like a player who knows what's up.
What's really interesting here from Execute is he realized he actually was able to throw out that Apexive Blaster, and he's getting close to that damage. He might have not enough just now, but he's going to have enough in the next term to finish this off. And Chris69 probably feeling the pressure here from this mid-range deck. It all of a sudden managed to deal a large amount of damage to Chris, and he really does need to get something down to get back.
You've got Totemic Reflection, give minion +2/+2, nothing can stop us. So you give Cookie +4/+4. That's a lot of lifesteal out of one Murloc. I don't know if that keeps you alive against double Fireball, but you can reduce the spell damage on the battlefield perhaps. That is holding the Guardian's Legacy currently, so it is relevant. Making a bunch of Stoneclaw Totems, probably not that relevant against the Mage deck, but okay, so we're able to flip Stoneclaw Brucon, actually buff the Murloc even higher, but we didn't use up.
I think he's got enough even after this when I think I'm looking
yeah,
at
we didn't actually, the first buff didn't land on Cookie, and we're just gonna, okay, is this
secret?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, there's no galaxy where this is lethal, so Chris is just having a crack. Gets the free clear on the spell damage minion thanks to the runaway Blackwing, and now how much damage is it? Still enough.
Yep, still has more than enough, yeah, especially of course with a
Totemic Reflection could definitely buff Cookie, right? Could have, I mean,
it could have.
It would have lived through 12 fireball damage.
It would have been enough, yeah. It would have been enough if he'd managed to get onto the right one, but unfortunately not going to be the case here.
I didn't know.
This mid-range deck from Execute, it definitely has some oomph in the right scenarios. We're watching this game the entire time thinking, this looks so good for Chris. Everything seems to be doing so well, and just as a matter of playing the game, Execute goes, no. I've got some pretty powerful spell damage here. I've got some pretty clear access to win this game, and that Apex's Blast that he picked up, off of Discover beforehand, really did allow him to actually find that damage he needed, because of course the Guardian's Legacy really buffing up that one thief allowed him to eke out just 7 damage out of the blue, which I don't think Chris69 was taking into account, and that means that with the previously drawn cards, he was able to find that victory. So that does mean, of course, that the mage is going to be retired. It has to be the Shaman still from Chris69, but it's also going to be the Shaman here from Execute. We've got a mirror matchup.
Yeah, and this is one of the more explosive mirrors that we normally see in these tournaments. So looking forward to see which player can make the most of their quest and awaken those elements faster, command those elements faster. But yeah, very excited to see that Execute list pay off. It does it does seem like if you were discouraged by the quest nerfs, because it is a nerf specifically to the quest, that deck has a very similar philosophy, but instead you're getting your spell damage in the late game through those kinds of sticky spell damage legendary minions. Like you said, the Guardian's Legacy, kind of hard to get rid of in its own way, sort of like a permanent spell damage buff, and that's what paid off there. But now to the Shaman Mirror, neither player having like a truly monstrous opener, but both looks pretty solid, and it also obviously depends on what this guidance will reap for Chris69.
Well, as you can see, he's going to be putting that into play now as well. It is going to be the Rock Biter and the Lightning Bolt picked up in that sense there as well. Of course, as that Novice Sapper that he's going to be playing down just to begin to that quest line as well. So it's going to be 2 points into the crest here for 69. On the flip side of things, of course, Execute is only 1 out of the 3 ways completed here as well. But that does mean that here we can see it is going to be a completed quest line now here for Chris, but of course being ahead 1 turn allows him to do that. And he's also managed to do some pretty decent damage right off the back. 6 damage shaved off of Execute's life here as well. But of course now with the coin available, might also throw that into the mix and begin to repeat some of that damage back.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm not surprised to see that Chris is sort of leaping ahead in terms of quest completion, because if you look at the deck list, these are not, carbon copies of each other. Chris, as with the, other lists we've seen, taking a little bit of license. Actually, well, both these players have been experimenting, which is great to see, but Chris really kind of overhauling the middle of this Shaman list, making it all about triggering that quest as much as possible, right? That's what we've seen these wand makers, which have proven so important, at least in generating those guidances, generating those spells, accompanied by diligent note takers also. So just trying to make sure that you're able to get that steady stream of overload spells and trigger that as soon as possible. Whereas, we've seen most of these Shaman decks just playing, I guess, more stock Shaman spells and just relying on the quest to sort of complete itself in time.
Well, then we can see now Execute's beginning to look at ways to clear away the board. Does get a King Mukla for the trouble there, of course, clearing everything away. Will, of course, also complete the next set of that quest chain, is going to push that through. Investment Opportunity is looking to draw a little bit of extra overload cards here, and pretty nice there that Feral Spirit has been picked up, a decent card off that set, off that top deck, or off that card in the sense of it. But still, when I look at it, I think Crystal has a pretty decent edge here in terms of the cards that's been drawn and the way he sits in that particular field of position.
I mean, you have to be pretty pleased getting a Mukla off your Serpent Shrine portal that does not give your opponent any bananas, just the casual 5/5 off the Summoner 3 cost. And Chris taking a moment to sort of take stock, because that's not really what you account for. Slightly above the rate, but draws your own legend in terms of Instructor Fireheart there. So we'll see whether or not that is something you can sequence into the next couple of turns. Usually a late game card for these decks, and yeah, in the meantime, our immediate priority is just get rid of this big ape. But that now we're seeing Cookie. I mean, we're not taking damage to the face for Cookie to heal, but that is in its own way kind of the effects of that. You don't really bother hitting face with a lifesteal minion on the board like that, and it'll take some of these Feral Spirits perhaps to allow Execute to start, getting downhill on Chris's life total, whereas Execute already down to 20 themselves.
Yeah, and Execute seems to have weathered that initial storm as well beforehand with that little bit of tempo, as you can see, is making a lot of quick plays off the back here as well. And
Raz Frost Whisper proving an all-star in this set.
Yeah, it does a lot of good damage off the back of it, and I think you can tell Execute really does love this card as well. So by throwing that into play, is going to be able to benefit a little bit off the back here and now, especially with that Phoenix available, giving that extra 2 spell damage. That Rust Frost Whisper is going to be a big problem, a big thorn in the side of Chris, and so that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is a combo that's now been pulled off in multiple games, just ways to sort of set it up so you have spell damage either from the Guardian's Blessing or, like you said, sort of a dormant minion waking up right in time to drop that card on curve in sort of a way that guarantees you the combo, guarantees you a pretty sizable board clear and a bit of a face hit. And this time you even get to drop it behind some taunting Spirit Wolves, which, the Mage deck would love to be able to do. But it's going to chill around here for a turn, and I have to imagine this is the kind of card where if it survives for a turn or two, like, your snowballing tempo advantage becomes very, very large very, very quickly. So we do have some Lightning Bolts in hand for Chris. Has to be able to put together some sort of spell combination that removes this legend, though, and fast.
We can see now right off the bat there is still going to be able to keep
taunt
that
totem
Rust
as well.
Sphere alive as well. Again, a nice little high roll there off the back for Hexecute. And the damage is really starting to pile up. All of a sudden, Chris 69 is down to 10 HP, and I don't think he's got a quick response here just yet. And you can see he's starting to dig.
The Lightning Bolt, return to hand Lightning Bolt will potentially clear Raz, but that's going to be most of the turn here. Has the damage already been done?
I'm looking at it, and I feel like it has been as well. I mean, unless he's able to clear away most of this force, including that Rust Frost Whisper, I think he's really in a pile of hurt here. You can see he's going to be using that Lightning Bolt, finally able to clear it away, but he still has to deal, of course, with those Feral Spirits, the fact that there's an Imprisoned in Phoenix. I mean, a number of tools here available for Hexecute. Who knows what he's going to top deck.
Still a little bit, thanks to Cookie's Fishing Rod, or Stirring Rod rather, manages to beat up on the no attack power taunt totem. That's smart stuff. Just clinging to life. Now, granted, you're not against a mage deck this time, so you are not going to die to Fireball. But you could just die to like chip from all these elementals over the next couple of turns. Chris, as you said, on the ropes here right now, has a rock biter weapon potentially you could have pulled off there. I was sort of surprised to see the second Diligent Note Taker go down to return the Lightning Bolt to hand when it wasn't immediately replayable. But I guess you still have to look to complete that quest. And again, it's so tricky to try and complete these quests while under such huge onboard pressure. It's been instrumental to defeating these shamans, especially all throughout the qualifiers in this league.
We'll be able to also summon kind of Bloodhoof to the field as well. So basically a lot of sticky power coming into the play here as well. So even if you do manage to clear this board with some sort of a Hail Mary, there will be a Bane and Bloodhoof making its way directly afterwards. So that's definitely
no hexing or
really
anything in this list.
69. I'm looking at what he's got, but I mean, the Serpentine Portal might give him an answer as well, but as you can see, he's going to continue that quest line as well for the time being. So that's something at least. He has gotten that Tame the Flame, so that has completed. So maybe he might be able to make something happen here with his charge tool.
I guess the 10 cost 1/1.
That will be able to be something that clears.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it clears. You specifically don't clear Karen Bloodwolf, which is okay, because it's not like clearing it does too much. You hang on, next turn you can Stormcaller Brucan. Oh, we've already cast the Rockbiter weapon, but you can double cast Serpentine Portal at least. This is going to be very, very dicey. Any damage at all coming off the top. Perpetual Flame is only minions. Lightning Bolt, though. Do we have the spell damage to make this lethal?
That's 3. I don't think we do. Checking.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got another Zapper. That's going to give him a little bit. You can get him down to
we can discover the 1-cost spell damage minion off this. Yeah, exactly. Is this enough? Still no, right?
I think he's down to 1 now. He's up to 1. Unless he
gets
a...
next turn lethal.
No, okay. I was going to say, I mean, if he managed to get the increased spell cost totem, maybe he would have had enough there, but... He'll be able to just like allow everything else happening here as well. He's still looking pretty damn strong off the back of this. He's got a sticky board here. Oh, things just still looking
all sorts of random card generation in hands, but who knows what this turn's gonna hold.
Yeah, I mean the One Maker as well might bring something back at the same time. So let's see what happens here. The Stormcaller Brucan there is also something that could come into play here. He's looking to play that, so just get some extra cost of spells out of it. But I think at this point you still just want to stay alive. You want to stabilize.
Yeah. I don't think you can afford to go for Brucan. It just costs so much, and you basically at that point just be locked into Serpentine Portal. If you're going to do anything else, you may as well discover the spell first. Instructor Fireheart has to find some sort of AoE clear. Lifesteal damage to a minion. I mean, you can play that. Do you get to play it again for free with this? Yeah, repeat this. Oh, you draw another spell. You don't repeat the spell itself. Yeah, unfortunate. So can't really abuse that one. I mean, Charge Claw is going to summon something very big. Wow, finds the taunt.
That's big.
Finds
Definitely
the nested taunt for Bushka, no less. So, and now even... Okay, went back to the Lightning Bolt there. I thought we were going to get the multi-taunt totem summon there, but has to pick up the spell damage. Is identified now. I've got that Fell Cracked in play. I just need to make sure I don't die out of hand to direct damage. And somehow Chris 69 is hanging around in this game. The decision to go with Fireheart paying off in spades there as you, find yourself a 10 mana roadblock to throw in front of Hexecute.
So you can see now it's back to Hexecute needs to think about this as well. And that's the big thing here. It's not even the fact that you have to get through that 7/7 crack Colossus. It's going to summon another taunt, right? That's the death rattle. So you have to get through at least 14 HP as well. You can see now Execute's looking for a bit of a D here as well to find something. We'll get that Storm Strike, which will deal that 3 damage to the minion, of course. You hear that extra attack turn. You can see he seems to be looking to finding ways to actually chew through that. Is also going to look to summon up a Chain Lightning rank 2, which looking pretty good here. Actually might have the ability to clear up most of what's happening here on the field and at least set him up for maybe the next turn.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly, I feel.
Oh, devolving missiles. That's huge.
Oh, can devolve the taunt, but doesn't have the mana.
No, just let it go. You just let it go.
He doesn't have the mana left.
At least he can use it to devolve the taunt next turn.
You could have. I mean, you could have just left the taunt, right? Like, cracking it open there doesn't do that much.
But then
I
you
guess,
summon your blank. True.
I honestly didn't think that Hexecute was going to make many attacks at all there. I would have thought that at that point, if you see the taunt within a taunt, you sort of just think, well, why don't I complete
it's still like 7/1
quest?
damage it can deal to someone that he doesn't want it to.
I mean,
I guess he can jump. He can hit the Living Earth. But if he kills the Living Earth Elemental and then he jumps in and kills the Instructor Fireheart, that becomes a problem for him.
Didn't remove the subsequent summon either, so...
As well, the other thing that might come into this, he might go, okay, if I guess you can devolve it and remove it as well anyway. So.
It devolves into a cheaper thing this way, I guess.
Yeah.
You're really... I guess we were both thinking of the devolve as just a way to get rid of the taunt, so
yes,
go face and win. But that may not be on the cards. I mean, Hexecute, I thought was maybe a turn away from setting up a kill just with spell damage. If you can complete the quest, there's a lightning bolt in hand. You could have discovered a damage spell there instead, or held onto the damage spell that was held and gone face with it. But instead, we decided to make a play for the board. But with that Felcrack goal, it takes a hell of a beating. And we can see the Felcrack Colossus that was inside the previous Colossus is still sitting here chilling out. 7/7 taunt. Now with Stonecaller Brakan behind it. Hexecute was behind on the quest plan, now behind on the board as well, and somehow this match has completely flipped. Chris, from the verge of defeat, manages to discover into just the right combination of cards to now hold an incredible lead.
Yeah, and a lot of it also comes down to the fact that Hexecute might have been opting in, perhaps looking for a kill. Off the basis of everything here, just holding the cards in hand here, that might have given him a different response. And of course, by holding back on that, it allows Chris69, like you said, to discover a way back into this game. And things have really flipped on its head at this point. Also looking at the other thing here, I mean, he's got the Serpent Strike Portal as well. So he can just deal 3 damage. All he needs to do is find an extra 1 off the back here from something else. And that should be enough for him to make sure actually finish off. He is able to clear away the board and summon through quite a fair amount of minions onto it, back getting those extra Spirit Wolves back in, and of course completing the quest. But the thing here is I think he's actually found it.
Just draws straight into overdraft and kills him.
Yeah. Top deck.
I mean, for a moment there was some suspense. It was an impressive clear from Hexecute, but yeah, I think you diagnosed it correctly. Hexecute was holding on to all those cards in hand, trying to think of a way to get a kill, but sort of forced to commit more of them to the board, and that meant not having the resources to get the face victory either. Sort of just losing on both fronts in the end. And Chris69, I mean, it was a scare right now for one of our highest ranked players, but does slip through to the next round.
Exactly, yeah, and pretty interesting way for it to come through. But considering, when we were thinking about the storyline, Hexecute just didn't seem to have the ranking up against Chris69. I mean, just in terms of just looking at what they actually brought to the field in the terms of the battle pass. It was a level 19 against a legend, right? Or a rank 19 against a legend. But when you see the way that Hexecute was able to actually perform in this scenario here, that was really interesting. I think Hexecute still has the capability to really push through most of these matches going forward. And I really do hope that we do get to see a bit more action from Hexecute going forward. That being said, Chris69 will continue to push through that bracket. And that means we will be moving to a quick break as well. We will just bring up the bracket as well, just to have a look at what's happening here across the board. As you can see, a number of the members continuing to push their way on through as well. So a lot of good things happening across the board here. We'll be able to really diagnose what's going to be happening and the results going forward into that next round. So please, guys, do not go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break and we'll bring you more Hearthstone action. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup presented by Blizzard AEL and all of that lovely support from Macca's, who I'm thinking about maybe, a little bit further down the line, grabbing myself some Macca's. Bard, what are you thinking?
Oh, it's going to be a long tournament day, and casting these matches are so exciting. Even after our first round is hungry work, I will definitely be macking my day soon enough, man. But for now, we got to go down to the lower bracket to check out a very special play. We got Rank Bob here going up against Hidden Troll, and I hear that you have some history with at least one of these players.
Yes, yes. Good old Rang Bob, my friend. We actually played Wrath of the Lich King back when it was considered to be the retail version of World of Warcraft back in the day. And Rang Bob, has been a very old friend of mine. We've, had a lot of good fun together, just both, in game and also in real life as well. So it's pretty interesting to see, or pretty good, or pretty. I feel privileged. I'm just trying to find the words for it right now. I feel extremely privileged to get an opportunity to cast one of his games. I think we might still have some of his students as well watching the stream at the moment as well. So if you guys have hanged around, we're trying to get him in for the first match as well, but unfortunately, we weren't able to actually get that. This time around, though, we will get to actually get him played as well. He's going to be going up against Hidden Troll, and any of the students out there, thank you very much for tuning in for the stream and checking this out. And hopefully your teacher can really show us what he's capable of, what strategies he can bring into the decks. And speaking of strategies, he is going to be running, of course, that very infamous Quest Warrior that's going to be running around, and has what seems to be the secret Libram Paladin on hand as well. But that has been banned away by Hidden Troll. And of course, it seems to be a little bit of a Muzaki Mage, the OTK. All right, I love you so much for bringing this deck into the mix as well. So Rank Bob really bringing us a lot of good fun here as well. Of course, he's going to have the Quest Warrior in hand because the secret Libram Paladin was banned away. Hidden Troll, though, we need to give him a little bit of love as well. Is going to be bringing the Shaman to the mix as well. It doesn't look like it's going to be the best Shaman around here as well, so a little bit of a different change, and it seems it's going to be the Quest Mage that is also bringing to it. So Hidden Troll has a little bit of extra oomph to this game as well.
Yeah, I love the deck variety we're seeing, Mendrix. Like in this tournament, more so even than previous ones, players are really stepping out, flexing their deck lists, making strong choices as to, different archetypes within their class. This is the first Quest Mage we've seen, right? The Mage, as you mentioned, in Rank Bob's list, going back to that Muzaki Master Duelist build, the Mage we saw in the previous game, a different build again. Even if they have similar outcomes, they're all trying to just sort of spell damage you down. They all have their own different tech. We've even got a Sphere of Sapience chilling out in Rank Bob's list. So all these different cards that influence how they get to that end point. I really like to see different players just backing the cards that they prefer, that they're comfortable with the play patterns of. And Hidden Troll as well, playing the non-quest Shaman, going back to that Elemental Shaman, which we haven't seen in a couple of weeks. And it's all around very exciting. Still haven't gotten to see that secret Libram Paladin. Seems like the kind of class that you should just put in your lineup every week, because every single player bans it no matter what. Now you get to play Quest Warrior, but so far only Rangborb has wisened up to that tech out of all our players, and maybe it'll help him stave off elimination here in the lower bracket of our New South Wales qualifier.
And things looking pretty good as well for the role on Rain just initially off the bat. He was able to jump in on turn 2, actually coin out that Incanter's Flow. Hidden Troll will follow through directly afterwards with his own as well. So both these mages relatively close in terms of what they're going to be able to bring to the ball. But what I really want to highlight here, what's interesting about the Mozaki one OTK sort of play match that comes into it. Of course, you're not relying on that Quest Mage to really bring into it. Of course, get yourself that Arcanist Dawngrasp into play. But the fact of the matter is you're waiting to actually have a number of discounted spell generations that come off the fact that you drop the Muzaki into play. And then what you do is you start playing all of those discounted low-cost spells to really pump up, of course, a number of those missions there. And he manages to get the Incanter's Flow off that top deck as well. So things looking really good for Rainbow. He's going to have a number of discounted spells right off the bat here. And that also will be able to play into his strategy as this goes into it. So I'm really excited for this Mozaki Mage to actually come into full fruition.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not specific to that Mozaki build. We've seen a lot of talked a lot about that flow for the Quest Mages as well, but I don't think we've ever seen anyone sort of put it together that quickly. Rankbob now in a tremendous spot. You can see the fully discounted Fireball just chilling in hand. When we get to, I assume this list is also playing those Refreshing Spring Waters. Yes, they're going to be absolutely bonkers. So really good spot, but obviously not all the way there yet. Does have to kind of put the pieces together like we saw with that Demon Hunter deck in the first feature match. And in the meantime, Hidden Troll is still working on assembling that quest. Got to put together the different schools of magic. Seems like we have all of them in hand, but you also have to make sure that the spells you're casting have some sort of impact. And there's Solarian coming down for the second match in a row.
And what's good about the Solarian as well is the fact that it does give a little bit of an extra oomph towards that late game for Hidden Troll. So if that Mozaki sort of puzzle piece doesn't come together, it does give you a nice big buff towards the end there. The other thing we also have to take into account is even though Hidden Troll may not have been able to hit that Incanter's Flow Stride, has a number of secrets in play as well to just sort of protect against those spells coming down. So you do now need to look at that point where, okay, cool, how do I actually play through this counter spell as well? You need to think through a number of those spells. As you can see there, he's going to be using that Fire Cell there, but of course it's going to be counterspelled right out there. That means that Rainbow knows that he should be relatively safe to play a number of other abilities off the back here as well, and that's probably going to be an Ice Barrier or perhaps something else sitting there in that secret play. So a lot of this is really annoying about those secrets because you do need to find a way to play around them, and you don't want to be using your really good spells in the process of making that happen.
Yeah, showing a lot of experience there in the Mage Mirror, sort of navigating the secrets, even without the ability to sort of attack and just easily check them, and manages to do so without disrupting his own sequencing too much. Obviously, those early casts of Incanter's Flow are helping a lot, because now obviously you can do way more with any given turn, but it's still in the sort of build-up phase for Rangborb, and I assume this deck does really kind of need the Mozaki in order to take the game out.
Correct. Yeah, the whole point is to play at the Mozaki and then follow through discounted spells to then directly afterwards really just pump up the spell damage and then finish off with Arcane Missiles directly to the face. That's the crux of this Mozaki mage build when it comes into play. And it's a really exciting deck that is just nuts when you see it completely pop off. It's one of the more fun decks I personally feel. What's really good here, was actually a bit of an annoyance here for Hidden Trolls, I actually wanted to say, is the fact that Apexis Blast now is not going to have the biggest effect because, of course, you've shuffled that Solarian Prime now into your deck. So if you do have a few minions, it's still decent value, 5 damage right off the bat.
Okay.
Do a lot beforehand as well.
Summoning a banned card here off the portal, the Vandar Stormfire. Obviously not going to do anything.
It's summoned, right? What can you do?
Yes, well, I mean, yeah.
He's not allowed to play
You are allowed to randomly summon the minion. He's not allowed to put it in your deck. But yeah, one of the new Alterac Valley legendaries is not legal for this tournament yet. Appearing on the battlefield, so we do get to look at the new card. Unfortunately, its battle cry effect somewhat going to waste here. But yeah, okay, we get to draw cards out. Wow, immediately finds a Solarian Prime. So obviously not in range to actually utilize it for the next couple of turns, but that is going to give Hidden Troll a pretty clear timing to win the game if the rest of the hand lines up well. Obviously the spell damage of the minion itself and its ETB, its battle cry effect, combined with whatever else you can pour on out of the hand at that moment, really adds up. Even if Rangborb is at full health or close to it, it's just a matter of can Rangborb sort of find his own legendary in that time, right? As you mentioned, the Mozaki is really important, and it seems like for these lists, like the Quest Mage has more variability because you need to find those different quest spells early on in order to sort of progress through the very fixed order of the steps in that quest line, whereas the decks like that only need to eventually draw their combo by the end of the game, with the amount of draw power available to either that Demon Hunter before or this Mage with Cram Session and stuff, doesn't seem to be a problem really.
Yeah, but I think that's actually a really annoyance here for Hidden Troll is, of course, you need to be attacked. The spells don't count for that actually.
Oh, he doesn't count it as casting an ice spell until he's attacked by a minion.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a bit rough for him there in terms of that. But that being said, though, at least for the time being, he's still continuing to push for that. That's something at least. And you can see he's really beginning to think through that next step of play here because he's got a number of cards in hand there. In fact, both of these players do have it as well. And he's like, well, you know what? Let's actually just begin to throw some damage out. Might as well deal something down to Rainbow. He's down to 28 HP now as well, so he's not going to be able to do what he likes in this case there. But of course, that means that Rainbow now is starting to run out of time. He needs to really get those pieces of the puzzle together if Rainbow's able to win this match. Otherwise, when that quest line does finish, Hidden Troll will be coming out pretty damn strong here as well. As we can see, does get some Conjure Mana Biscuit, which is nice, but I don't think it's going to be the initial play here, and he's actually going to start also just throwing out that Ignite at the same time as well.
Yeah. I mean, both players have to do something about their hands, right? Like, especially when your hand is full of all zero-cost spells, you really can't make excuses for keeping it full. And Rankborg, just sort of trying to make sure you don't overdraw. Conserving resources is one thing, right? Both players obviously saving up for maximum effect on a big spell damage turn. But you're not conserving resources if you're wasting the ones off the top. And especially if you're still waiting to draw your key finisher. So we need to do something about this, but neither player keen on giving the other targets in the form of minions.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rough spot here as well. You can see that Flurry is going to be coming into play here as well, just to slow things down. Doesn't want to take too much damage as well. You are looking for a number of cards there in hand, and actually to be able to summon up a lot of discounted spells here from this deck. That's available from Rangbard as well. So that's the big thing. You kind of also want that multi-caster if available as well, so you can just cast a ridiculous amount of spells. But Hidden Troll has finished up that quest line, is going to be able to have access to that Arcanist. And at the same time, is going to copy the Vanderspoor bike. Okay. I mean, still hasn't put the card in the deck, right?
Hang on, that works.
That's
one. It's going to trigger? Whoa!
That's fair. I mean, that's fair, right? It's fair.
Okay. Hey, that was a joke before. This is all completely legal. This is just,
Yeah, even Hidden Troll's like,
Hidden Troll
is it legal?
emoting repeatedly. Was that not... Is that because did we overdraw there by accidentally? Did we cast Potion of Illusion? It's an arcane spell, right? So we cast the arcane spell in order...
Maybe you wanted to copy Arcanist Dawngrasp.
Dawngrasp? I imagine that was the case, but you just... What, forgot you hadn't played Dawngrasp yet?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
He's coming up now. He's using all this spell. Here we go. Alright, let's see what this does. So now you get to see he's going to start using all the spells here, and this is what makes the Mizaki Mage powerful. The fact that it's going to just keep on buffing up extra spell damage each time it's used.
Yeah, and there are so many spells in hand. Like, you would
fully expect he's got the Mana Biscuits, he's got another Refreshing Spring Water, like, he's got a lot of stuff here where he's just discounted. Look at how much damage he's going to get out of this Fireball.
Yeah, 11 out of Fireball. This is all over. This is Malazar. It's like, this is...
It's happening.
Ridiculous spell damage. It's happened. I think. We got one more.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's got it.
Yeah.
Look at that second flame's got 10 damage there.
Yeah. And look, the writing was on the wall for a long time. All of those cards were in hand. We were just waiting to see that one legend off the top, Rankborg, doing all you had to really worry about, given how little pressure there was out of Hidden Troll, was manage your hand size to make sure you had room to draw Mizaki. And yeah, as soon as she appears, the game is over in a flash. Rankborg taking that out.
And this is what I really love about it, right? Because I'm seeing most of the time throughout this tournament, we haven't seen a Mizaki. Perhaps this Quest Mage really is something that comes into the play, sort of maybe perhaps even crowded out most of the other Quest decks coming into it, or the other Mage decks coming into it. And now with that little nerf to Arcanist Dawngrasp, we start to see a little bit of a different sort of deckhand come into play here. So I'm really happy that we did get to see the Mizaki come into the mix. I've always found it to be one of my own personal favorite decks because of just the way that it operates and what it provides. Rankborg, of course, being able to come out on top against Hidden Troll here, which is a real big deal across the board, and it does mean that he's going to have at least one hand he has to deal with. He's going to have the Quest Warrior of all things to perhaps close us out against Hidden Troll. It performs so well against the Quest Mage. I believe it's got pretty much an abysmal win rate in that sense there. If I was Hidden Troll, you have to bring the Shaman.
Yeah, you obviously want to, take your best shot first, no point. Most players would take their stronger deck first, just to see if they can get the job done. And in this particular matchup, yeah, it does seem like the Quest Shaman is definitely what you want, although its matchup is also not terrific against the Warrior. Again, these Quest decks, I mean, these are the Quest decks that sort of have the most removal in the early game, right? I think that's why we've seen the Quest Mage over the Mizaki Mage, or the more sort of conservative, slow to build up Mage decks, because the Quest Mage doesn't really care about holding cards in hand. You feel more free, perhaps, to deploy a lot of those spells in the early game to clear away aggressive minion boards, because, the quest does refund you some of those spells, and obviously you're doing that anyway for the quest, and assuming the payoff is justified. But if the meta seems to be drifting slightly away from, say, Aggro Druid, we haven't seen as much of that, then maybe that's where we see Mizaki return. But yeah, the Quest Shaman going to have similar struggles containing the Warrior unless it has the right stuff in the opener. That looks... Oh, sorry, this is the Elemental Shaman, right? We even... It's Yeah, it's not Quest Shaman. I said that earlier. I got tripped up.
It is, it is actually Elemental Shaman. Yes, you're correct in that saying. You know what? We've just seen so many Quest Shamans that we just keep defaulting
on the
directly
brain.
back to what it was. But I mean, the Elemental Shaman still will have a little bit of extra aggression, so it might do well. But I think the Quest Shaman still has a pretty decent edge against the Quest Warrior. But that being said, that's not what we're going to be watching. It is going to be the Elemental Shaman, as you mentioned before, and I'm still liking the chances here of Rainbow just because of how powerful that Quest Warrior is.
I mean, Quest Warrior is like the top deck in the format now. With the nerfs that went through to Quest Mage and Aggro Druid in particular, it's pretty clear. Other than the Aggro Druid list, which people are, coming off of a little bit because of those nerfs, the Warrior preys upon most of the other common decks in the format. And Elemental Shaman's not quite a common deck, and true enough, I think it may have better hopes against this deck than most, just because you have the weapons there that can help you trade out against the pirates and control the board early on, take out key targets like the armor generating pirates or the South Sea Captain, and now you obviously have the board control effects of these elementals. They've got sturdy bodies, and their battle cry abilities tend to be great at also trading off with the opposing minions favorably. So this sort of mid-range value-based list is something that can potentially overcome the pirates if you aren't overwhelming yourself early, and so far it is Hidden Troll who's leapt out to control the board.
Yeah, you can see now Rainbow though just pretty happy to go straight to face. Doesn't really care that perhaps these Wailing Vapors can generate a little bit of extra value with each attack that they come to the mix here, and he really does want this to be a quick match. He doesn't want to have that. Has the extra power from that Storm Freebooter as well, just getting a little bit of extra benefit here. Even though I was thinking perhaps maybe what he wanted to do is deal with one of these Wailing Vapors, but of course he didn't have enough damage to deal with it. And you can see, because these things have been allowed to remain on the board, they're already beginning to ramp up pretty damn effectively. And Rainbow's in a little bit of hurt here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you say, wants to not deal with these and go face. I say kind of feels forced to go face because you can't deal with them, right? It's sort of you go all the way back around where you just have no option to answer them, and so you just have to go face and hope that you can beat them on, sort of tempo, because you're not beating them on board base. You just sort of try and burn them out before their board advantage can add up. But so far, Hidden Troll is not deterred, and as I said, here we start to see these overwhelming battle cry effects. You don't just play a 6-5, you clear your opponent's board and get to go face with your now growing Wailing Vapor, and that was a really strong opener from Hidden Troll. It's making its strength felt here a few turns later.
Yeah, it's starting to run out a little bit of oomph though with those cards there, but of course still has 2 left in that arsenal, another Arid Stormer and a Whack-a-Null Hammer. But that means Rainbow is still continuing to further that quest line, will continue to draw in a few extra things. There does get that Blacksmithing Hammer as well on the back here. And it's still continuing to actually use that HP to chip away at most of this board. Still has to deal with this Fire Elemental, which of course has a 6-5. Still a very fantastic card in terms of it being played there as well, because as you mentioned, got rid of an extra minion as well at the same time. And Hidden Troll just continuing to ramp up and continue to push the advantage here that's available. It's going to begin to really do a lot of damage here now. As you can see, another 6 chipped away from Rainbow, who now needs to find a way to arm up. Does get the Mr. Smite, and this might be the turning point.
Yeah, I mean, Rainbow is clearly not the Mr. Smite turn this turn, but Rainbow, I will say, has been playing around the cards in hand, right? That's all you can do, and you drew the sort of top end of the deck. These are the right cards to have if you're heavily behind on life and on board, right? You've got the Stonewall and Command, that rush minion can sort of, get you proactively back into a fight for the board. You've got the Cargo Guard to help generate some armor, Sword Eater going to help keep you alive as well. So if there's any hand that can help you come back as Hidden Troll starts to run out of gas here, it's this hand. You do have to survive this turn though. This is probably the critical turn of the whole game, and Mr. Smite is very important, but not much help with that. So unfortunately, you can only play one of these options. Maybe it's worth throwing back the hammer just to see what comes of it. I'm not certain what you're even looking for here. Desperate to survive.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I feel like, at this point, you want to sort of just drop down here's the thing. He's got the Blacksmithing Hammer, but then at the same time, maybe the Cargo Guard might be the way to roll here, and then see if perhaps he can find a way to deal with it. But yeah, it's pretty rough here, because he might be forced to play Mr. Smite just to clear board, which is not what you want to do. And you can see he's thinking it through, and he has to.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And he just lets that go. I mean, he goes straight to face.
Doesn't the Arid Stormer do the same amount, threaten the same damage?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, I mean, you could have cleared. It doesn't matter either way, because both of them.
There it is. He's got lethal regardless. Yeah, and you can tell even Rainbow knew that was the case there as well. So perhaps just throwing down the Smite there, and there's an Elemental
to show you,
Shaman.
I had this Smite. Yeah. See, in another turn, You would have been
I
in
would have
trouble.
had you. Another turn, I would have had you. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, not this turn in that case.
the
There is
lament of
Elemental
so
Shaman.
so many players.
It's just really from start to finish there, you could just have full control there from this Elemental Shaman. Very
Yeah.
aggro in terms of what it's able to do, and it just made short work of what was such a dominant warrior deck there. So you really can see that if it does go the way in terms of those roles that you had there, it just seemed to be an absolute simple way of going into it. Of course, we still have the final match here between Rain Bob and Hidden Troll. It's going to be that Quest Warrior against the Quest Mage. Perhaps Rain Bob will have a little bit of better luck here against something that he's supposed to have a better matchup into.
Yeah, I'd have to think so. I mean, whatever the numbers say, I don't think that opening hand is what you want to see as Bob in that matchup, right? Especially against the opening hand that was out of the Shaman. That was just a really
It was
unfortunate play
disgusting.
pattern to have come out. Yeah,
The sequence was perfect.
Whoa! Okay, I think Hidden Troll selected the wrong deck. Yeah, I selected the Druid, which has been banned. So we're just going to. Okay, we're going to quickly get back into the match. But yeah, it was just the case that you keep a hand that's sort of like this sort of slower defensive hand. You're not opening your quest line as quickly. You have the weapon, you have the 2-drop that generates some attack, and you think, well, I'll clear the first minion that's played. And then 2 scaling 1-drops come out, and you're already behind in a way that like only bleeds you more over time. It was a worst case scenario. But Rangbob, thank goodness for his sake, still has a match in hand. So, I mean, you got to be a bit nervous for your friend here, but
Oh, look, I am. I'm very nervous. Look, I'm. You know what? Will someone please just think of the children, right? We've got students that are watching at the moment. They're gonna watch this, all right, on Monday as well, right? He's gonna bring it to him. I want this guy to have a storyline. I want him to have some of that there as well. I want the kids to cheer for him, and I'm gonna be hoping that's gonna be the case here as well, especially if the students are watching at the moment, guys. If you're there, just put in a little bit of like energy in chat as well. Your teacher needs it. Let's see if he's going to be able to come through in this next one. He should have the advantage here, but the way that Hidden Troll's rolling, he seems to have a little bit more hidden up his sleeve.
Pray to the Mulligan gods for Rangbob.
Pretty much.
Rocking that Lu Bu Garrosh, some Dynasty Warrior stuff. I love to see it. Oh no, Hidden Troll though. That's a pretty decent opening hand.
Oh, see how we go on this side of this here. Now, I think it's still the mistake here. Now, when I'm looking at the bans here, I believe the Druid was actually banned away.
Yeah, actually, you're right. According to the bans, this is still not the correct deck for Hidden Troll. So maybe the ban was not correctly...
Yeah, not correctly updated for us here. So I think no, we're still doing a dummy match. We're still doing a dummy match, guys.
Right, okay.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I mean... I appreciated it when the players in previous weeks have used just the different class that they're not playing in their dummy matches. Makes it a lot easier than we are both playing our remaining decks from our lineup. But hey, whatever. As long as we have the connection stable. There were some issues in the previous match to understand the players want to make sure that no such issues arise during the actual factual elimination match, because that's what we're down to now, right? One more game between these two decks and
decides whether they remain in the tournament.
Whew. So, I mean... What are you hoping to see for Rainbow? Like, obviously, that opener wasn't ideal. Do you feel like it was just because, Hidden Troll's hand was so explosive? Or is there, some specific mulliganing philosophy that the Quest Warrior deck has to go for here?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of hoping that perhaps with that there, he basically drew his late game hand right off the back here. You kind of want to actually get a little bit more of the extra things here. I mean, the Defias Cannoneer really does provide a lot of extra power in those early stages of the game. When you do play it, of course, you just deal 2 random damage to enemies, which probably would have been enough to clear away the board. So I feel like at that point, Rainbow was just missing those specific cards. The Defias Cannoneers ended up, drawing, I believe it was the Bloodsail Raiders instead, and managed to get them out. I mean, they're effective in terms of what they're able to do, but not going to be the case there here. I believe we're still just waiting for the spectator to fix up for the time being, guys. So I want to have a quick look at the bracket as well. So just bring that up as well to see how the rest of the tournament is progressing for the time being. And I mean, having a quick look there, seems that it is still happening there. We do have a few members there beginning to really make themselves well known there in that upper bracket as well. And as well, we can have a quick look at the lower bracket as well, just to see how that is progressing. That's something that would be nice to check out across the board there as well. But I'm personally going to be excited to see how this plays out. Any thoughts there on this bracket there for the time being there, Bard?
So thinking some of our players have managed to leap ahead very quickly, right? Like you can sort of see right now. I'm not saying that the fast decks aren't necessarily always the strongest decks, but it seems to be that way in the meta right now. We've still got some very powerful aggro players, and even more so if you're able to win through in a quick 2-0, presumably with some sort of aggressive list in a field which, from what we've seen, seems to have a lot of sort of anti-aggro tech. That means your list is looking pretty strong. So Quake Lord, Yarnum, loving the Bloodborne name there, and JJ as well. They look like they might, even more so than you would normally expect from sort of round 3 upper bracket, some formidable opponents.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the losers bracket as well, we did have Shadow Shanker and Andrew also beginning to make their way up the round, so probably pretty strong in that sense. But we are jumping back into the action. It's going to be that elimination match here between Rain Bob and Hidden Troll. It's going to be the Quest Warrior up against that Quest Mage here. Both of them questing for their lives here, but I think Rain Bob now might be a bit more happier though with his thing. He has got Mr. Smite, so that's a bit earlier than when you would have liked it. Blood Cell Raiders seem to be the mix here as well, so has some decent mana curves at least, and maybe not the best hand, but still allows him to further that quest at the same time.
Control is going to get revenge on Rangball for the mega.
Oh my god, is that 2 Incanters Flow?
Yeah, remember in game 1 we saw back-to-back Incanters Flows, coin Incanter Flow, turn 3 Incanters Flow out of Rangball. Hidden Troll is going to give the source right back here in the Decider as well, which is absolutely brutal. Maybe not immediately, actually. It's feeling already the pressure from the Pirates, and this is why, right? The Pirate deck has such a high win rate against the Mage deck. You would love nothing more than to drop an Incanter's Flow right now. But you have to deal with this pressure immediately. That being said, nice high roll in the spell damage minions. Has the choice of Blood Mage Thalnos or Egwin. We saw Egwin go big in the previous match with that Mage deck, but Blood Mage Thalnos seems more conservative. Looks like this is going to be a sort of early game matters kind of matchup as another big pirate comes down. The Taunt, not that relevant against a a spell-based class like the Quest Mage, but still great stats, and that South Sea Captain staying alive.
Yeah, you can see their Hidden Trolls already throwing down the well play there. Realizes things beginning to ramp up very quickly here.
Oh, what a draw!
Nice draw here. The Fire Cell is definitely what he needs, but he's going to also throw down the Blood Mage Thalnos as well, just to give that little bit of an extra oomph, and that's going to clear away most of the board.
And cycle it into a new card, find the Apexis Blast, not bad to find either, and just flip the quest as well. Like, wow, what a time to draw your Fire Sale. I mean, that's why you put him in the deck, but desperate to have something like that, and now having a little bit more hope than he did immediately before.
Well, we do have the Fog Sail Freebooter jumping into play as well. As you can see there, it does, of course, have a weapon equipped there, so extra damage coming into the mix. So even though the board has been cleared, was able to create a distraction further in the quest line and now begin to do extra damage here. And you can see why this Quest Warrior is just so damn lethal in terms of what it does. When it is a fantastic mana curve turn, he's able to jump in, do ridiculous amounts of damage, and bring Hidden Troll down to 13 HP.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter is like the classic face deck, right? But like, this is a real example of what, how this deck can excel if your opponent, like a lot of their opponents right now, doesn't play a lot of minions. You just get to put like all of that quest damage to face, the battle cry damage from the freebooter to face, all of these, fragile minions that might otherwise get traded off get to connect with face, and you're just really challenging your Hidden Troll to slow down what is otherwise an impossibly fast clock. But, Mage is up to the task, delivering some beats there with the removal spells, while also advancing. Is this the complete quest line here with this? It looks like it.
Yeah, this
reaches the portal room.
Quest line as well. Yeah, I think the next one he'll be allowed to actually get Captain Rakara, which of course summons in the Juggernaut, which is damn ridiculous, especially when you decide to play the Mr. Smite directly afterwards. You get a ridiculous amount of pirates onto the board very quickly, but they have both completed it by the looks of it. Of course, you still need to actually summon through Arc and Stormcast in terms of that there. We can see that we are slowing down time just for the time being. Actually hasn't completed the quest line, so it won't be the Arcanist Stormcast just yet, but at least we'll be able to reach the portal room.
Yeah, so still one step away there. I got slightly ahead of myself, but does find all the pieces you need for that last bit of the questline. Flurry in hand, obviously, for 0 devolving missiles and second flame, so we will not be far off. Almost had, if there was like sort of somehow one more discounted spell in hand, the troll could get the Arcanist out immediately, but it looks like we'll still be a turn behind the Pirates, and that is a lethal spot to be, as you mentioned, especially with Mr. Smite in hand. This looks like an overwhelmingly powerful turn coming up for Rainbow on the very edge of progressing further in the tournament. Hidden Troll digging for answers, found a Fire Sale at a really nice time earlier on. settle for a brain freeze here.
He's looking to really just complete the quest. I think that's the rush here now. Hidden Troll's realizing, you know what, I need to at least get this Arcanist Dawn Grasp into play. Does manage to pick that up as well, but of course that does mean we'll not be able to play it, but at least remove most of the hand and actually throws in the Incantus flow now. I mean, 14 cards in deck, still pretty good in that sense. They can probably find some value as well towards the end, and does mean that he's able to, of course, throw out the Arcanist Dawn Grasp and then really get some nice benefit from it. But Rangbob's not slowing down. He is going to bring up Captain Rokara. The Juggernaut is now in play as well, and this does mean that the next few turns coming from Rangbob should be pretty damn powerful.
Yeah, I think Hidden Troll throwing out that flow is sort of acknowledging that you need to get a bit lucky on this next turn, and hopefully, well, I guess it's almost impossible to close out the game from 32 life, but you need to really get some lucky draws here, so you may as well just count them. Does find the Ignite off the top. That's not a bad start. Throws down the Dawn Grasp. We're going to start by trying to clear this captain, but like you said, getting to immediately summon a weapon, several pirates, get them all charged and hit face, seems like it almost can't not be lethal. There's no barrier in play, and yeah, the Gore Howl is going to probably do it.
That is just going to be more than enough. I mean, you see there, Rangbob realizes, yep, I've got lethal right off that summoned weapon there. After all, you can see there with this Mr. Smite, it's just really a matter of course. Breaks Hidden Troll with that last hit there, and Rangbob, the teacher, will be able to survive for another round there. Pretty exciting stuff across the board there. A lot of things that we just didn't expect to see happen did actually play out there. What a way to actually end it by getting that Gore Howl as that random weapon. Yeah,
seeing a lot of legendaries coming out of random card summons here so far today.
It's been high rolls across the board.
That's what you got to play around, right? And in the end, I mean, there was lethal weather, or that could have been a Rusty Spoon, and I think Rangbob had lethal there. Just showed the power of that matchup, right? Even against the double Arcanist flow opening that was so good for Rangbob himself earlier on in the matchup, still took that mage to the school of hard knocks. Gave him some real, like, harsh, naval lessons there, and Pirates. There's a reason everyone's running this deck right now. It is the king of aggro.
Yeah, well, a lot of great action happening across the body. A lot of good storylines beginning to progress in this New South Wales arc as well. And guys, we'll be moving to a quick break where we continue to progress through the tournament and see what unfolds. Please do not go anywhere. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup here, presented by Blizzard AEL and, of course, supported by McDonald's. But pretty insane what's been happening throughout this tournament here. I mean, we've been watching everything across the board, and as it's been happening, I just wanted to have a quick look at the class stats for this tournament here. And no surprise, Warrior, out of the 15 games played a lot, is sitting at a 67% win rate. So
Ooh.
even though the metadata says it should be around 62 in this tournament, it is really kicking some big tushies at the moment.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out, right, in the previous weeks when we've looked at these stats sort of halfway through, we've seen that the front runners in terms of win rate tends to be niche decks, like something like Garrote Rogue, right, or the Control Warlock. But that's generally sort of like high win rate over low sample size brought by very high level players or players who've really sniped the meta. The Quest Warrior deck, you can't really lay it at that door, right? Like everyone is bringing this deck, everyone's pretty much got the same build of it, it all does the same thing. So if the most played deck is just straightforwardly winning 2/3 of its games, that's when you know you've got a real meta definer on your hands.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of it really is something that's just showing us. So hopefully we do get to see a few more bans out of it. When I'm also looking across the board there, we do see the Elemental Shaman or the Quest Shaman doing some pretty good stuff, sitting at a 57% win rate out of 14 game plays. That Demon Hunter, though, perhaps, that Quest Demon Hunter and the Death Rattle iterations performing extremely well at 75%, the highest win rate in the tournament so far.
Yeah, well, I feel like that deck's primary predator in a lot of ways is the Taunt Druid, right? Like, it tends to play absolutely no removal that can get past Taunt at all. It's all attacks from your minions or attacks from your hero. So, like, obviously, it can struggle against that Taunt lineup. You just hide some sort of value-generating minion behind a Taunt, and the Demon Hunter's out of luck. But against every other class, basically, that's popular right now, it just has value for days and days. So, excited to see some more out of the Demon Hunters.
Absolutely. I'm just also getting some friend requests at the moment, so I'm going to grab them on through so we can see the players. I believe I've got everyone ready to roll. And just to let you know, guys, the next match that's going to be coming up is going to be Zevez and Yharnam. We're back to the winners bracket as well while everyone's getting ready. I believe most of these players are ready to jump into the max. We've even got the bans into place as well. Yharnam is not going to be allowed to play what seems to be that Quest Hand Warlock. Unfortunately, that's not going to be available. We'll have to operate within the Demon Hunter state of things, and of course, seems to be a secret Libram Paladin available. So Yharnam running a little bit different here in terms of what we've seen so far in the tournament today. But Zevez on the flip side, he's got that aggro Taunt Druid. He's also got himself that secret Libram Paladin as well. So everything looking pretty good across the board.
Yeah, we're gone from finally going to get to see the Libram Paladin come out twice in the same matchup after it's been repeatedly banned everywhere else. Interesting to see the ban from Yharnam, right, against the Rogue deck. It's the SI Rogue deck that we have, the Quest Rogue we haven't even seen all played in anyone's lineup. That's the one that eats the ban. And I have to figure out why that is, but I'm sure it's to do with Yharnam's lineup composition, right? This is a triple control deck lineup. This is it. That we talked about in week one, everyone's running aggro, aggro, aggro. Quest Warrior, Taunt Druid, Quest Warrior, Taunt Druid. And then we're like, oh, well, surely in time the pendulum will swing back the other way. And it seems that now we're in full pendulum swing mode as Yharnam's cruising through the upper bracket with 3 heavy control lists playing tons of healing, tons of life manipulation. So maybe it's because that SI deck is slower and more value based. He sees that as better positioned against these control decks than something like an aggro Druid, or I guess just the control mirror out of the Paladin. Or what's your take?
Look, it makes perfect sense in terms of what's been happening here. I mean, even the players themselves have been saying, look, the pendulum has to swing. And like you said, it has swung. The interviews really do begin to reveal a lot about the state of the game, its position, how it's going. And I'm really excited to see how Yharnam actually does, really progress through with this particular one as well, those particular lines. I'm hoping that it does some pretty decent, effective work across the board here. But of course, I mean, it still is going to be a lot to come to. I mean, Zevez is looking to be the second seed in this tournament. That means relatively high rankings coming into play here, up against Yharnam, who's sitting on the 7th seed. So perhaps this is going to be some pretty high-level gameplay. The sequencing is probably going to be right on point in terms of what is going to be played out, especially if those rolls are damn high. So I'm hoping it is going to be a relatively even roll between both of these players, and that we do get to see some pretty insane sequencing come into effect. And that does mean that a lot of it might be a lot of this just really on the idea of making sure they understand what's going to be next in their lines of things and items to draw, of course, or cards to draw. But on the flip side of it, also taking into account when they need to be controlling, when they need to be aggressive, and forcing some real pressure onto their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, man, this is a. I'm almost sad we don't get to see this Warlock deck because this seems to be a very different Warlock deck. Obviously, it's still the Quest Warlock deck, but still running some really interesting tech. Two very high level players. As we sort of said earlier, this is sort of the biggest field we've had, and that sort of implies, doesn't guarantee, but implies the top end will be as competitive as anything. So we're going to hopefully see two very strong players with very like unique deck builds, very finely tuned ideas of the meta, not just stock lists clashing here. And just the lineups themselves kind of hint to me that that's the case. So I'm fascinated to have this matchup coming up soon.
Well, I couldn't put it any better myself here, Bart, as well. I mean, it is really this idea now that we are heading to the point with that upper bracket where if we are sitting the players that have just figured the game out. They have been sitting there, they've been putting in the grinding, everything seems to be effective. It's making absolute sense in terms of what we would think would be coming into that play as well. So hopefully we get to see some real action come into the mix of this here. And I'm hoping that, with this druid that's been coming to the play here, I mean, it is going to be the one that is simply that I'm pretty sure it is the typical aggro taunt druid. I'm going to be interested to see how it does perform against Yaman, who will probably have the correct sequences of play. I think this is where perhaps that 60% win rate does just get cut in half quite a fair bit. The idea that that's going to be 40% of the way there is really just going to be held up by the fact that these higher end players do know how to deal with the sequencing and how to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, we saw previously that even when the counters supposedly of the aggro druid list come out, it's no guarantee that they don't just get high rolled and mowed down by the sheer power of this taunt druid list. It did cop that slight nerf to the Razormain battle guard, but I mean, we're talking 1 point of life off of one minion in the whole deck. Not even the most powerful minion either. Obviously, quite a strong value play early on, but replaceable. Honestly, one of several such value generating minions that can get behind that taunt wall and leverage an advantage off if your opponent doesn't have the removal for it. So, you know, I don't necessarily see that as being, crushing to it, at least in all matchups, right? Maybe in certain places, the tech means it dies to a spell it wouldn't have died to before. But I'm glad to see the players are still sticking to their guns and not just completely abandoning the deck at the first sign of trouble. And Zevor is so far on a quite strong run with it.
Well, another thing to take into account here as well is also the win rate on the druid. It's got a 55% win rate in this tournament. So it's doing relatively well considering it seems to be doing pretty well against the shamans, against hunters as well, which is definitely interesting. You think the hunter would be one of the few that it might have a decent way against, because of course face hunter does have some pretty unique spells that can get through most of those taunts and most of its effectiveness. So just the fact that it's a quick deck and very aggro in a sense of what it does means that it's throwing most of these hunters off kilter. Where it seems to be struggling is fun enough against another druid. So, if one way to deal with fire is just to throw fire straight back in its face. So that's one way that it actually has fallen down throughout this tournament. And on the flip side, of course, that demon hunter, which we imagine is the death rattle demon hunter, which those sticky minions come into play. They've got taunts themselves. It's just too much for the actual minions of the druid to deal with. So that makes sense that perhaps, those are the few decks that have been struggling against. On the flip side of that, still doing relatively well. So, I'm pretty excited to see how this ends up being played when we do jump into the action.
Yeah, I mean, the Death Rattle Demon Hunter, as I said, has its own struggles, right? If you find yourself facing down something like the Peasant or the Priestess or whatever else, like there's really no answer for the stock list for Death Rattle Demon Hunter to deal with that board. You kind of just have to tap out. But that's not always what's going to happen, and at least you have some advantage when it comes to trading, because obviously your death rattle boards tend to be very sticky. But I mean, it's still only a sub 40% win rate against aggro druid. The druid, I think this is the kind of matchup you want against aggro druid, honestly, out of Yharnam, right? The sort of multi-control list, because those are we saw it previously with the warlock, but anything that has very powerful minion clearing, and especially anything that has healing on top of that, is able to typically endure the waves that come out of this deck. And after a while, they do run out of cards, right? Like, actually fairly quickly, especially if they don't find Greybow, especially if they don't get kind of lucky with Squirrel Acorns. The supply of bodies dries up for the Taunt, and then it's trivial for a deck like Libram Paladin to take control. That's why we've seen it banned so much, I think.
Absolutely right. I think that it is probably one of the few decks that does perform pretty well against it. And like you said, as soon as that arsenal begins to run dry, as soon as the hand has been completely depleted, that's where we do see the druids fall down. So they have to be quick. They need to win within that first six turns if they don't really have at least a lethal amount of damage put into it, or at least finishing off the game, or one already at that point. They do begin to really struggle there. And especially with Libram Paladin, Paladin's got a lot of healing cards available into the deck and really put in some pretty big monsters right off the back here. So, and it is going to be something that needs to be taken into account. We are going to be jumping into the action now. It seems that all the dummy matches have been played. The players are warmed up and ready to roll. Our spectator is into that particular mind of it as well. It seems it's going to be the Demon Hunter up against the Paladin there. But of course, you know what? We do like to make you wait just a little bit longer while we get everything's ready to roll here. There's a few things that we need to just iron out. There's still,
That's all right.
you know what the idea when you think everything's rolling just as well as you want it to be, or jump into the action. Of course, sometimes there is a little bit of a hiccup though, but I think we should be relatively soon as we're jumping into the match. The mulligans are being played down right now. It will be, of course, Yarnum who's going to be first off the bat. That does mean that Zevos will be able to use that coin, and it is going to be, like I said, that Demon Hunter up against the Paladin.
Yeah, the Caster Curse is too powerful even for our spectator client right now, but don't worry, we're only missing the opening turns. Doesn't matter that much. Shmeely and Aldor Attendant coming out. I'm sure that reducing the cost of all Librams by 1 isn't that big a deal in a deck called Libram Paladin, right? Does that matter? Is that good?
I mean, is this literally the right meme right now from Star Wars that you're throwing at me right now? Should I be like, I'm like, you're literally playing Bad Bean, I'm just supposed to like look and stare. At this point, like, unfortunately you can't see me on camera because we're watching the action, but I would literally just be staring you down right now with a slight little smile in my face while you keep on yelling right at me.
Being a little facetious. I mean, look, like I said, we haven't gotten to cast this deck yet, but if you're like me and you haven't got to see this deck played on stream, this is a heavy control deck, right? Based off of powerful Libram spells. So discounting all those spells for the rest of a game, which you intend to be a long game, is terrific. And not just because you suddenly have a 4/5 on board that's going to refund you a Libram with its death rattle. So never mind the control game plan. One of the best ways to keep your opponent busy is just make them deal with a huge minion as of turn 2. Thanks, Coin.
It's pretty big out there. That's also one of the things that we saw when Libram Paladin really began to like come into it. Was at the start of the which particular expansion deck was it? It's on those Scholomance. Scholomance is what really really brought Libram Paladin into this massive sort of meta in terms of that there, and really began to do that. The idea is you do put 2 minions on, you make them very tall in terms of what they'd be played with, and then of course you get towards the late game with a couple of late game insurance, and of course extra healing as well. So on the other side of things here, the Demon Hunter though does is more of about throwing out that extra damage. They're getting their members down early. It does have typically a lot of ability to be very quick off this bat. Zevos, I'm looking at this mana curve right now. It is relatively nice in terms of what he's able to put out, but at the same time, he's got a lot of the big ticket items, the end game stuff coming into the mix here, and I don't think this is initially what Zevos wants to have. You want to have a few more of those extra buffs come into play early, and of course you want to make those minions a little bit bigger, nice and quick. Unfortunately, he's going to be sitting down on that hero power, relying on that reinforce just to get a bit of an extra board into the mix.
Yeah, the first couple of turns have been tremendous here for Zevos, right? Like getting out the early tokens, getting the buffs on them, using those buffs to trade proactively, looking good. But then unfortunately, yeah, you can see how much Zevos' lineup is twisted towards countering heavy aggro, right? Double Libram of Justice in hand, a card that not all Libram Paladins even play in the last couple of weeks of our tournament. But you can see 2 of it on board. Unfortunately, not looking so great in this matchup, right? Because you're against this, again, OTK, late game Demon Hunter. I don't know whether or not the sort of buff power is sort of turn 7 and 8 curve. You can see here Lady Liadrin into Varian already in hand for Zevos, whether that will be powerful enough to overwhelm the heavy lifesteal removal we've seen come out of these Demon Hunter decks. But if you don't, you can rest assured that in a couple of turns afterwards, Yarnum is going to be going for an OTK, and that will be enough damage, as we've seen, to kill you from full health and above. So Zevos in a tough spot here, thanks to these awkward sort of wrong matchup draws really hurting the clock.
Yeah, I completely agree in that sense. I mean, the idea that, yes, Zevos would like to get those minions out a little bit bigger and stronger, it is still a relatively slow deck in comparison to the aggro decks that are really dominating the field at the moment. And of course, this probably just plays into exactly how this Demon Hunter deck operates as well. You can see Yarnum's quite happy to continue just holding on to deck right now. The fact that he doesn't have to worry about, of course, these ridiculous amounts of damage coming out from the minions that still need to be buffed is probably playing exactly into Yarnum's plans, and he's just happy to continue to hold on, discounting these cards and waiting for an opportunity to really delve out that power that we can see the Demon Hunters do.
Well, even bother, yeah, it gets the attack off first. It even has the lifesteal weapons, the Eldrachi Warblades. It's going even deeper on the self-healing than the previous sort of combo Demon Hunter list we saw. So that seems to be the theme of the day right now. If you are expecting a field of nothing but quest warriors and a smattering of druids, even these spell damage decks, right? Like the quest mage and the quest shaman, they aren't OTK decks. They tend to whittle you down a bit first. So having the ability to quickly heal yourself back up is one way to counteract these decks and make it a lot harder for them to find big lethals. Don't blame this deck for coming out of the woodwork.
Well, we can see that Zevos is still, continuing to slowly build up. Seems to actually have a pretty wide board in terms of things. Of course, they're all 1/1s, but to be honest, these are pretty free-generated items that have been coming into, or free-generated minions that have been added onto the board here. And that's literally just from that hero power coming into the mix. So big ticket items. Of course, you can see the Varium, the King of the Stormwind, just chilling out there, waiting for the chance to Lady Liadrim and the Liberator of Hope. I mean, we're slowly making our way towards the later stages of these turns, which means these cards will have their opportunity to shine. And Yharnam's still just building up for the time being. So Zevos is probably a little bit worried about perhaps where Yharnam's sitting in terms of finding those pieces of the puzzle to actually get that OTK. But at the same time, he's still waiting for their own big payout as well.
I mean, I think it's an interesting point. This is not me browbeating you just to score points here, but I think it's interesting that you say that these are free Silverhand recruits, right? Like they're certainly free in terms of like they don't cost you a card, which is often what you're considering, right? I'm going to run my opponent out of cards, sort of, but like, or you're putting things onto the board and they're not putting things on the board, big tempo win. But with just how efficiently a deck like this Demon Hunter can clear minions and can heal back damage that is lost, it feels to me less like that's free and more like it's an opportunity cost. You only made a 1/1 Silverhand recruit instead of making a bigger minion, instead of producing a faster clock. And now, even though you get to beat down a little bit harder here with all these Hellfire Warders, you have to feel a slight sense of foreboding that Yharnam's been able to fill your board with 1 power tokens, and you're still, a turn of attacks away from getting an actual kill.
Well, that's the thing, right? You know that something's really close towards the end when this Mac Theridon does come onto the field as well. That means Yharnam is feeling relatively confident. Of course, has an eye beam available. Has, of course, the Eldritch Warblades to go straight to the face to really buff up and get all the HP back that he just lost as well. You can see the eye beams starting to come down now as well. The life still bringing him back to 10 HP. He's got 7 attack as well, which goes straight to the face as well. And you can just see it right now. It looked like he was low, but really it was just a little play on this. He says, you know what, don't worry about that. I'm just going to use all my abilities now. I actually bring myself back up to pretty much relatively full HP. I mean, 21 is pretty close in my opinion. And that being said as well, we'll have a giant Mac Theridon on hand as well to really put him into a short play.
Yeah, and this is the true cost of taking a couple of turns off to play Paladins. Obviously, Zevos would have done more if more was there to do, but this is just a very awkward matchup for the Libram Paladin deck and an unbelievably awkward draw. As you said, finding not only your high cost legendaries you really can't do anything with for most of the important turns of the game, but this double Libram of Justice, which likewise is terribly inefficient, basically useless. Now it's going to find a use here, obviously helping you mop up the otherwise enormous Mag Theridon, but that's not like it's not a Mag Theridon deck out of Yharnam. That was just sort of a way to buy time and force you to have something. And now I presume we'll see progress towards that eventual OTK with Ilgnoth.
Well, the other thing as well is that he didn't actually. You can tell right now, Yharnam, I don't think that was the draw that he wanted to have.
Yeah,
he wanted to get a glide. I don't think he's seen a glide throughout this hand. Yes, he's sitting on 2 right now for the time being, which is really a rough
glide or a Skull of Gul'dan.
Yeah,
all of the draw cards are missing here.
Exactly. He's managed to have a pretty decent turn where he played the Mac Theridon, he bought some time, but Zevos was able to deal with it here, and now Zevos is really beginning to put extra damage into it. I mean, he's got close to lethal here in this next turn.
Yeah, I'll admit, I completely blanked looking at Yharnam's hand. I was looking at that Mac Theridon play like, oh, well, this is surely, now that you've dealt with this is all the tempo you needed. But you're right, there's just only a few more sort of minion clearing focus spells in hand. All of these Furies and Chaos Strikes are a little bit different to the quest-based list for the combo we saw before. I'm not going to say that they're the reason we haven't found the outcomes, but both Demon Hunters have had a little bit of trouble that we've seen today actually getting to those key draw spells, and this time it looks like Yharnam may end up suffering because after those couple of really strong looking turns, just has to take a couple of turns off, and talk about tempo hits.
I mean, look at that talent and Arcus. This is not what Yharnam needed. He needed the draw cards. That's what he needed, and unfortunately, wasn't able to actually grab those. And that does mean that it seems that he's going to be struggling just a little bit. I think Zevos now it's just a matter of course he should have lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, there's just this is the wrong order to draw your card. You know, we're talking about how Zevos sort of drew the wrong cards for the matchup. These are the wrong cards for the matchup likewise, right? Like, I guess Immolation Aura is solid at clearing away Divine Shield, but unfortunately, yeah, you're gonna...
Slowing it down, Bell Barrage is coming in.
Okay, we're able to partially clear, but now you're desperate for a glide, just begging for one, and there's still 13 cards left in deck. I suppose 4 of those are draw spells. At this point, even Jace Darkweaver would be welcome, I guess, as like a source of clear. But yeah, that is not the kind of trade you want to take, even with the life-stealing Warblades holding on there. Zevos still can deploy the Libram of Hope, still can deploy Lady Liadrin, so it's been an interesting sort of sequence of plays, but in the end we found our way to the turns we described sort of in the late game, but not quite the end game, where this Paladin deck looks mighty, and Yharnam, unfortunately...
That's not what
you
want.
That sucks. Just hasn't had the combo finish we expected, right? Like turn 10, you're like, around this time by my watch, I should be 36ing you to the dome with my sick combo. And instead, you are conceding the match.
Yeah, that's definitely rough there for Yharnam. I mean, he was obviously making work with what was available in terms of what was actually top decked and drawn there, but just to not get your Skull of Dance, to not get your Glides, to not get anything to really let you draw into what you needed to actually close out that game is definitely a rough feeling to be in. I imagine every Hearthstone player has been there before. I definitely have been as well. Sometimes you're just hoping for that top deck that's really just going to change the entire tempo of the game. And unfortunately for Yharnam, that was not going to be the case there. So Zevos will be able to come on top there with that Paladin right off the bat. So that means that that deck has been retired, which means we are looking at what's going to be available here now for Yharnam. To be honest, yeah, that Druid's still pretty strong.
Yeah, but I think this is the matchup that Yharnam is going to find easier, right? Like, this is Zevos got the easier win out of the way first, I have to believe. I think that these two decks are geared basically to bully the Druid and the Warrior on the basis that almost everyone's lineup is going to have one or the other of those decks, unless they are like minds with Yharnam and brought all control. And so this is something I've talked about before, right? In lineup strategy. In this tournament, if you have one deck of your opponents that all of your decks can beat up on, and all you have to do is not ban that deck and not let it beat you, and you win. You win every time, right? Because they have to win with all the decks you don't ban. And so it doesn't really matter that you lost the control mirror or the slow deck mirror to a Libram Paladin, as long as all of those sort of awkward removal spells that ended up stranded against the big mins or inefficient against their board mop up the smaller, wider Druid boards.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that there. But still, I mean, with the aggro taunt Druid, it's still pretty effective in terms of what it's able to do as well. But I think, like you said, those particular Paladin and a Demon Hunter build does have a lot of tools on deck to survive through most of the onslaught of the Druid here. So he is going to be really relying on Zevos to actually high roll. He's got 2 matches to do that as well. So it is definitely something that can still be added advantage here for Zevos if he's able to get essentially all the cards in hand, the right curves, and be able to put that sequence into effect. And we have seen with the way Zevos does play, it seems to be very controlled. I mean, he's not second seed for no reason. He does understand what he needs to do, and perhaps we'll be able to actually put a little bit of the gas off, and his early stages of the game if he realizes he's not going to have enough of an arsenal to find the win directly. Perhaps slow down that tempo and wait until he does have enough things on hand to actually push for the win.
It does take a lot of experience to sort of see that opening hand, or see those cards, kind of just grit your teeth and plow ahead. As Zevos did there, and sort of, take out the game regardless, to take advantage of playing to your outs. You also have to recognize you got a bit lucky there. I'm sure a player, of their quality recognizes the uphill battle that Druid deck must now face. So I don't know whether that means sort of mulliganing very aggressively for a particular high roll start, or whether you can try and set up something like the Watchtowers or whatever to try and counteract the cost reduction mechanic of the Demon Hunter deck only has the cost reduction here, I believe, on some of the draw spells like Skull and the Discovery cards. But nevertheless, just sort of finding the right path that can bring you victory, as he did there, finding the outs.
Absolutely. I think one of the things we do need to take into account, I was talking about the idea of finding a glide. Glide actually not being played by Yarnum in that initial deck as well.
Okay.
So he's got Skull of Gordance.
Yes.
That never came. That never happened. He never got the opportunity to actually throw out that Archaos cards over there. So that's something that he missed out on that actually going to draw. Typically, you normally would have drawn at that particular point as well. But unfortunately, for him, they wasn't able to get, again, those draw cards that was necessary to allow him to actually be in a position to take it out. That being said, there as well, we need to take into account what's happening here with the players. Thank you very much for your patience as well. We are just, waiting for them to get ready to make sure that we can bring you the show that you deserve. And of course, there's a bit of pressure here for them as well that you have to deal with, the fact that you don't want to be knocked down to that lower bracket. Of course, there's going to be a lot of strong opponents waiting for you there, as that has generally been played most of the way through. If you want, in fact, let's actually just bring up that bracket as well. I just want to have a quick look at what's been happening across the board here, just to have
You've done it. You've managed to cause the game to start merely by mentioning that. Well
the
done.
bracket.
Your power is surpassingly
my power is just amazing. That's it. Look, it's just amazing in terms of what we can do. As you can see, Addicted waiting there just in the wings to make this play happen as well.
The instant you say bring up the bracket, they click start match.
I don't know why. Okay, look, it's just that my power of my caster comes into the play. It's what can you do? Look at that. The game's ready to go, guys. Are jumping into that match. I think I'm a bit surprised by it, aren't you?
A little bit surprised, but I'm more surprised by Zevos' ability to just drop it's such an incredible hand here. It really has a ton of options, right? The turn 1 Peasant, and potentially you can coin out a turn 4 Greybar if you don't sort of use it earlier for the tempo play, but I can't imagine many stronger hands out of the Druid list, at least in a sort of generic sense.
What we can see, you said was happy to drop it, happily just putting it in that Druid of the Reef, getting that taunt 1-3 right off the bat there as well.
Peasant behind it, nice.
Nah, it makes sense there. You can really see what he wanted to do there. He wanted to actually just be able to get the Peasant in along with the taunt. There's no real way, I don't think, for Yarnum to
Immolation Aura is a way to clear it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Oh, not going to use it. Okay.
To think about that. Perhaps wants to save that. Because, I mean, look, you look at that. I think 1 damage for 2 minions twice. You want to wait for him to actually have a relatively wide board, and then you use it before he gets the opportunity to buff it.
Yeah, for a lot of players, it's essential to kill the Peasant because, the extra cards the Druid draws are going to be too hard for you to clear away, right? But if you think about it, you let them draw the cards, you let them spend the mana to summon those minions, and then you mop it all up anyway with Immolation Aura. So, in a way, you're getting a better trade in terms of resources by allowing them to play into your AoE clear. It is a bit of a risk, though, right? It's not like that's perfect logic in every single case, but Yarnum's willing to take the gamble because, I mean, to be honest, most of this deck is removal. So as you can see, they're easily getting the clear, even holding on to that aura until later. And, it's back on Zevos. How many times can you repopulate that board? Greybow is going to help, but sort of, in most cases, you want to have a board put together first. So it's hoping this Bone Chewer Brawler sticks around.
Yeah, you can see with that Bone Chewer Brawler was obviously been able to spark the fact that Brawling increased attack power came into play there with the Guardian Augmentation, so a nice little combo coming into play there, giving the Divine Shield at the same time. And I completely agree with, Yarnum happily to trade away some of that HP in order to actually let Zevos build up a board, because of course, with that removal that he has, it's not just a matter of him using removal to get rid of wide boards, it's also the fact that removal gets his HP back. It's a more efficient trade to let it play out like that. But of course, Zevos doing aggro taunt druid things, immediately putting out that damage as fast as possible, and of course will use that hero power just to go straight to the face as well, perhaps looking to conserve some cards as well and a little bit of ammo in the process.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about this though, where this is probably the big turn for Yarnum. Do we go for the clear? I'm sure we will, because we're coming on turn 5, right? That's Greybow turn and Arbor up turn, and that's why I almost wondered whether or not we would see the coin save to deploy one of those a turn earlier. We decided to go for the sort of even earlier sort of commitment, running out that double 1-drop turn 1, but once that got basically immediately cleared away, you're left in a position where you've had a couple of pretty dead turns, and now we're going to be strong for a turn or two as we run out these top-end plays in the Taunt Druid deck. We can already see starting to run low on resources here, and fortunately these treants look like they're going to stick around for long enough to gain the benefit of composting, but even so, the deck's already slowed down a ton. Yarnum with plenty of life still in hand, and beginning to assemble the combo.
The other thing as well for Yarnum is he was actually able to get a Skull of Gul'dan this time around, so that's something at least that he was in that sense of things there, which is pretty nice. But like you said, having the fact that you have got, the Zevos there able to have at least one of the tree ants to get a little bit of benefit should be an advantage, because still it's a pretty oculous position to be in. 14 HP. There are definitely still some options for a little bit of rushes to come through, or some form of buff on multiple minions. And if you don't have a way to clear away that board effectively, you can find yourself at the barrel of a very long board doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yharnam's being diligent, right? It's not like you didn't clear the minions so far. Just sort of like playing this sort of deck, it's very much like that quest warlock, right? There is a degree to which you have to be happy to allow your opponent to build a board on you and damage your life, because otherwise, why are you playing all this self-healing? Why are you playing all this AoE clear, right? If you're determined to never let them play into that stuff, that's meant to be your deck's advantage, is that you can afford to fall behind these decks like Warrior and Druid that are relying on dominating the board, because you bring the special tools to help, haul your way back into the match in the late game. And Yharnam now with a little bit of an awkward sequence, because obviously there's a ton of tools in hand, but none of them line up tremendously well against this 4-3. You're probably not in danger of an immediate lethal, but you don't want to sort of have one more dud draw and find yourself in a spot where you really can't come back. So, these turns... Actually, it seems like we may have had another connection issue.
It could possibly be the case here as well. I think maybe time's just taking a little bit longer in terms of what's happening there, so maybe we just need to...
Okay, we just took our... We're just taking our time?
I mean, yeah, probably what seems to be the case here as well. I think just one of the things I wanted to discuss as well, that maybe was a pretty awkward position to be in, because, like you said, maybe you don't want to use those specific resources, especially if it ends up leading towards something else. You want to actually hold them on for that OTK if available.
Yeah, no, we've definitely...
definitely have a disconnection.
Meanwhile, in the future, there are 2 legendaries on the board for the Demon Hunter. We're clearing away some sort of giant druid army. And it seems like this may... If this is not the lethal turn, it may be the next one, if Magtheridon has anything to say about it. Yeah, the Hearthstone client, not perfect when it comes to spectating, but this Demon Hunter deck does seem to have the success rate that you want.
Well, you can see right now, like you said, a lot coming through there. The extra little life spill coming to will bring up Yharnam to a good twit, and that is a massive amount of damage that the Magtheridon is able to pull out there as well. So he's able to actually put that down, and I think you can see Zevos is looking for solutions here for the time. And I believe, we're going to get to see our beautiful faces while we do get this one fixed up. But the Grey Barrel has been placed down. We've got a number of taunts have been put into place here as well. Zevos is throwing down that Peasant to hopefully get some extra cards here and maybe find an answer against this giant hand that Yharnam has got available at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Yharnam, this is a deck that has even more top end than the other Demon Hunter list, the quest list that we saw, thanks largely to Jace Darkweaver, right? So even more legends in hand. This is like an overwhelming advantage. Grey Bow, I mean, it is an engine that can beat up other Demon Hunter decks, like the Death Rattle deck, but this deck doesn't need to win on board, nor does it need to win in a hurry, right? The big guns, the combo kill, even just the giant minions you can see there adding up, right? 12 damage a turn from Magtheridon, 8 damage a turn when you factor in the trigger of the lifelink, and that's all it takes. Yharnam just dealing a more than lethal blow to Zevos there.
And this is what we're talking about, that idea of being able to navigate your way through the aggression of the aggro taunt druid, especially when you are a player on that upper end of the brackets, or not the upper end of the brackets, just the upper end of ratings in general, does allow you to have a bit of an advantage up against it. A lot of people have figured out the sequencing that is going to be available from the aggro taunt druid. There's so many games have been played over the past 3 weeks, not just in this tournament, but just on the general ladder. You do have the ability to figure out these different decks effectively. And like you said, he does have what seems to be the arsenal in terms of deck selection to deal with it. So things now looking a little bit rough here for Zevos, who does need to still win with that aggro taunt druid, but does mean now that he's facing down the barrel of perhaps what's going to be a secret Libram Paladin, and that's going to be very rough to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, right? It's just Yharnam's... That first win for Zevos was a big morale boost, but this is where the logic of Yharnam's cruel deck lineup comes into play, right? You have this poor underwhelming aggro taunt druid with such a miserable win rate, of course, across all of our qualifiers, having to go up against big scary control decks 1, 2, and 3, and yeah, I just don't really see a lot of easy ways out. Have to hope for a great draw and great plays from Zevos.
Yeah, completely agree on that one as well. I mean, we do still have that extra game still left to play, so pretty happy to see when they do come into it. Waiting for these guys to jump into it as well. I believe they're just getting a bit of chance to get themselves ready to play at this point. So waiting to see how that does come into it, and to see what's going to come into it. So yeah, we'll be getting that into play just for the time being. I was thinking about just bringing up the brackets, but you know what? Let's wait because last time I brought up the brackets, they just jumped into the game. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm going to just chill out.
Okay, production.
Production,
We're gonna
guys,
say
guys,
go to brackets, but don't really go to brackets. We're just
don't
saying
go to
to get
brackets,
the
right?
players to start
Yeah.
game 3. All right,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we're going to go to the bracket now to see where the players will stand after this game 3. Okay, it's not working, but look, realistically, one of these players is going to be,
Look at the
I
brackets.
believe, our winner's final, right? Don't need the
Correct.
bracket to tell us that. So
Correct.
that's already a huge deal. Very likely we're going to see one of these. Actually, no, sorry.
No.
They're one
Actually,
step away.
no. So look, Addicted's waiting, right? Addicted is waiting for the what's going to be the outcome of this game. Okay,
Yes.
so that's one of the big things we need to take into account here. On the flip side, I believe we do have another one waiting down below as well. So I think that is the KJ. Let me bring that up for just a second there. I'll have it there. JJ. Of course. So JJ's waiting in the wing as well for the next player that needs to come into play as well. So that's going to be interesting to see what it is going to be. Actually, no, so JJ is waiting for Zevos and Yarnum. Addicted is going up against Chris69, who we did see at the start of this particular battle as well.
Getting through
so Chris69 has been making the way up throughout the tournament, which is expected. We have seen it as a relatively high player. And I believe we do have the start of the next round coming into it to decide who's going to push a little bit further coming into it. So waiting to see. I think we're actually having just a quick dummy though to make sure everything's okay. So we're just waiting to see what's going to be happening here. But looking at the brackets and the way things have been happening here, JJ, pretty excited to see how this guy gets to play. Hopefully we do get to see him in the next round come into that play because we haven't had an opportunity to see him play. Is rolling, of course, that Demon Hunter, seems to be a Quest Hand Warlock and a Quest Warrior as well on that list.
So lots of players bring like sort of our upper bracket players seem to be unified in the idea that you want to have, if not 2, then 3 control lists, but some of them are still on the the raw power of the taunt aggro druid or the quest warrior, and it's great to see both like strong deck variety in terms of how players are building these classes, as well as a variety of lineups and like lineup philosophies. It really shows that maybe these nerfs have done their job and kind of unsettled the meta or balanced things out a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see what actually makes it all the way to the finals. Of course, all those players we just mentioned are still in the upper bracket, so even if we do, say, miss them in their upper bracket preliminaries that they're playing right now, they will have another chance to be featured on stream once they fall down to the lower bracket, where the competition is even more fierce. Right now we can see our friend Rangborb still fighting it out to advance, along with some of the other players we've watched before, and no doubt one of these players, as soon as they get into their deciding match, will be continuing on in the more dangerous side of the bracket.
That's a big thing here as well, because we still have a bit of the upper bracket to play through while that lower bracket's still fighting down in the dredges. So hopefully these guys can find a way to get themselves back. It's kind of like a little bit of a gulag fight down there, isn't it? I guess you could say. A bit of a thing to see if they get themselves back into this game and make their way across. But of course, with it all being said and done, though, I mean, we are still playing what is going to be the response. I mean, JJ's waiting in the wings here for either Zevos or Yarnum to make it into play. Chris69 and Addicted are playing up right now. I believe they're going to jump straight into that action and start some play there. So excited to see how these guys do come out on top as well. Addicted has looked very strong throughout this tournament, really just making a quick work of the most of the competition out there as well. He's going to be piloting what seems to be a Quest Shaman, the aggro Taunt Druid, and the Quest Warrior. So really playing to the strengths of the competition at the moment. But that does mean that perhaps if Yarnum is the one to progress a little bit further, Addicted might fall a little bit under the pump or the pressure here. Chris69, of course, has a bit more of a, I guess you could say, controllable deck as well in terms of the choices coming into the mix of things. So we might get to see here the control decks really begin to shine up in these higher brackets.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case, although we start to get into sort of the sub-meta, because if you whittle everything down to just these control-heavy lineups, then we start to see, as we saw before, and sort of the duel between that Demon Hunter and the Paladin, right? It's like who who is better in the matchup between the slow decks, right? You can tech extremely heavily with all these lifesteal AoE removal spells against, you know, something like the Druid, but then can you beat up on, you know, a Paladin? Can you beat up on a Quest Warlock? It's interesting to see those matchups we haven't had the time to explore as much, but it is worth saying, right? Addicted, it might be a tough matchup against Yharnam if that comes to pass in, say, Winners Finals, but there has been an announcement by AEL that this qualifier, because of the, I guess, the size and the intensity of competition, will yield an additional qualifier slot, which means as long as Addicted makes it to Winners Finals, I believe both of those players will be guaranteed to advance. Because you can't come worse than third from Winners Finals. So no matter what happens, if Addicted gets in over Chris 69, guaranteed qualification, otherwise still has a shot, can cruise through the lower bracket, just win another game or two. But these players are already, you know, quite incredibly close to stamping their pass through to the finals.
Exactly, yeah, that's pretty big deal actually for that to come out as well, for the fact that these guys can actually have a chance to make this play come across as well. So really excited to see that there's an extra slot coming through for the New South Wales side here. We have to be honest, I've been seeing some pretty intense competition, so I'm a few of the other conferences might be a little bit coming into it. We have been just told now that we might be able to jump into that match here as well. It seems it has been progressed a little bit further than we would have expected here, just because of a bit of a technical delay. But I believe we should be jumping to the action shortly.
Yeah, we're joining right in the middle of this match, right? Like, it couldn't get sort of much more tense at the moment. We're seeing Zevos putting together a surprising fight through the middle of the game, right? Still scrapping to control this board. I would have expected by now, if you're not dominating as the Druid, you might be in a bad spot, but freeing that hapless handler from the inside of a bloated Cobra leaves you with still quite a difficult board to clear. That being said, as we keep reinforcing, this is the matchup that Yharnam's lineup is built for, including this deck. No doubt the tools in hand are up to the task, and with 26 total life, as we're already up to 7 on the curve, you have to be favoring the Paladin.
Yeah, he's looking to be in a really good spot. This is typically where normally the Aggro has either done enough of the damage to really just allow him to close it out, but as you can see, 26 HP, a lot of big cards still in hand as well. I mean, you can see there's going to be the Lord Barov, also has the that Libram of Hope ready to roll to get that extra 8 health, and of course a summoner that through that Guardian. So Yharnam's looking to be very, very comfortable in this matches here, especially if there's no crazy swings, no crazy plays coming out of Zevos within the next 2 turns.
I mean, that's one of the things about this Druid deck, unfortunately. It doesn't really have crazy swings, right? Like, I think that the craziest swing would be if you were somehow not able to clear these last couple of minions. You got to have like sort of a 3 or 4 wide board hit with double composting, maybe draw a ton more cards and have some sort of late game resurgence, but you are playing in a multiple board clear Librams. Like, you can already see, you see Barov in hand, right? Always a danger sign for aggro decks, especially ones that try to buff up their board. You draw the Park Panther, which is sort of the Mr. Smite of this Druid deck. It's burst finisher, but again, we're nowhere near to the stage of the game that we need to be for that kind of card to matter. And the Taunt Druid deck is now facing down some considerably larger Taunt minions like this Devout Pupil, which has to get rid of before it can start even considering going face.
Yeah, and that's one of the tough situations as well for the Taunt Druid. If you haven't won early, well, you're pretty much out of luck at this point. As you can see, he has a few cards in hand there. Oracle Loon coming into play as well, which is a nice card to have a little bit earlier. Perhaps the Peasant might give a few options to draw something into it as well. And it still has 2 coins. It was able to clear away that board, though. Very large in terms of the sense of it here. Even though the Libram of Hope is nice, of course, and it's, at the same time, so is that Lord Barrow. You have to also take into account that typically the minions that are put on board there by the Druid go long, not tall. So even if you do have, you know, a massive threat onto the board, most of the time you need to have an AoE ability to really clear it off and actually have a nice effective play into it. So still not counting Zevos out of it just yet, because of course was able to clear that board away, deal a little bit of extra damage at the same time, but it's definitely not looking good as Yharnam's now continuing to use these Librams of Wisdom and buff up that Knight of the Anointing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of false hope, really, a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, because you can say, oh, we'll manage to clear the board away, but like, you are meant to be the aggro deck, right? And that wasn't a board clear and I hit you in the face for 7, or a board clear and I've still got all of these. That's sort of, we traded off our board for their board, but you're not going to continue to outgun the Paladin in late game trades. That being said, going to use these remaining resources to the utmost. That Oracle Balloon, hugely important here, and probably the best way it could be in the late game, right? The extra minion bodies, probably not that big a deal for Yharnam if you have a Libram of Justice or something to clear away, or just a big enough taunt minion. But being able to buff all of those clone Peasants and even the Treant there with composting means that Zevos is not quite out of gas yet. And this is sort of why the Druid deck is so strong, right? It isn't just that it has those strong openings or that it snookers certain decks for their lack of removal. It's because it does tend to stick around. I still question whether, like, being in this position while your opponent is on 20 life and has a ripe handful of their most powerful cards only just coming into playability is where you need to be to win the game. But certainly it's showing the deck's raw power that it's still competing for board control against a control deck in the late game.
One of the things we also need to take into account here is Yharnam is now on 20 HP, which is definitely not a far cry away from actually being a relatively big issue. But now with all the options here, Yharnam really needs to think through the sequence. You can see a number of options seem to be available. Does have, of course, Valerian the King.
There's the Barrel of Combat, clear the board, guaranteed, right?
Exactly.
City tax.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, later Liadrim as well. I mean, a number of things that Libram of Hope is to buff up. Like, right now you can tell Yharnam is really thinking through all the possible things that are available here. And it is going to be that Libram of Hope that comes down.
Yeah, I mean, as a caster, I also, you never want to call a game over before it is. You never want to count out an experienced player's ability to find a W, but when your opponent is looking at your full board of buff minions in the late game and their response is to just create a minion themselves, like nothing proactive, that is a dangerous look. That being said, this is what...
Yeah, this is scary.
It's a lot of damage.
2 infestations.
Yeah. I mean, this is what Yharnam was sort of hoping to bait out, right? Like, I can only imagine the reason you don't go for your board clear combo that turn is because you want to see what extra resources you can draw out of your opponent to get them to chew through this 8/8 taunt. And then, yeah, okay, maybe you take a bit more damage for it, but that's right, you just healed by playing a previous Libram of Hope. You've got another Libram of Hope in hand, and the more resources you get them to play into this Barrow combo, the closer you are to, say, getting them into fatigue range when all of these Death Rattle Drawer cards go off. The less likely you are to have to face an immediate second full board plus buff.
Well, the other thing we have to take into account here is Yharnam might be playing with a little bit of fire as well. Probably thinks, you know what, maybe he hasn't drawn into those adorable infestations. Zevos clearly has them on hand right now, and if he doesn't actually clear this board, he's actually within lethal range. So let's see what he decides to do. It seems that he's probably going to play the Lord Barrow combo now, clear away, play it safe, which is the way you need to go about it. And that is exactly what he needed to do, because if he was able to go through without a taunt or without some big turn to the next one, he would have actually been really suffering at this point. And as this does mean that Zevos is going to be able to survive. But a lot of minions he still has available, and there's adorable infestations might still be able to come through.
Yeah, I think Yharnam just wanted to wait as long as possible because you know that your opponent is going to have a full hand, like after you kill that board thanks to the composting. So you need to make sure that your follow-up is as strong as possible, that you're sort of, you got to be thinking about the next turn, because you know the board's not going to stay empty after that first play. And now we get to see what can Zevos do, right? They managed to find a great window to land those 2 compostings in the mid-game and play into this strong late-game position. But you're going to test Libram Paladin's ability to actually survive even this far on in what is supposed to be their part of the game, right? There is another Libram of Hope hand, tons of power on board, but a double Greybow is going to be very spooky to try and clear. It seems like Yharnam is pretty much playing for exhaustion at this point. Like, you are just focused on survival and you trust that things will work themselves out, but there's no guarantee that they necessarily will. I don't know if there's any way to repeat this with Barrow effect. You need to find a Libram of Justice. I don't think any of those have been played yet this match, but there's only 10 cards left in the deck, so you have to imagine they'll be found soon if they haven't been played.
What's also scary about this is he's got a taunt up as well, but as long as he's able to get through that Variant King of the Stormwind, he should be able to actually buff a pretty damn oppressive hand in the next one. I mean, look at the fact that he's also got, as you can see here, the Encumbered Pack Mule as well. So if he's able to clear away these Razorman battle cards, we'll be in a much better state here. But I think
don't know if that's possible.
Free. Yeah, I think it's basically free on the side of the stage. You can see he's able to at least put a Divine Shield back onto the Variant King. So they're going to have to force Zevos to maybe use a little bit more of that health HP to get rid of it.
Just one more minion, most likely. I mean, look, the fact that you don't remove the battle guards isn't that big a deal, right? When your opponent has 10 mana available in this deck, they can probably play their whole hand. So getting your taunt minion discounted isn't really a big. The big deal is that I guess it's a minion that sticks around to attack, which is potentially more damage that can be pushed if you're able to clear this variant. But I mean, variant's a lot of stats of taunt, right? We are eventually going to hit our face into it for 8 damage, just because I guess, you know, Zevos understands the amount of pressure needing to kill this minion. Absolutely worth keeping one more body on your own board if it means dealing 8 to yourself, because the tempo is all that matters now. 5 cards left in the deck. Fully aware that this is probably the best window you could hope to have at this stage in the game against Libram Paladin. Puts the money where the mouth is and the damage where the face is. Now what can Yharnam do? Still no Libram of Justice.
That's definitely a rough feeling here for Yharnam. You can see he's looking it through.
Can just Libram of Hope and make him clear another giant taunt?
I honestly think that will be what he needs to do.
It looks fine.
He's got such a long board now. He can use another, you know, another representation. I mean,
Oracle
the nice cards to have, but like, yeah, it's a bit rough here as well. We still have 5 cards in deck as well for Zevos here, trying to figure out what he's got available here. But it looks like it's going to be the Aldor Truth Seeker instead.
Yeah, I guess the thing, like, it's only really 2 points of life that's the difference, right? Like, it's still a big enough taunt to trade with everything else. Now you get to play Carriel Roam, so just having more ability to pressure and clear the board, just taking away some control from your opponent, and of course discounting Liverance, because you maybe have to actually figure out how you're going to do some winning yourself here, and you would like this Lady Liadrin to be the impact play you want, and that generally requires 0 cost Liverums of Wisdom, so we're going to buff the hell out of our Warhorse here to make sure that it can trade, and just get the maximum proactive clear, not just relying on one giant taunt, because who knows what could happen there. But it's still pretty impressive. That's where one of the Grey Bowels is hiding. The other one, I believe, is under that Razormane Battle Guard. So, yeah, you just don't have any real hope of breaking through Zevoz's line, I don't think, here. Especially just minion-on-minion action. But what you can do is keep stalling things out, right? Especially after that self-damage you took on Zevoz, trying to hit the Varian Rin with the hero power. Exhaustion will be a factor, assuming Yharnam holds out.
And you can see Zevos right now is also trying to think of the most clearest ways to get rid of those taunts. Of course, those taunts have been slowing him down time and time again, and that does mean he's going to be able to go back to the face again. Probably understands that Yharnam has a discounted Libram of Hope in the next player as well that will bring him up. So he's actually thinking right now, do I want to go for the face here, or do I want to just actually get rid of what's going to be an effectively strong board as well? It is building up over time.
Do you want to trade in this Razormane Battle Guard that has a Grey Bow inside it so that you can keep rolling Grey Bows? Because it's not even necessarily about like the taunt on the Grey Bow or anything being important, but you really do want to be able to generate those stats so that you can trade it into the board. Like, you have to go the hard way about killing this paladin, right? And there's only so many turns left to do it. Trading as much as possible actually seems like one of your better plans, assuming it's on a minion that, you know, refunds itself a turn or two later. But our board state is very full right now, and you know, Oracle Balloon is both a blessing and a curse in ways.
Really?
Well, we can see now for the time being that the Alliance Venom is going to drop down as well, just to, you know, give a little bit of extra oomph to the next minions that come into play.
I cannot wait to read.
Zevos here, though, for the time being, is probably thinking through that next plan of attack, and Yharnam now is just emptying the hand. I mean, a lot of things coming down into play. Libram of Hope now also back up to 20 HP, a giant minion now on board. And of course, Lamagogol Prime with the ability to shuffle in a little bit of extra oomph in towards that late game as well, starting to come into play. And Zevos now must be starting to feel it, because he's up against, or he's looking down the barrel now of a very long, strong board, even a buffed up Ancient Guardian as well at the same time. Lady Liadrin's still going to be sitting there as well, just for a little bit of late game insurance, but Zevos now needs to continue finding ways to clear the board.
Yeah, I mean, this has been so much more of a game than I really anticipated it being, but unfortunately, like, this is sort of the spot that you expect to end up, right? Like, one way or another, the Druid list just doesn't have enough power to constantly fight through the tremendously more valuable and powerful Paladin cards like Libram of Hope and push face damage through all of the healing that's generated. It just isn't really mathematically plausible, and you can see even Zevos, you know, again, willing to take a massive face hit. All that matters is breaking through these taunts, but now you have to worry about everything else on the board as well that might kill you. Generates the Grey Bowels again, which I guess gives you a buffer against that, but I mean, Lady Liadrin can come down at any time, and even though a truly admirable effort's being made, right? Like, just squeezing every drop of juice out of this aggro Druid deck. In the end, it might be Zevos just ending up completely squeezed as we see, okay, City Tax, probably not what you needed to see right now. I guess it's a nice bit of life and clears away some of the Marsteel Cubs, but surely we're getting close to the point where you just drop Lady Liadra and fill an entire hand with Libram of Wisdoms and, like, you know, create a giant taunt. I guess we're out of taunts.
Yharnam's still looking very comfortable. I mean, he's on 18 HP. I don't think there's anything way to really like.
Actually, I mean, this hand is not the best.
Down. I mean, yes and no. Unless out of the blue, like you have to really you have to be really concerned about a massive buff on the minis coming through. I mean, only 3 cards here now available. Sevis, like you're saying, is super squeezed in every form we could possibly imagine.
Yeah,
right? It's got coins, it's got everything else on the field.
Okay.
It's only got 4 effective HP at the moment as well. You can see a lot of the buffs now coming across here directly on just a lot of things happening.
It looks like we're going to focus on clearing the taunt Grave Owl so that your opponent is forced to consider, like, I think maybe those giant face hits have really cost Zevos here because, okay, we immediately refill our whole hand with, well, we get the Librams back as well. And, okay. I forgot that Libram of Hope counts as targeting a friendly character when it heals you, so actually, just forget all about that. The game was never in doubt.
I told you he was looking very comfortable.
Look, I knew that there's really, like, no way ever this deck would lose from this point. I just, I didn't realize that was exactly how good that was. So, yeah, never mind. I thought we'd get a bunch of buffs back and clear the board. Actually, what we'll do is just completely full heal and also just, like, tape a kick me sign to the poor Druid deck that's been, you know, gamefully playing on and on and on through increasingly dire situations. And, you know, I'd love to see how much damage total Zevos has dealt this match. Because it's just all being healed back. It must be like being in, you know, training mode where your opponent's health bar just refills immediately after every time you hit them. But unfortunately, you know, the stakes are real in this one. It is not a scratch match. Forced to trade in our Priestess at this point. There's not that many more minions left in the deck to dupe, and it got the Greybow buff, so we must recreate that taunt because Zevos has even burned through, you know, their own life as a resource at this point. But it's just hapless. Look at all the Librams in hand here. Yharnam, just the indestructible protector of justice right now.
I mean, yeah, it's just ridiculous what he's got available in his hand, and at the same time, it's yeah, he's looking at it. He needs to get through, of course, those 2 Grey Bowls, but there's only 2 decks in hand here for Zevos.
He's gonna wait for the cards to kill him.
Squeezed, like you said, and in a complete way. That Arbor up, ideally, you want to be playing it early as a bit of a finisher here, but Zevos just never had that opportunity, and you can see he's beginning to, of course, give this McGurgle as much as it wants. Oh, this McGurgle has everything it needs in order to stay buff as well. He's going to continue just to build up one hell of a hand and one hell of a board in the process of it. And then, of course, throwing down the Librams of Hope here just to say, you know what, there is no hope for you, Zevos. It's all on me at this point.
Librams of Hope brackets for me. Yeah, just we gotta be specific. The hope is not unilaterally distributed. You have no hope. I have taken your hope and recorded it in this Libram for later use. I'm beginning to suspect, Mendrix, that we saw the Librams of Justice used like much earlier in the game before we tuned in. That's probably why the Arbor Up didn't have a chance to come down. It's really hard to Arbor Up on turn 5 when your board gets melted. And yeah, I mean, we actually saw that the Druid decks put up a hell of a fight, but in the end, like we kept saying, it's really hard to win this matchup. This is an entire lineup of decks drafted specifically to destroy this Druid menace, and you can only ban one of them at a time. Zevos having absolutely no luck against the other 2 here.
Oh, this is just really rough. You can see right now, like he's like, "Yep, sweet. I'll finally start to completely finish off these Grey Bowls." I mean,
I guess I'll heal my first Libram of Hope with my other Libram of Hope. I'll play a 3/4/5 Taunt Divine Shield, of course, while your opponent is like scraping. Their draw for turn is a 2/1 that has no text at this point. Maybe you shouldn't be drawing a card here, but yeah, I mean, you have 30 life and your opponent has 6. so you're not really concerned about exhaustion as a factor either. And in the end, it just took a little bit longer than expected, but finally, the Liber and Paladin deck does what it does best and runs the opponent completely out of value. And I still got all these 30-odd power of Divine Shield Taunt in your board, 30 health on deck. Yharnam, you know, what were we worried about?
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking at this boy. He's just happy. Like 30 HP. Yeah, he's looking pretty happy with this. You can see Zevos
you're allowed to concede at any
like
time.
Zevos is just hanging on now for the sake of it. He knows
There's
he's got
shame
nothing.
in giving up.
Yeah. He's just like, no, I will play this out. I will see. Maybe there's some hope.
What if my opponent disconnects? Huh? Yeah.
True, right? You never know.
Never considered. What if their phone melts from all of the spells they've been casting? Game's been going on too long.
Crazier things have happened, Pard.
Crazier things have certainly happened.
But Yharnam's looking very strong there. A very beautiful looking paladin there. I mean, look at all that vibrant color that's coming through on that selection. I think at this point, Zevos probably realizes I'm beat. I mean, you can continue to chew through all these members here, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you continue to kill these Grey Bogs. I think you're going to run out of the fact that they're no longer going to be summoned in anymore. And they have tremendous value. You can really see what these Grey Balls are capable of doing. I mean, they have pretty much provided as much as they possibly can in terms of this match here. But I think Yharnam is still looking very comfortable. You can tell he's still thinking about it. He's like, maybe these Grey Balls might have a little bit more gas than I'm expecting. But I think there's no more minions that can come into it. There is... to be only there, you can see Zevos is saying impressively done with everything that's come through, and he's realized that there is just no way for him to finish this game off.
Yeah, Grey Bow, I mean, mathematically, right, in a card counting perspective, that's been true for several turns, but I mean, Grey Bow is strong, right? Definitely. 2 Grey Bows, tremendously great. But, what's better than an inexhaustible supply of 4/6 taunts is an inexhaustible supply of 9/9 taunts that also heal you for a third of your max health. And, this match was like the definition of going over somebody. Like, so this is your big brother who's like 10 years older than you, like coming home, putting a hand on your forehead, you're just windmilling arms trying to punch, not even able to reach the guy. This is why we have weight classes in fight sports. Like, this has been ugly for a while now. And both players.
I think it's been so ugly. I think that we've glitched.
It seems like we may have actually had the DC glitch like mid-match. Either way, I think it may be mathematically impossible for this match to end in anything other than Yharnam's victory. So I'm prepared to call it. We can sit here forever and look at this board.
I mean, we could sit here. I mean, like, is it really a win if we never see the end of it?
What if we go to the bracket and we check the score?
I mean, like, it's that whole, like, tree in a forest. Like, if a tree in a forest falls and it doesn't make a sound, did it actually fall?
Well, if you and me we can agree that it made a sound.
It happened. Yharnam was able to come out on top and take that in there. So, pretty good in that sense.
2 Grey Bows fall in the forest 100 times over 50 turns. Did the Druid deck lose? Yes, it lost.
Yeah, it did. It
Yharnam's
definitely
in winners
lost.
prelims.
Well, we do have a little bit happening across the board. We are going to bring up the brackets once again just to see how everything has played out. So as we can see there, JJ will be going up against Yharnam. Hasn't been formalized, but I guarantee you that is going to be the situation there. As we can see there, Chris69 is going up against Addicted. Again, not formalized, but definitely is the situation here. So just to let you know what's happening. And that does mean, of course, that we're going to be going to a relatively long break now. So just letting you guys know that if you want to grab something to eat, get yourself ready to roll, we're going to be moving to a long break and then jumping back into the action directly after that. So please do not go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a fantastic break. I know I definitely did. So we're all ready to roll as we do jump into what's going to be the winners' finals. And as we were discussing before, whoever qualifies with this one here, or essentially these two have already qualified into the next conference for the state finals directly afterwards. So it is going to be JJ and Chris69. So a massive congratulations right off the bat for qualifying into the state finals. But that being said, though, these guys still need to play for some positioning, still need to play for a little bit more to find out, hey, who really is going to be the king of the hill for New South Wales. And I'm excited to jump into it. Bard, how did you go this break?
I feel much refreshed from that. Just got to sit back, think a little bit about the matches that we saw earlier, take a look at the matchups coming up. Like you, I think I probably spent a little bit of time studying, like, the qualification, who's in, who's not, what the possibilities are. And yeah, both these players are already through, confirmed. We are handing out an extra invite today because this qualifier has been like so intense, so many more entrants. It only makes sense that the players have had to work harder to get this deep in the bracket. But like our grand finals in previous qualifiers, there's still bragging rights and, as you said, seeding to play for. So these players, I'm sure they're still giving it their absolute all, even though they have both already excelled themselves today in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. And well, now what we get to do is just sort of wait a little bit. These guys are playing out a bit of a match right now to make sure they're warmed up and ready to roll. Funnily enough, they are playing on Demon Hunters, which they've both banned out respectively for their bans here. So that way we know everything coming across there is definitely them just having a bit of a fun friendly before we do get into the serious matter. But that being said, Chris69 is going to have access to his Quest Warrior, and at the same time as well, he's going to have access to his Quest Shaman. On the flip side, Jay is going to have access to the Quest Hand Warlock and the Quest Warrior. So both of them bringing two heavy hitters in terms of what they have available at the moment and what's well known in the current meta. But of course, what's going to be the X factor is definitely, I feel like, Quest Hand Warlock, which hasn't had much play today.
Yeah, it doesn't, but it was definitely sort of the dominant deck of last week's qualifier, really showing its chops, almost like a prelude to all of the control we've seen run amok this week as other players have jumped on the bandwagon of trying to counter out these aggressive lineups. And I think that Warlock is the deck we're probably about to see, because if I was JJ, yeah, I would not want to let Chris sneak the Warrior deck past me, right? Both these players brought the Warrior deck, which seems to be honestly pretty cold to these like heavy control decks. So you can ban the Demon Hunter, but you can't ban the Demon Hunter and the Warlock. And that means that as long as JJ keeps picking the Warlock, you can secure yourself this exact matchup. And I feel like this is going to have huge implications for the set. If Chris can somehow rush down the Warlock deck, catch it with a slow draw or something, that's a massive dub. Otherwise, you've already put this Warrior deck away, and then all you have to do is win the mirror. And from these hands, it's looking like a slow start, unfortunately, for Chris. Has the quest there, but mulligans into, the Shiver Me Timber is not the ideal one drop, and Cargo Guard, a very sort of slow and defensive card, maybe forced to coin into a 3-drop Pirate on turn 2, which, I mean, at least you have the coin, but it's not the ideal usage of that, So instead, we're going to be... just draws the 4-drop Sword Eater as well. Quite reminiscent of the slower Pirate hands we've seen, hamstring a few players earlier today, and just exacerbating the woes that we've seen with this deck. Does deploy the Cargo Guard, so, to find the silver lining, we at least get that down nice and early. Armor already being generated, but you're not really concerned about your own life total. You're watching that Warlock life total go up and down, just easily life tapping, charging up that quest. And of course, we also know that if there are any Flesh Golems in hand, those are going to be charged up as well. Flesh Golems still in the deck getting charged up. This Warlock deck is powerfully synergistic and just purpose built to dismantle these sorts of heavy minion based aggro decks that don't have a lot of reach. So
I say not a lot happening there. Also using that Soul Rend nice and early as well, just to grab in there, burn a few extra cards at the start of this and progress that quest a little bit further as well.
Exactly. The Soul Rend, I mean, that's almost earlier than I really expected, but glad to, I guess in that case, you fire it off, you get a bit of value. You want to use it as much to destroy cards in your own deck as to destroy your opposing minions, and I think JJ's realized what a dominant position the start of the game's left a bit is sort of proactively Soul Rend like that.
Well, as you can see now, just continuing to get the other things on the board here. I mean, looking at it, we still can't really discount Chris 69 for the time being as well. Another backfire being played out here by JJ. But what I really want to discuss here, of course, is that on the flip side of things here for JJ, he still at least has the rest of the Crest Warrior in place. He's got 36 effective health, which still needs to be chewed through by JJ. And he still has an arsenal of pirates yet to make their way onto the board. So even though JJ is looking pretty good in terms of the way he's progressing at the moment, Chris 69 is not too shabby either.
Yeah, I mean, like we saw with the Druid deck, you'd be surprised what some of these like supposedly very aggressively slanted decks can pull out, you know, even on the back foot, but it's not where you wanted to be, certainly at the start of this. And this is sort of, I mean, this is not exactly how I expected the matchup to go, but this is the kind of advantage I expected the Warlock deck to have. So we see, yeah, Chris just pushing everything to face, understands face is the place, that's where, you know, that's where the hope lies, but you know, even though the Flesh Giants are not yet, you know, properly discounted, you still have options like this Goldshire Null, like that Anatherian Outer Hand to help control the board and just massively outclass these Pirate Warrior minions.
Well, everything else is happening on board there. You can see now finally the Goldshire Null is being played as well. So basically that massive value that you do get from discounting your cards from the loss of life, or perhaps from using of course getting to an extra draw, or those extra cards in hand is starting to play into effect. And they have taken Chris 69 down a fair peg in that HP, now at 25. That is a very mean board that JJ has built up.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly right? The Warrior deck is also, you know, like the Druid deck. You're meant to be the one with the tempo. Your opponent's meant to be playing catch-up to you every turn, not full clearing your board and healing themselves and hitting you with an 8-6 on turn 5. Like, by turn 5, we're well past the Warlock deck, like, turning the corner, as they say, in control aggro matchups, and that's always a very grim sign when you're on the beatdown side, as Chris is. But, you know, not giving up by any means, trying to work your way through the stages of this quest. Obviously got to make sure that this Dreadlord does die to protect your own life total is some sort of priority, which the Shiver their Timbers will take care of. But yeah, the Mulligan situation was incredibly rough for Chris. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I mean, look, at that point, I didn't really get the best chance to see what this is, but you can see that it has affected his actual chance to jump in there and make something happen here. So that you can see he's behind the curve. He's still trying to get that quest still completed. I mean, up to turn 7, that's typically when you see it starting to get close to being completed, but I really feel at the moment he's struggling because he needs to skill those supplies and get more pirates onto the field. But JJ pretty happy to continue soaking up a little bit of extra HP. Is going to raise some debt as well, just to continue progressing that press line and get a few extra cards in hand.
They really should call this deck like Bargain Warlock or something like that, because everything is discounted with just the perfect stream of discount Dreadlord, discount Null, getting Anatherian back for another play here. We got the fully discounted Flesh Giants now available. We got the discounted Baron Scavenger now. It's just like at every step in the game, seemingly, there is another giant free minion ready to be flopped out onto the board. You know, along with every other, you know, piece of removal or control you could like. And yeah, JJ was under absolutely no pressure this game in terms of being able to, like, dedicate every turn to setting this stuff up. But man, it's brutal when you look at it from this perspective. An unstoppable board on the side of the Warlock now.
Looking so strong continuing to move forward as well. So pretty excited to see how this one continues to draw out the line. Chris 69, he still has 23 HP, has a decent hand on board. That Defiance Cannoneer is finally in hand as well. Captain Rokara can allow him to get himself back to play, but I really feel like he's going to need it.
Yeah,
never
here
mind.
We are.
Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Wind Fury granted there. I mean, this is a card you don't always see played out of these Warlock decks, but they can afford to play it just because they draw so many cards. And that's the exact situation that you're holding it for. When you do get a slight tempo advantage, you're giving your opponent a chance to see whether they can come back into the game or take, you know, another 30 turns like we saw in that Druid Paladin matchup. You are ending the game on the spot, and damn, yeah, the Warlock deck
that was an explosive finish when you really looked at it. I mean, to be honest, his HP just blew up as soon as everything dropped onto the board there. So a bit of a worry here coming across. I mean, it's a bit rough when that does happen, so hopefully we can find a little bit more of an advantage across there, but we still have 2 games that we need, well, one or 2 games to play out in this next round. It hasn't had to decide just yet, and again, we have seen some long matches, notably what we had before, especially when we did have a bit of a long, drawn-out match between that Secret Libram Paladin and, of course, up against the previously before it was escaping me, the Druid. The Druid able to eke out a little bit of extra efficiency, but we should be jumping back into it now. It seems it's going to be that Shaman up against the wall, the Warrior again here. JJ now looking to finish up with this Warrior to get across at least a nice quick win against Chris69. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, and so far, if you're JJ, you're feeling very happy. Your lineup is working exactly as intended. You have brought 2 Warrior smashing decks. You have smashed your opponent's Warrior with the one that was not banned. So, fortunately, because you didn't fully commit, as we saw, as a Yharnam to bring 3 Warrior smashing decks, your opponent will at least be able to take solace in the Mirror, which, in theory, they have a decent chance of winning, as you'd expect, but they do also have to get past you with this Shaman here. I'm not certain about the Shaman going up against the Warrior. The matchup isn't, I think, as pronounced as some others, but I feel like the Warrior is favored.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of when you look at the metadata, definitely it does have the Warrior a bit favored, but we have seen times when the Shaman has just easily overcome the Warrior, especially when they do get some pretty decent high rolls. And right off the bat here, it is pretty nice to actually, of course, get those extra Notha Zappers out onto place there immediately. That does mean, of course, you do have a decent curve coming into it.
Yeah, this is an absolutely insane start, actually. And look at how aggressive this setup is out of Chris69. The Wind Fury in hand. Going to have full opportunity to play that if you want, unlocking the Mana Crystals with the quest flip there. And yeah, this is what happens when you draw your cheap Overload cards as the quest Shaman. It's absolutely bonkers. We're already onto the 3rd step of our quest here on turn 3.
And this was now just a flip in reverse here. JJ had a really good run at that first start here, but this time around, you can see playing that South Sea Captain, at least you were able to complete that first set of the quest here, but Chris69 is just ahead of this curve, and he's probably looking pretty happy. He does, of course, get that Whetstone Hatchet as well as a bit of a weapon to do something, but ideally, I mean, you don't want to be using that at this point. It is obviously going to be a bit of the slower weapons that comes into play.
Yeah, and he finds the Devolving Missile. So if you wanted to evolve this pirate, you can. I don't even know that that's worth bothering with.
Yeah, he's using it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, it's obviously a very good minion for the pirate deck to have, and more importantly, there's nothing much else to.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, turning it into a dormant minion. Okay.
That's actually really nice. I think JJ wouldn't mind that one that came across there. So the Devolving Missile backfiring a little bit here for the Chris69, but of course he still means he gets tempo, and he's managed to deal him down to 12 HP. So JJ needs to find a solution now, and he's going to be looking for it with that Stonemore Anchorman. He's going to have to go for the attack here. Yeah.
That's the thing about this Warrior deck, like, even more so than the Druid, this one really does not have any tricks in it. Like, in terms of sort of bigger tempo plays they can make that kind of punch above their weight and can recover from being behind on board, you really only have Rakara, which you need to complete your whole quest for, which takes you most of the game. So, getting absolutely mugged at the start of the match like this, like, I think JJ even had a better hand than Chris did, but it did not matter because Chris's hand was absolutely, completely insane. Like, top 2% of Shaman hands there, just dismantling the Warrior deck almost immediately, and that is a lightning fast game 3 coming up, Mendrix.
Yeah, so quick. These guys really do want to just go for a quick one and say, hey, just let me be in the finals. I just want to see what's happening. I've already qualified, so I don't mind really at the end of the day what ends up happening here. So very quickly, these guys are jumping straight into the action. We're already moving ourselves back into that next game as well. Of course, this is going to be the Warrior Mirror now, and it's all about that high rolls.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit lesser, right? The Shaman, you saw how high the ceiling was on the Shaman deck. I don't know if the Warrior deck even can be quite as explosive. Like, nothing is quite as painful as sort of overload card, unlock my Mana Crystals that are normally the drawback of my card for being such a high tempo play, and do it again, and then do it again. But, you know, granted, whoever, you know, someone somehow bricks their hand on low-cost Warriors, again, as actually both players have done. I've got to review these deck lists, because I feel as though they're very sort of stock, normal lists. They're mostly full of 1- and 2-cost pirates, and yet, or 2-cost pirates at least, we just cannot seem to draw them at all here.
Well, as you said, that Chris69 does manage to pick one of them up, so it's going to have that one. And does throw that in. Yeah, exactly. For the first time, the reverse Caster Curse comes into play. But doesn't mean that they are going to be pushed up now. We can see here JJ is going to be using a coin to see if he can make their way back into it as well.
Both players are actually running the Lord Barrow of Rancor combo. You can see the Barrow of already in hand there for JJ. So that is one way to recover the board against an opponent, especially if they're a little bit slower than that absurd Shaman curve we just saw. So that'll give you a little bit of reassurance if you're JJ. The question is like, how much do you try and play into that, or do you simply, play your normal game versus trying to let your opponent overextend into Barov?
Yeah, it's hard to say what is the play here. Personally, I haven't really worked out the specific sequence because I haven't seen too many Quest Warriors go up against each other in terms of what's the play. But I imagine really you just keep as much tempo as you possibly can and you look to just nail them out before they can force it out to you as well. End of the day, though, you do have to keep everything relatively within that mark there, because I understand that you need to sort of keep that control in. I imagine the first thing that Chris needs to make sure he does is take out that device cannoneer, because the amount of value that it just generates is insane. You can see that attack is going to be focused onto that as well, and even seeing bringing that Rancor as well.
Yeah, interesting to see the Rancor deployed early. I mean, not that it was a bad time to play it at all, but that's got to be a small relief to JJ, right? Because, setting up your opponent to Rancor with Lord Barrow must feel pretty bad in the mirror match, and having seen your opponent drop theirs might make you a little bit more confident about deploying the Legend yourself. Of course, with plenty of other cards to play, which are mostly Pirates, that's priority number one. It's a race to see who can finish the quest first, and so far JJ is in the lead.
Well, is hovering right now that Defias Cannoneer as well, but is actually opting in for the Bloodsail Raider. Is going to give that little bit of an extra attack here, but he's going to finish, of course, that next set of the quest line, and we'll be pushing across there. Nis needs to do one more to secure the supplies, that should be looking pretty good. We'll also use up that blacksmithing hammer at the same time with a bit of cutting glass to get a bit of extra offensive out of that, or extra cards into play, and also just clear away one of the minions available, losing a little bit of HP in the process.
Yeah, I mean, this is easily the closest match of the three we've seen so far. Both players kind of taking it slow right now. We're seeing the variance in draw that's causing some of these difficult games for the Pirate Warriors. Neither of them really experiencing the true bottom end here, but it's not just sort of a seamless easy curve or something as explosive as that Shaman quest where you just throw a bunch of spells out all at once and sort of have the game half won. But this is a great start by JJ, getting to now amass a small board. Might be able to force the barrel out from Chris here by next turn.
Yeah, I can see here, and he just needs to drop something in because he's continuing to lose that HP. It's 26 to 17. It's just too much happening. He's going to drop that Defias Cannoneer as well this time, so that's going to be some extra damage to start clearing away the board. As you can see, there still has access to that Blacksmithing Hammer and wants to deal with one of these members of minions. Is actually going to be able to take one of the shots here available onto the Bloodsail Raider, and is going to finish it off there as well with the Fogsail Freebooter.
Yeah, I mean, on the whole though, this is looking pretty solid, right? You're seeing your opponent use their Blacksmith Hammer, use their weapon hits, use their direct damage to hit your minions. I mean, when you're playing a beatdown mirror, that means you're winning pretty much. Like, you have forced them to react to you. They are wasting resources to stop you from killing them instead of killing you faster. And generally, that's the kind of lead that snowballs, especially when you're not even able to get a full clear. Mr. Smite not helping things either. And now Chris finds himself on only 8 hit points. That being said, you've already seen your opponent's Mr. Smite, so their biggest source of burst damage available has kind of been spent already. Draw your own copy there is pretty much a good look as well. The question here is, can you stabilize from 8 lives to try and take advantage of that? Because it is a tempo loss to play Mr. Smite and not win immediately.
Yeah, I agree on that sense as well. You just want to really just put that extra damage out right off the bat there. JJ smelling blood and wanting to keep that extra tempo and that lead in their favor. But you can see Chris 69 thinking this one through. He's going to pop down that Lord of Barrow just to get rid of it, to get some extra value out of that Fogsail card that was placed beforehand, and also throwing in a taunt just to remain stable for the time being. But with the cargo guard drawn here, JJ does have options to begin actually dropping down a number of extra little bits here to get that HP back up. And even though Chris 99 is in a stabilizing phase, JJ seems to be in a solidifying stage.
Yeah, I mean, you took the opportunity to roll out your Mr. Smite there because it was on curve. It does progress your quest, and it forces your opponent to do something like that, like Lord Barrow, that isn't progressing their own game plan, either killing you or completing the quest. Even though it seems like the momentum's slowing down a little bit for JJ, it's all perfectly calculated to get you over the line. Captain Rikara is a lot of late game gas. You still have your own Lord Barrow in hand as well. And I mean, the Mr. Smite means that I'm not completely counting Chris out yet either, but JJ is just sitting exactly on top of this mirror since the early game and really dictating his opponent's moves.
So he's actually going to use a little bit more of that HP just to get the board advantage back into place here as well. He's going to also use securing supplies just to get that control and get into that Captain Makara. Immediately plays it out as well, and is actually taking a bit of a risk here by using up that HP and drawing it out afterwards, but at least that gives him a bit of a tempo advantage to perhaps close this out, of course, with that Mr. Smite in the next play.
Yeah, look, no, I like it. You somehow beat your opponent to the punch there, Chris. Like I said, this is almost... This and Mr. Smite are the two big tempo plays for the Warrior deck, right? Where you kind of like steal a turn ahead of your opponent. Mr. Smite, obviously, because you just close the game out a turn earlier than they expect. Captain Rikara, because you're able to just generate so much value and a lot of stats besides, right? You've already seen your opponent's Mr. Smite, so you're not really afraid of getting bursted down by that. And so, yeah, Chris pulls the trigger here and makes the play that might be able to turn the game.
That being said, JJ now really beginning to think through the next sequences here, is probably thinking, okay, I can't actually kill this Captain Rikara right off the bat here unless I play the Lord Barov. If I was to do that, I would have to hit my own champion into it, or my own character into it, so I'd take a lot of face damage. Who knows if he's got Mr. Smite in hand? There's just so many different things that might come down to it, and you can see playing it safe, he's actually going to conserve as much HP as possible, realizing there's possibly going to be a Smite play coming on through, and just going to build that board up, forcing Chris69 perhaps not to go for face here in the end here, but actually attack somewhere else.
Yeah, but in the end, you have enough damage between... Like, it was the correct play for all the reasons you explained, right? Like, you sort of figure, well, I'm not dead unless they have Smite. If they have Smite, I die even if I hit Rikara, because I take the same amount of damage as Rikara hitting me. So what I should do instead is preserve my hit points from anything else and, make my opponent trade with me to avoid lethal. But, unfortunately, Chris69 does have the Smite. Golly, if you're interested in playing Quest Warrior, Pirate Warrior at all, go back and watch the tape on that mirror. I have no idea, almost, how we were able to see... Chris catch up from behind on board, behind on life, and behind on Pirate Quest completion, and somehow overhaul JJ in all three, but that's what happened.
It really was, I believe, that turn 7 that turned things around. It was a risk that Chris69 took. He basically said, look, I can continue to sit back and just lose this game out because, of course, Captain Rikara will come out first. Or I can take the risk on the hope that, hey, he's already played the Mr. Smite, he's already played that, he doesn't have any other extra damage abilities or cards in hand, and just drop everything down right now. And if he doesn't have it, I can actually take advantage of the tempo and win afterwards. And that is the case there. It was a little bit of a risk play coming across there, but it ended up paying out extra dividends. And it does mean that Chris will be proceeding forward into that next round.
Yeah, I mean, the early Mr. Smite play out of JJ obviously made it easier to make that difficult, risky call, but, I think maybe that was the critical turn, right? Just not having anything else to do with your mana for the turn and sort of feeling pressured to use your Mr. Smite early. That is a bit of a tempo loss, just to ensure you're doing something with that turn, that you are curving out and putting on maximum pressure. But yeah, it shows the kind of strictness of the pirate game plan. You must be able to deploy your pirates in sequence, on time, ahead of your opponent, or there's not really a lot of other ways to make up the ground you lose.
Completely agree on that one there. But that being said, though, I believe, why do we have to speculate, Bard? Why not just get it directly from the horse's mouth and bring one of the players in and have a quick interview and see what's happening?
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have one of those lined up after?
I think they're still connecting at the moment.
Right. Well, we'll see if we can set one of those interviews, because, of course, as we mentioned, both of these players are actually fully qualified through to our finals event, right?
Correct.
So either of them, it was obviously a very rough loss at the end there, but in a very close match for JJ. Still in this tournament, obviously dropping down now to the lower bracket finals, which is sort of the lower bracket itself is still being played out as we speak. But both of these players, we can ask already for their thoughts on how the tournament went and where they're going next, because aside from bragging rights and seeding, the important ticket to the finals stage has already been won.
Yeah, I completely agree on that one there. I can see that, Chris is just sitting there with us at the moment, but not sure if he actually has access. Chris, can you hear us? Are you there? Hey, welcome. Welcome. How are you going today? How are you finding the tournament so far?
So far so good. Starting off strong at the moment, undefeated right now. But I honestly did not expect to make it this far, if I'll be completely honest. Tournament thing, not like I thought. I thought it would be much harder. Not to throw shade, but you know what I mean.
No.
It's
You're one of the few players we've seen so far who's sort of quite high ranked on the normal Hearthstone leaderboards, which is not to say that the other players aren't, playing seriously or using sort of tournament quality decks, but you've clearly put in the hours in this meta game to give yourself a strong chance.
yeah, I did because the meta's looking pretty fun at the moment. So I thought, I probably not a bad idea to invest time on the game with quite a lot of variety.
Well, that's an interesting thought there as well, because one of the things that we've been finding is a recurring trend is obviously it's very aggro-centric at the moment, but of course we're finding the pendulum starting to swing towards control. Is that something that you're also feeling as well, or do you think maybe this aggro trend is going to stay for a little bit longer?
There are definitely going to be a lot of aggro players still, but with the new 2 legendaries, I think, that they handed out to everyone, those are definitely going to shift up the meta like a whole lot.
I think it's part of the reason why you can't actually use them in this tournament right now as well.
Yeah.
So that's something to take into account. I think we did have a bit of a funny moment here beforehand. Where it's still out. Bar, do you have any follow-up questions on that one?
Yeah, I guess what I'll ask is one of the decks that we've seen really kind of emerge, at least for us watching these qualifiers week to week out of nowhere for this week, is this Demon Hunter deck, right? Are you and your opponent both playing variants of this OTK Demon Hunter? Hasn't been played in the last couple of weeks at all, and suddenly everyone is running it, at least in the upper bracket, and both of you banded out of each other's lists. I'm really interested in what you think the deck is good against and poor against here.
I thought that, well, when I locked the deck in, it was definitely against any quest mages, because they are the scum of the earth. And that deck got nerfed, so I'm pretty sure everyone just took that deck off their 3 decks to play. So yeah, but I did get some games with it, and it worked quite well with the decks everyone have been playing.
Yeah, it seems to quite bully the aggro decks, and it sort of just seems like the only times it seems to stumble is if it's playing against something that's otherwise, sort of slow and minion light, where the lifesteal cards don't come into play as much. But it's interesting that, as you said, you sort of picked it out for Quest Mage, and everyone showed up with this Demon Hunter, and there's very few Quest Mages thanks to that nerf. But it hasn't stopped you making the finals, so clearly you take a lot of slowing down.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, we do have one last question for you before we send you back to the green room where you can rest up and wait for your final bout, because congratulations, you have made it through to the finals. The question is, if you were given the opportunity to jump into this tournament again, would you like to see it run again? Would you compete? What's the go?
Oh, for sure, definitely. I think the tournament running right now, it's been absolutely fun and just amazing to play in.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much for coming on board and giving us a bit of your thoughts as well. So we'll just send you back to that green room, because we do have JJ, the person that you managed to try off, waiting in the wings as well, because we want to have a quick interview with them as well, mate. You have a great day, okay?
Thank you. Take care.
All right, well, do you think we're getting that ready to roll? I think JJ's sitting back and he's ready to roll. JJ, you there? Can you hear us? I think, no, he's deafened right now. So hopefully we can get him to get undeafened, and then we'll bring him into the mix.
Love to see us continuing our unbroken streak of just like incredibly reasonable, friendly finalists, right? Like,
I know.
I kind of hope that I wish there would be some sort of in-person event for our final stage, because everyone just seems like it'd be a really nice party. Honestly, just a bunch of people hanging out, talking about card games, being very intelligent. Like,
I think one of the reasons why I'd like to actually have an in-person, like, sort of final tournament at the very end is because obviously, like, the grand prize is a massive amount of decks, right, and cards. All of these guys are going to have these huge deck like these huge packs they can play with. I just want to see them start opening up the packs to see what they get. I reckon that'd be the best part. Like at the end of that, to sort of clarify. Okay, guys, open all the packs. Let's see what you get. Come on, let's put it all through. Maybe they've got everything already. They want to hold on to their cards, but I think it'd be a lot of fun to just see them open everything up afterwards.
Put that in the terms and conditions. If you win, you have to open your cards on stream. Cards. Yeah, you have to, where everyone can see, everyone's just standing around staring at you as you open like 50 packs, click on all the cards one at a time. Yep. Wouldn't become awkward at all. Especially not the people who you just beat to win all those packs. They definitely wouldn't like have any sort of expression watching you do that.
Could you imagine if it's just like, the credits are playing and it's just people just opening up cards in the background?
Okay, if it's over the credits, like I would fade out. You just have that like in the background. You can clearly still see it's just someone opening like 100 packs in real time.
Yes.
That'd be a good bit.
I reckon that'd be fantastic. Rather than I'd be like, oh, let's see what you got this time around. Oh, what do you mean you don't have that legendary? Haven't you been playing this game the entire time?
What? Yeah, exactly. That's why you weren't playing that class.
You
need to have a Australian Hearthstone summit,
That'd be fun.
Yeah. It's a great esports tournament format if anyone wants to lend their house. You got a place, right? You can fit a bunch of esports players in there. Yeah,
probably. Look, it's being renovated at the moment, so it needs a little bit of a touch up. I'll be happy to bring you guys back in for the time being. We're still waiting for JJ to connect. A little bit of technical difficulties there. So before I start sending you photos of my before and after for the renovations, let's have a quick look at the brackets instead and bring everything up there. Oh, wait, no, production is letting me know I have cursed it. Oh, wait, he's unmuted. He's back. Is he back? Is he got? Just bring up the brackets, okay? That's the last time it happened. JJ, you there, mate? There he is, JJ.
Hello.
Hey, how you going, mate?
Good, not bad today.
Good. Look, we're going well. We're loving the games. Very good stuff. How are you feeling at the moment?
I feel so tired because I joined the Master Tour under City last night, and I never sleep for the whole night. I just wake up. I just sleep for 3 hours and wake up for the Hearthstone Open Cup.
Oh, you're a machine, mate. You're just pumping through, and you're performing so well considering that you're actually operating on a little amount of sleep here. I can't imagine what you'd be like once you're actually fully rested. So I think we're getting just half the JJ at the moment.
one J exactly. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, at least you're making you can show how fully committed you are to the game. It's showing in your play, obviously, even sleep deprived. You look like you put up a pretty strong fight there. I actually favored you. I got kind of blown out in our little caster predictions for that matchup with Chris, because I think your deck lineup had the edge there, but it didn't work out for you. Do you feel it was just the draws, the plays, or do you feel that actually Chris's decks have the advantage?
I think that just the weapon a little bit different because he have the 5 mana draw 2 card, and that's kind of combo, and it's just yeah. So that's the way better why he can win the matchup with me. Yeah, I think that's a key point for that. But I think my deck's much better because I have the Burrow on my hand. I couldn't play it. And I can't finish quest on time. If I can finish the quest 1 turn earlier, I can win that.
Definitely, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. We were looking at that as well, and that Lord Barb, like you said, didn't really get the most amount of value that you would have liked. That being said, I do want to get your feelings on the meta right now. You reckon there is going to be a shift coming soon where Control's going to be taking over? Or do you reckon decks like this Quest Warrior will be reigning supreme for a little bit longer?
Quest Warrior. I don't play the Quest Warrior too much. I don't have my Warrior on my deck yesterday. Because I don't have much deck in American servers. I mainly play an Asian servers. So that's why I have my Warrior.
Gotcha. Right. So it's a limitation thing for you right now. So probably next time we do get to see you, probably, I mean, you have qualified through. Congratulations on that. So you'll be able to jump across and make that work. Hopefully that way we actually get to see, your full arsenal and full swing in the state finals.
Yeah. Do you have the next game? Because this I think is double eliminate?
I believe that there are still matches to be played in the lower bracket. You'll have to talk to maybe some of the admins. I believe you've qualified because we're handing out an extra invite for this event, so that's something to take up with the admins for your lower bracket match. But as it stands, it looks like you're in the lower bracket finals against these other players. Who are still sort of fighting it out for the other spot. That being said, I'd like to ask you another question while we have you on the line. You sort of referenced not having the decks here. What decks would you like to be playing if you had all of your normal cards on this server? Like, what's your favorites?
So to be honest, my favorite deck is Quest OTK Demon Hunter. So I plays the most, and I play this like when you come out for mostly 2 years already. I pretty love the OTK deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's something that we know has actually become very favorable as well. So that's something that was like banned away from both of you this round. So that's something that perhaps maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of as this tournament progresses. But we do have one final question for you, JJ, before we shoo you down off to the lower brackets to hopefully fight your way back up and maybe get some revenge against Chris. Just want to ask you, how are you finding this tournament? And, you know, would you jump in to another tournament if given the opportunity to do so?
So this tournament just popped up on my Twitter or on the game client, and I'm pretty interesting because I don't have much friend playing around Sydney because I'm living in Sydney, so I don't have much real IT friend to play Hearthstone with me. So I would like to make some friend by joining this tournament.
Well, you know, Jay, you're more than happy to become my friend, mate. So don't you worry about that. And I'm sure
teach Mendrix how to win at Hearthstone. And
yeah, look, I need help, man. I need some serious help, man. You guys have been killing it. Not only that, if you also good at mercenaries, let me know. There's a certain player I need to actually get one win over as well. So, JJ, with that, mate, we're gonna send you back. Hopefully, you get to see you get through to perhaps have a bit of a revenge run against Chris. If not, we're definitely guaranteed to see you in the final. So, thank you very much, Jay.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant, guys. Well, that being said, thank you very much for tuning in for those interviews. We still have a lot more Hearthstone action coming underway. Of course, we still need to see who's going to be crowned the winner. Chris hasn't got there yet, but he's definitely sitting at the top, and there's still the rest of the elimination bracket rounds to play. So please do not go anywhere. We're going to a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup. Thank you so much for your patience. We've had a little bit of bracket swapping and things happening across the board, but we have our next match ready and available. Of course, the players are just having a quick warm-up match, and let's have a quick introduction for them. It's going to be Andrew 19 up against Homemaster. Now, these guys are both bringing, in terms of the arsenals, a Druid, Shaman, Rogue for Andrew 19. Homemaster's bringing the Warlock, Demon Hunter, and Paladin, but Homemaster's Demon Hunter has been banned away, and on the flip side for Andrew 19, he's lost the Rogue. So, again, a lot of people identifying this Demon Hunter is very strong at the moment, Bard.
Yeah, it's really come out of nowhere, but I guess the nerfs are shaking up the meta just enough. Obviously, some people, as we heard before in our interviews, have kind of been waiting around to play this deck again for quite a while. In their minds, it never went anywhere. So it makes sense that they're up here, trying to play it again. And it makes sense that, obviously, since it's a deck that's been around a while, people are very familiar with what it can do. If they realize that they don't have a good tool against it, they want to ban it out. So I understand where they're all coming from, and it's a good time to be making that kind of strong call. You don't want to take a risk against it, because this is sort of our final really key elimination match, right? Whoever wins this match, I believe, is guaranteed an invite along with JJ and Chris69, but whoever loses is they go home empty-handed.
Exactly the case here as well, and players are just going through their mulligans now for the time being as well, just having a quick look to see what's happening. And it seems it is going to be the Shaman up against the Warlock, so Homemaster's bringing that Warlock, Andrew 19 on the Shaman. Pretty good mana curves here across the board. I feel both of these teams at the moment. Maybe not the best here for Homemaster, but of course, your quest hand Warlock, you don't really care if you have a good hand or not. All you care about is using your life type, losing HP.
Yeah, and immediately having the Soul Render hand as well, sort of, that's your one, I needed this kind of draw, right? Because that's your security blanket against any number of insane overload, jamming, Shaman openings. And now that you've got that, you're free to pretty much sit back and rock and roll. We've got Thames and Rome available, obviously. You got the tour guide there for if you want to sort of sequence out a different line later on, or manipulate cards in hand to make space. You're already discounting that null, ready to help clear the board. Draws into a backfire now as well. So yeah, Homemaster just chugging along. This is what we've become familiar with from the deck. Gonna actually take out. Okay.
Might as well, right?
Minion.
Just throw out that Shadow Blade Sling and get some extra control on board. If you can go for some early damage, why not? I mean, I guess, typically it's just overkill damage, really, because you are just putting down just big and movable objects towards the end for so little value that your opponent can't keep up. That's the whole point of this quest hand Warlock. But I guess if you can hold tempo and just remain safe in that meantime, there are times that you do get relatively low. And we have seen these Shamans have pretty ridiculous damage quite quick off the bat, so I think this is just a little bit of precaution coming through from Homemaster.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where it's it's definitely not a poor thing to do. Obviously, you're preserving your own life total, taking a bit less damage, but on the whole, it's you look at your hands, you count. Well, next time I want to backfire, draw 3 cards, maybe tour guide, life tap, draw another card. Am I going to overdraw at that point? Do I need to free up space in my hand? Because these are the sorts of questions that Warlock players are asking themselves. Actually, just go straight for the life tap, finds a second copy of Soul Rend. And now we can set up an even bigger turn next to it. Looks like we're going to go for our discounted null there. And that's assuming we don't find an even more heavily discounted legend, an Atherum.
You can really see as well what Homemaster's trying to do. Right now, just popping down 2 cards there to burn them. Continue to obviously get a few little extra bits while remaining healthy at the same time. Can't guarantee the kill on the man crick, but you can guarantee the kill on your own minions. So might as well just free up your hand, get a little bit of extra oomph back into the mix.
Yeah, Andrew's so far surprisingly light on board, and I'm not certain whether that's just a determination to deny Homemaster value from something like Soul Rend, or whether it's just about the cards that have been drawn. It hasn't made sense to try and play aggressively, just because we do see some more expensive spells in the hand there. But regardless, it's a little bit different how I expected this match to go, and I have to feel this favors the quest Warlock, right?
I feel it would as well, because in terms of the amount of gas that the Shamans have, I mean, they do have some decent damage towards the late game. It just isn't matching what the Warlock can really do when they get there. And you can see Homemaster now is really beginning to ramp up as well, continuing to, of course, just tap, 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 and use the backfire as well to get a bit of extra cards in hand.
And there it is. perfectly sequenced to draw into the Anatheron and the Null there. Actually runs out the Null first, but it's not going to matter. Raise Dead's there. This Warlock deck just has so many tools to manipulate not only the live total, but also the cards available in hand. Has to decide out, do you go for that immediately? Is it worth it to flop out that other heavily discounted minion? Just taking a moment to think is Home Master. But yeah, look, as you said, if the Shaman was further along in the quest line, I think this would look different because there is a ton of burst potential available when you're double casting all your lightning bolts and other burst spells. But as it is, Andrew's actually quite far behind on that front as well. So Home Master has sort of free reign here to be aggressive and yeah, go for that Raise Dead. Obviously, the Raise Dead isn't the most impressive in terms of what it produces, which is probably why we saw Home Master take a great long pause, but determines it is worth it just to make sure you can play out that discounted Dreadlord bit of extra tempo.
The other thing as well you have to take into account of that is Andrew 19 is running Devolving Missiles. You don't want to put out one of your big ones just so quickly off the board here as well, just to have it get devolved. That's one of the things you have to be concerned about.
Yes.
But when the other thing here is that with the Quest Hand Warlock, to be honest, I think it's just one of those scenarios where it's like, well, is it really that big of a card when everything you've got is big? Let's just be a bit honest here with that one. So that's something that can be taken into account.
Yeah, I call this a normal size minion.
Yeah, exactly. It's just sort
all
of
my minions are this size. You have minions that aren't 8/6s? Oh, weird. Who does that?
Yeah, I don't understand why you guys wouldn't have at least 6 big minions, or sorry, 6 normal sized minions in your deck at all points in time.
A big minion is like Manaroth.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
By Warlock standards. I mean, yeah, Warlocks are just built different. What can we say? That being said, Andrew now starting to make some definite moves on the board. Ends up with that Dormant Phoenix, which I think is a bit unfortunate because you sort of seem, based on the spells you just played, to be committing to the board right now, but you work with what you've got. And okay, what Home Master's got is 2 copies of Soul Rend on deck and more removal, and now a heavily discounted Flesh Giant. So, you know, the world, basically.
Yeah, I feel like right now, if you're going to use a Soul Rend, it would be now. You still have a second one in hand here as well. Otherwise, you know, you're not really going to be able to do any real damage. But Home Master might have a different thought here. The Tamsin Rome was being hovered, was almost placed, but basically chickened out last second. I'm not going to say chicken out, but playing a game of chicken. But it will come down in the end as well. As you can see here, it's going to be that play along with the Drain Soul as well, just to continue open up a little bit extra cards here, getting something back. And it seems to be really just Home Master getting rid of the hand here rather than using the Soul Rend.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways you could almost call that a win, in that, like, I don't know if that was actually the plan from Andrew. I don't think it was necessarily, but you've denied the opportunity to really get much value out of these Soul Rends, which have been, you know, taking up space in hand for most of the game, and not, you know, discounting that Baron Scavenger by destroying cards out of the deck. But it hasn't, you know, stopped Home Master at all. And I guess that's kind of the thing about this Warlock deck. Like, not every deck can really play around it in a meaningful way. And, you know, even if you try to deny them targets, eventually this is going to happen, right? Multiple 8/8s now lining up to beat down Andrew 19 Shaman, as he only ticks over the second stage of the quest line there. Still needs another 3 overloaded cards.
And it just looks rough because you've seen now the repertoire that Home Master has built up in an 8/3 and 8/8. That 8/3 was an 8/6 previously as well. Another big card coming down here on this turn, which is going to be a... I mean, you know what? This is a small card.
The finisher.
Yeah, but this
small
is
card with big impact.
Yeah. Andrew just didn't even let him finish. He said, nah, I'm out of here. Not going to be dealing with it. I can see that you have the no point.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of how we thought that matchup might start, the actual cards that Andrew drew, again, we've seen it happen a couple of times, right? If you don't have the right stuff against one of these control decks, especially the ones that have a very powerful finish like that Quest Warlock does, like, you know you're on the clock and it's just not good enough to be, you know, sort of stumbling from random burn spell to random minion like that.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where you've got gas, just drop it in there, make it happen. At least, you know, perhaps you might force your opponent to buckle. They might make an incorrect sequence. This does mean it can lead to a win, but we're jumping straight into the next match here, and it looks like it's going to be Home Master's Paladin up against Andrew Shaman once again. So let's see if Andrew has a bit of better luck this time around now against the Paladin.
Yeah, a brand new matchup, at least for this tournament series so far. You know, we haven't really seen Paladin played too much on stream, but it has looked very solid in that one match we saw earlier. Actually close to it, yeah, like a dead even win rate or close to it against these Shaman decks. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, having just a little bit of a client glitch experience. Do you have any data relevant to this matchup deck wise?
Right at this moment in time, no, I did not, but I can see the Muller game seems to have come in, and we do have a little bit of extra stuff coming across, so maybe we're not glitching, we're doing just fine. But that being said, that we will see Homemaster drop down that Night of the Anointment. It's just a pretty typical spell there, just wants to grab a few more holy spells at the same time. A nice easy mana curve for Homemaster.
I cannot wait to read this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get back into the game myself at the moment, but it does look like it's a pretty even matchup statistically. So, and that makes sense to me, right? Because we've seen both these decks can go big in the late game. Both of them can have some fairly explosive early boards. So it makes sense that there would not be like a necessary clear favorite among them. But yeah, it's a decent start for the Paladin deck, certainly.
Definitely at the moment, you can see just continuing to build up those, and that's typically what the Paladin will do. Just we've said it once before, just build up one or two very tall minions, throw them on the board there, force your opponent to deal with them. As you can see, Andrew 19's wanting to keep them off the board, stopping them from getting built up. This also presses that quest line a little bit more. Also has that Panther down at stealth for the time being, so you can get some little good value out of that, whether it's towards directly to the face or to get rid of one of the bigger cost card minions available in Homemaster's hands once they do make their way onto the field. But it is just going to be a nice little quick turnaround here as well for Homemaster. He's going to say, yep, I'll just go to the face here. Nothing else that I can play, because the cards, even though they have been discounted, are still extremely expensive. The only thing he could play is that Liberator of Justice, and even then, that's not something that you want to be dropping onto the field randomly. Andrew 19, though, happy to continue to keep up this pace there.
Now he might be a bit more
out this yeah, you can see what he's done now. He's just taken out one of the small members and keeping his Jungle Panther there alive for an extra turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's good sort of normal play, good board control stuff. The Shaman deck, you know, kind of slow rolling it right now, 'cause it's not that many Overload cards available in hand, actually. You can see a lot of ways to sort of produce Overload cards, but, you know, so not getting the quest done any further at this exact moment. Get the Nova Zapper, so we have the option to go to 3 out of 3 here, depending on what investment opportunity pulls. The coin's still in hand, so you imagine that this is like what you've been saving your extra mana for, to at least try for this. Brukan is seemingly very important.
Well, the Novice Zapper seems to be the next play here for Andrew. Just thinking about it, just a bit of a hover for the time being. Hasn't decided to place it down, but of course, you know, when you do just get an overload,
maybe it's landslide then.
You might as well just jump it down as well, and that is going to be put onto the field.
Yeah, the reason you would go for this first is because you're not following up with the card draw. So landslide seems inevitable, and is Homemaster's board succumbs to the damage-based wipe.
Well, the Warhorse still alive. I mean, it had a Divine Shield, so of course it's going to be able to remain in play, but not really the strongest mini you want to have on board there. Of course, Liberator Wizard still going to be available. Hand of Adal might be the play here, and it seems that is what's going to be coming down along with Liberator Wisdom. So just looking to buff up again, make a fairly decently sized minion off the back here, and will throw out the Devout Pupil as well, and just continuing to build up that board, maintain that pressure, make sure that you're remaining safe until you hit that late game that we know the Secret Liberator Paladin has in spades.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit. We've seen the late game power of this Paladin, so I'm sort of tracking the Shaman damage, and obviously, you know, double spells for the rest of the game is mighty stuff. But I am still a little bit concerned at the relative lack of progress. Devolving missiles all hit the same target. What's that actually devolved into? Karma. Wow, there are some weird random rolls today in this tournament, I gotta say.
No, that is definitely a tough feeling there as well. I mean, to get a 3/4 that can actually be shuffled into an Karma Prime, Homemaster's probably okay with that. Of course, this does mean there's going to be a bit of extra damage coming in through, so it is a bit of a double-edged sword there, that evolving missiles, but still, I think Homemaster's not going to be scoffing at the fact that he's got an Akama that can become an Akama Prime later on.
Yeah, you can choose to look at it, you know, negatively if you like, I guess, but you could also say, well, look, the odds were very good that my taunt was getting devolved into something that's not a taunt. So at least I got a 3-cost legend out of it instead of something absolutely scrubby. As I said, Andrew 19 is basically out of resources at this point. 3 cards in hand, but one's the coin and one's lightning bloom. So, you know, we're gonna need basically a lot of legs out of this quest line in order to, you know, keep the pressure on, because even that extra damage has only brought Home Master down to 19 or so. So, you know, I just don't feel like the Paladin player right now is that pressured. You know, one of these cards in hand is the coin, and you know, as we saw before, as the game drags on, they're just more and more favored. This doesn't seem like enough gas to get over the line for Andrew.
Oh, another Zapper is coming down, so that will stir the stones and perhaps maybe give that legs that you were talking about. But the Charge Core still has an opportunity to create something crazy out of it as well. It is being hovered, and it seems that it's going to be the direct play after the animation's finishing. Arcane Devourer, Madison Bomber, and the Varian King of the Storm seem to be what's available here. It is going to be the Arcane Devourer that's picked up here, of course, getting a decent chunk from that coin. Talk about generating value out of nowhere. And now things are looking pretty decent here for Andrew 19, as long as there isn't any too crazy amount of clear coming across him. It seems that Libram of Justice might be able to give what is needed for Home Master here.
Yeah, that's a pretty big turn. One of the bigger turns I could have seen coming out of a hand that size. But even then, as you pointed out so accurately, you've just got the Libram of Justice available if need be, and that is just going to, you know, you can get the full combo with the City Tax. That's going to completely mop up this board and leave Andrew with literal nothing. No cards in hand, no cards on board. Very awkward stuff. Manages to draw into investment opportunity, which should almost certainly... Oh, no! Wait. Perpetual Flame. You can't
use it.
Cast it. There's no enemy minions. My caster curse was way too powerful. That should almost certainly be able to complete the quest. Now, okay. Home Master abidingly plays, Varian to make sure that there's a target that you can perpetually flame at.
Well, that's something at least, but Primordial Studies, okay. I might be able to get some dig here. Lady Vash, Guild Trader, and Blood Mage Thanos are the choices here. Hard to say what you would want to go for in this scenario here. He's going to be the Guild Trader here. Might as well get some extra spell damage, but he's going to be trading that away for some more overloads instead. So that Lightning Bolt might be enough here to make something happen. I think at this point, maybe what you do is... Really, what do you want to use here? I guess it doesn't really matter. They both do 3 damage, so you might as well just use them.
Not
in any sequence. The sequence doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'd like it to matter, because it mattering makes us sort of feel more in control. But in reality, there might just not be a correct play here, unfortunately, at this point. The Shaman.
Well, does have the Stormcaller Brakan now finally available, but without any spells to follow it up directly afterwards, might not really give the great payout that he wants. But 24 HP, he'll have some time to draw into it, but Home Master's now really beginning to shore up the strength of the board now, and he's in for one hell of a damaging turn.
Yeah, I mean, again, the control player, the more controlling deck is just coming out on top, like eventually, you know, working its way through everything that Andrew has to offer.
Yeah,
just
this could be
overwhelming stats efficiency.
Ooh.
Speaking of overwhelming stats efficiency.
Okay. Oh, yeah, speaking of, that definitely works.
Wow, there's the bunny.
The bunny big? That buys some time.
Okay, well, thanks to the Killer Rabbit, there's still a game, but, I mean, unfortunately, it can't refill Andrew's hand.
I should just, like, call that bunny Donny, let's be honest. Well, okay, that being said, though, Home Master's like, that's fine. I still got plenty of gas left, and just drops down the Carry All Rome, followed through, of course, with the Ancient Guardian, of course, that Libram of Hope. Instructor Fireheart and Stormcaller, that doesn't help out, Andrew.
I mean, 2 of the strongest cards in your deck, it's just, at this point, that's all you got. You've got to do 30 damage. Your opponent is sitting on, maximum life with a lifesteal weapon playing this deck. I might just go next.
Well, let's see what happens here. Look, we can see there's going to be a Chain Lightning. So at least that will do some damage there at the same time. Bring something up. Guidance comes unpicked up here as well. So Andrew's digging.
Okay. For what though? What are we digging to?
Oh, another guidance. Promotional studies. Just an answer. That's what Andrew's digging for.
Okay, yeah. Anything, an out.
An out. That's what it's literally what it is.
I don't. Oh, actually, that might be the out. That's lifesteal, right? Okay, we're gonna go for the lightning bloom.
Yep.
Double lightning bloom, double spell damage minion,
He's gonna
double spell damage upgraded storm strike for the kill. Okay.
All right, this works. Oh, did he run out of time? No, he made it work. He got it. He got there in the end. Oh, that was awesome. Andrew stays alive.
Staying alive. However, like the druid before, right? Like you stay alive for what? You know. You gotta. Your Karma Prime is coming out permanently stealth 7/6. How on earth does the Shaman deal with that?
I'm not sure at this point. At least he'll be asleep for one turn. Of course, all that's available for this Paladin is that attack straight to the face, leaving him on 1 HP. Andrew is fine. Stay alive. Okay, the legit no takeoff. I don't think he's got anything. Maybe he needs to get a taunt out in order to protect against the Akama.
Yeah. Make a taunt totem. Clone
yeah.
Okay.
Transform all minions into random ones at the same cost. Didn't get a taunt.
Mm-hmm.
He could get the taunt. Nah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, you can tell. He was like, all I need is a taunt.
Having a fair shot of at least living one more turn there, just no. Can't even get that. Has to bow out. Unfortunate.
Definitely unfortunate there. Look, it's to be perfectly honest there from Andrew. I mean, like, that was a valiant effort coming across there. It was just insane across the board. So very well played there by Andrew. But of course, you can only have, one member proceeding forward. It's going to be Home Master here. That is going to be a TO in that sense there. So that does mean that we are going to be moving over to our next set of the bracket, which, I mean, I think we might have the brackets available. Let's have a quick look at them before we do go to that quick break.
Well, it's Home Master marching into the lower bracket final against JJ, which actually means that Home Master, JJ, and Chris69 are our 3 qualifiers from the New South Wales qualifier event.
Very big congratulations there to Home Masters for making it on through. As you can see, JJ still waiting in the wings there to make the next match happen. So that being said, guys, we'll get that organized for you and bring that right up. Please do not go anywhere. We still have plenty of Hearthstone coming right up. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup presented by Blizzard, AEL, and of course supported by McDonald's. Guys, we are now into the final home stretch. We're talking about the bracket finals going up against our players here. It's going to be JJ versus Homemaster. We've seen both of them play so far in this tournament, but of course this does mean that they still need to go out, knock one of each other out, and perhaps one of them will go up to versus good old Chris. Of course, they got to go versus Chris, but of course, it'll only be one. JJ and Homemaster here have put their bans in at the moment. Bard, do you want to go through them?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we saw before, JJ rocking the Warrior, Warlock, Demon Hunter list, accidentally went on stream and admitted that Demon Hunter OTK is his favorite deck and pet deck he's been playing for 2 years. So of course that is now banned away from him. Do not play this deck against me. Unless that was all an elaborate ruse, in which case I respect it. Homemaster, the Paladin deck that we saw just win there has been banned out. So it will be Demon Hunter for him, which is similarly is that OTK looking deck. This is the Magtheridon having build, and also that Quest Warlock. So again, just a roll call of the decks we've seen be strongest today, and the Quest Warrior, which again, it seems good for getting players into the upper echelons, sort of just a solid, reliable list. But a lot of the players who've made it to the business end of this tournament have lineups heavily calibrated against this deck. So we'll have to see whether JJ's able to win. But looks like we're opening with the Warlock Mira. How exciting.
Ooh, Mira up the bat here. Of course, both of them are bringing what seems to be that Quest Hand Warlock here. I'm just checking to see if there's any particular differences in terms of what they are actually going to be piloting in there, but it looks like they've got relatively close to the same builds here as well. I'm looking to see if there's any difference at all.
Yeah,
but
Homemaster has a Spice Bread Baker and one more Unstable Shadow Blast, so I'm not sure whether that comes back in. For okay, 2 Cult Neophytes for JJ. That's the difference. That could actually make a difference. It's like of the tech cards you can play, I believe we saw the Cult Neophyte tech be a decisive factor in like last week's grand final.
It was.
So that is a meaningful difference. Though of course it depends when you draw those Cult Neophytes. So
I think the other thing as well is that it is a little bit of I mean, again, it does sort of like just put that obstacle course just a little bit. Sometimes you're ready, and next thing you know, your mana curve is completely messed up by the placement of those Cult Neophytes. But both of them just tapping away at the moment, and I imagine most of this match is literally going to be just card drawing. That's going to be what we're going to see on the screen. Maybe a minion might get placed here or there, but really all the action is going to be on the tail end of these cards here. Of course, a little bit of thought each time. I imagine a card is drawn just to make sure that the sequence is going to be a life tap. I think the sequence is going to be life tap.
most likely. I think Homemaster's maybe considering some sort of coin-based play here. Maybe like coin Tamsin or coin placement cards, just to sort of keep the hand empty, and in this case drawing into the tour guide will do that. You don't want to overdraw at all, but obviously, as you said, there's not otherwise that much incentive for trying to play cards that impact the board early on. This is definitely a control mirror through and through. Although I'll be honest, like, I don't know, if one of these players was like, since they were falling behind, or that the opposing player was developing, say, their quest line much more quickly, maybe we would see someone sort of leap and try and take an aggressive role. I wouldn't mind seeing that, and JJ is kind of doing it, deploying the null early on.
I think there's also another matter of, hey, you know what? I might as well just drop it for the time being. There's nothing else that I really want to play here. I could also throw out an extra spell just to get some HP back, and now put a little bit of pressure on Homemaster, who's not feeling at all, continuing to tap right away, down to 23 HP. But at this point, still considering what card that might be placed, because of course that is going to be a pretty healthy board there. Homemaster's put together. I'm sorry, not Homemaster. JJ's put together, and you need to have some form of actual, I guess you could say, contestation against it. Otherwise, that's just free damage being left up for grabs. Free real estate, as JJ would like to say.
Haven't heard of me.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's interesting. It's not quite as free as it as this deck's sort of special minions and techniques are against other opponents, just because, like, oh, okay, well, you can run out a bunch of heavily discounted nulls and flesh giants and stuff, and then you're gonna get soul rendered. As we see there, okay, Homemaster's able to draw into it right at the end there. That's such a great choice to have available against like a sort of deck that can go wide with very tall minions, as this Warlock deck can with any luck. So, you know, having access to that card in hand specifically when you need it is huge to me, but we'll see whether Homemaster can convert.
Well, JJ is just continuing to play out those meta curves as per normal. As you can see, he's also going to throw out the Gold Shadow Null and also the Shadow Blade Slinger at the same time. And as you can see, he's just doing a lot of damage there, just taking into account what was actually done for the minion before. Home Master will tap, will place a card. Don't think this might maybe will come from. Maybe you might use a Mortal Coil or something like that to get a little bit of HP back. But as you can see, they're just continuing to push forward that quest line, and it literally is a game of taps between both of them.
Yeah, and now, okay, we're gonna still just continue pressuring to clear. 15 cards left in deck. I was wondering whether you might, like, how many minions do you need to see on the board before you drop a Soul Rend? Knowing that you have another Soul Rend in the deck, like, do you use it proactively ever to try and get under that 10 card total so you can start playing your own, you know, double Baron Scavenger from hand? Or if you're Home Master, are you content to sit here, even maybe take another hit from this Goldshire Null in order to get more out of that card? Okay.
I think the real concern about using that Soul Rend is, of course, the fact that you're going to have to burn away some of your cards. And if you find that you do burn away a key card that you need in a mirror matchup, you're in a real bad spot.
I guess
purely because, you know, if you burn away one of your good cards in a non-mirror matchup, you've still got other ways and other tricks that you can come back, but it's not going to be the same against another Warlock.
I guess I suppose that the key card in this matchup is in some ways Soul Rend, and the other key cards you already have in hand, right? The sort of discountable minions and the Wind Fury granting Battleground Battle Master, because you'll need to be able to capitalize on any window like as dramatically as possible. But I don't know. Whenever I see, even in a mirror match, when I see two players doing sort of exactly the same thing, right, the same sort of strategy, the same goal, you just know one of them has to be wrong, pretty much. It may not be like the sort of thing that you can really detect, but like they're not gonna both win. So
I mean, you also have to take into account that sometimes you just roll hard. So that's the thing. I think it's really hard for you to look at a game and go, okay, you know, is it something that was done wrong specifically by this player, or was the rolling just bad?
Well, in this case, they didn't do anything wrong because JJ commits a board. Actually, this is... I was about to say, at some point, someone has to feel pressure to try and go for it. And this appears to be JJ going for it, but, like... Yeah, I don't know. This is a lot of pressure, I guess. Even with Shadowblade Slinger, there's no discount buff active on the life tap, is there? So I don't know if you can get a clear on these Flesh Giants.
Well, this is what I'm checking to see, because I mean, like, the Soul Rend's what, 5, so these Flesh Giants will remain in play here, and you can tell Home Master's thinking about it as well. Because even if you do play your next set of cards afterwards and you try to match it, because now that he's played them, he will be able to obviously get some extra damage in the next attack or turn. That puts you even further behind in terms of the tempo. So you can tell Home Master's really thinking through this next turn, because like you said, JJ's pulled the trigger first, but again, it wasn't because he was feeling under pressure. I think it was just, nope, now's the go button, I'm going to drop it down.
Oh, this feels like apocalyptically bad. Soul Rend, it's gonna destroy slightly... Oh, sorry, it does. It destroys exactly enough. Sorry, I thought it was going to destroy slightly too few minions. Oh, okay, no, it did. It destroyed it destroyed one too few minions, and so that life tap is what discounts the Baron Scavengers to 1 each, but then, of course, there is no mana left over to pay for the Baron Scavengers immediately. So that was sort of why Home Master was hesitating so long, just willing there to be any better play than that. But now, of course, we're going to exploit this window as much as we possibly can, knock down a 4 life, even a Cult Neophyte being dropped in order to sort of tax the next turn as much as possible, make it as difficult as JJ can for Home Master to even potentially recover.
Well, looking at everything that's happening here now, you can tell Home Master needs to be on the recovery. He's going to drop down that Blood Shard Bristleback at the same time. That's going to allow him to get a bit of the HP back. Also has the Raised Dead as well, just to bring back a little bit of extra oomph. And getting back to 7 HP will be nice, but now it begins to make you feel a little bit worse about actually using that life tap. But of course, still completing the quest regardless is still going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we're seeing Home Master make your own play for the board. Man, these Bloodshot Bristlebacks, every time I see them out of this Warlock deck, they just look so insane. And I guess this is why it's hard to really judge who has control of a matchup where both players have access to not only such potent healing, but also just giant minion after giant minion, right? Like, we still haven't even seen these Baron Scavengers that I was so desperate to see deployed come out of hand yet for Home Master. JJ is starting the burn train, though. Might have caught them out. Okay, no, has to... Yeah, not quite enough to take care of business, and instead has to mop up the minion board. So this match will continue. There's Bloodshard in JJ's own hand, which next turn you'll be able to life tap into range of, assuming there is a next turn, but at 30 life that seems very likely. So yeah, goes deep. The 5 cards left for Homemaster. Might be in a spot of real bother here.
Well, here's the big thing, though. Of course, Homemaster will be able to return a little bit of the favor. There's going to be at least 18 damage left on the board here, as you can see, a little bit of extra life steal as well at the same time. Also, he's going to be throwing down that Baron Scavenger for a bit of taunt, so we'll be able to stay alive. But now JJ is the one who's feeling the pain, so down to 12 HP, and now things feeling a little bit more evened up.
Double Baron Scavenger would be good under most circumstances, but you're going to actually need to look for more when you're playing as Flesh Giant. Actually, Ray's dead. That counts as more, depending on what you get refunded here. It's going to be a Flesh Giant. Oh, and Tamsin would be great to have still had that spell, or indeed any other in hand, but you know what? You'll settle for that, I think, if you're JJ. These 2 taunts hopefully going to hold the line and buy you at least 1 more turn. I'm not certain what you're looking for, but your opponent's still... Oh, no, the Wind Fury being granted there.
Is that enough to stay alive?
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
it's not.
Oh, no. It's not enough
That's
to stay alive.
lethal.
It's enough to kill, is what I was going to say. With the Wind Fury, definitely. You were hoping that those taunt minions are going to wall those golems out, and that is just not the case. So, wow. The win snatched away at the end there.
It's just crazy how strong actually it is to have that Wind Fury in play as well. I think that's another thing that maybe was the hope coming across there from JJ, was hoping to actually be able to tap into that Wind Fury as well, and be able to play that for that extra damage when he did get those initial plays beforehand to push the ladder. But of course, not having that combination is what costed JJ in the end there. And the more patient player who waited out to make sure he had the complete pieces of the puzzle, put that together, and was able to farm out that win.
Well, it's in ways being more patient for the board to fill up, but also in ways just having that soul rend early. Because, right, like, you saw how much of a difference it made to sort of hit that 10 cards in deck threshold a couple of turns earlier. You get earlier life steal, without which you would have died from your Bloodshard Bristleback, and you also get earlier discount on the Baron Scavenger, those taunt minions that helped reverse the flow of the match. But Homemaster, having managed to achieve that turnaround, is now looking to completely reverse the course of these loser bracket finals and make his way to grand final against Chris69 with just 1 more win over JJ. But you have to do it with JJ's own proclaimed favorite deck, the Demon Hunter.
And this is the thing that might play also against Homemaster. JJ understands what the correct sequences should be as well, so really just going to have to take into account what cards do get played and actually calculate where Homemaster is in that sequence. That being said, JJ, of course, now doesn't have to play against Tamira, and of course, just use the Hand Warlock strength to its utmost in the scenario, and you can see he's just happy to get everything there. But it also means you do need to be a bit more careful. Of course, those mortal coils become a little bit more worthwhile. A lot of things do become a bit more valuable in certain aspects against non-mirror matchups.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't blame Homemaster, I guess, for banning out the Demon Hunter, given that JJ, you know, sort of went on record and said that it's his favorite deck and one that he's very, very comfortable with. But I am a little bit concerned for this Demon Hunter against the controlling Warlock list, right? We already saw what this, I think it was this exact deck or one very similar to it, you know, did and ended up stumbling against a Paladin deck. You know, similarly, late game focus, light on minions, good with clear, and like all of these small ball Demon Hunter cards that focus on clearing enemy minions and staying alive with lifesteal just tend to not match up well or not earn their place as draws when you're playing against these decks.
Well, Homemaster is just continuing to draw into it, has a number of different things. I mean, the Darkwave is definitely going to be one of the stronger cards towards the later decks. As well, it has those Demon Claws, is going to use that to just clear away perhaps the board here, to want that to a guide on the field for the time being. Obviously, it is going to be a source of lifesteal available for JJ as well, and we'll just also use that Felt Barrage with measure to say, you know what, if you want to keep tapping, that's going to put you at a point there where perhaps I don't need to generate a full OTK to kill you, I just need to have enough to do about 12, 16 damage and finish you off from there.
Yeah. I mean, that's one advantage, I guess, to playing all of these, direct damage spells, or alternatively hero buffing cards, is that you can, and we even saw a little bit of that from JJ last game. Didn't end up quite mattering. You see stockpiling all of the player targetable burn in hand for as long as possible, just in case it became useful later on, or you could catch someone, getting a little bit too low with life taps. So these are just like the good player hedges that allow you to steal important games from time to time that are maybe someone less canny wouldn't be able to make a win from. But see, Homemaster certainly taking that face-based philosophy to heart, slamming in. JJ now down to 9. I mean, this is a deck built around lowering your own life total, but typically you have a little bit more to work with in terms of lifesteal targets, so we'll see what the plan is.
What makes this so difficult as well is the fact that, of course, typically you have minions that you can siphon that life out of. Now you have to really just use your own minions in order to do so. I think that's what's the play here for the tour guide is going to be now. I imagine it's going to follow through with something that can siphon the life of this. But nice little pick up there. The Veil Gorger comes into play here as well. And Homemaster looking pretty good.
Yeah, Homemaster really looking to close things out now. 22 life is such a nice buffer. Like, JJ can put a really scary board together out of nowhere, but you also know that, I don't think any of those boards can really do anything to you that same turn. The worst that can happen is that a big taunt can come down, but you know that one is not yet discounted. So right now, you're safe to continue putting on the pressure as much as possible, and just set up another big burst that's going to finish off the Warlock for good. Drain Soul, though, going to delay that, unfortunately. Minion target is easy pickings, and the lead will be reduced a little bit.
And this is what I was talking about, using your own minions as well to actually siphon life back as well. So it's going to take out that tour guide and get something back to 12 HP. Now JJ's looking in a bit of a better condition beforehand. He's got 3 minions on the board, one of them at 5-4, 12 HP to 13 HP. Of course, though, we do have a Skull of Godan still available here now as well for our good old friend here, Homemaster, so that's something that could be played out directly afterwards. And also gets the Adrochi War Blades, so that's definitely something that allows him to get some extra damage back.
This is such a choice for Homemaster, because obviously, if you slam this skull, you might draw into more lifelink. You might be able to get the job done. Actually, doesn't play. Oh.
Well, here we go.
Okay, so this is different to the list that's registered. Because the list that's registered for Homemaster has no Moarg Artificer, and I was literally about to comment on how I thought he would want to draw into that card, but doesn't have it in the deck, but evidently does, because it's
sure?
right there. I'm looking at Battlefire right now. I can't see it. You let me know.
Which one are you looking for? Which card was it?
Moarg Artificer.
Yeah, he's got it.
I can see it's in game.
No, he's registered.
Okay. Well, my Battlefire's being weird then.
Yeah, he's got it. It's in between the Immolation Aura and the Talented Arcanist.
Yeah, I think mine's just bugged. It's showing a completely different deck. Don't worry. I'll refresh. Sorry about that, everyone.
No worries there, but we were talking about that, but JJ's got it very healthy.
Right? It would be a shame if he, for some reason, didn't have that really key card.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, there it is. I don't know what was happening on my screen there. So yeah, Moarg Artificer, obviously bailing him out of that tough spot, but now I worry about the ammunition left in hand, right? Because that Artificer is really important to your win condition, and this is where you're glad to be packing Magtheridon, because that's like your backup win con in many ways, and you might end up needing it here.
Especially because we are taking into account that JJ now has managed to get himself back into a decent position. Homemaster's also gotten relatively healthy here as well, but you can see really not wasting any time to actually just grab back that HP from somewhere else, and JJ's still digging at the moment as well. There's actually is the actual win condition there with the Battleground Battlemaster here as well, but when I'm looking what's available in hand here for JJ, doesn't actually have any of those giant golem flesh giants that we see before, but that you need to play beforehand to really make use, of course, of that Battleground Battlemaster.
Yeah, the sequencing has been quite awkward here, and I'm not blaming JJ for that, it's sometimes, even with this deck, which I believe is one of the more consistent decks we've seen, this Warlock list, it's still down to how you draw sometimes, and this is going to have the added condition, right, like you just destroyed with Fellscream Blast 3 targets for Magtheridon. That's going to further pollute the Warlock Raised Dead pool, right? It's an underrated part of countering this class, is just not letting them turn Raised Dead into, like, pays 0 mana, puts 16 of stats on the board. And that's what you've successfully done there. So there's a Flesh Giant coming in a little bit too late here. Maybe not to deal with Magtheridon because the Bloodshard Bristlebacks are here to also lifesteal up a ton. But, and there you go, Homemaster. You are an interesting foe. We might end up going to Fatigue here, depending. It depends. Can Homemaster match the Warlock deck for clear? It's going to be up to Jace Darkweaver, most likely, right?
I reckon that's literally what it's going to have to be, but this is the thing that's pretty crazy. You think there with that Magtheridon played there by Homemaster, it might have been just enough to make things work. Fortunately, not going to be the case this time around. There was an immediate answer coming across there from JJ, but of course he's actually able to get on through as well and at least deal with one of the members here, bring it back to full HP. But another Flesh Giant comes into play, and of course we do have a good old Battleground Master still available as well. So you can see here JJ wants to possibly play this Flesh Giant maybe directly afterwards, but you have to be concerned that maybe there might be some other way they're available.
I mean, they had to be in the deck somewhere, right? Like, I can't really be sad that my Warlock opponent has eventually drawn Flesh Giants back-to-back when they're the, 8th and 9th bottom cards in the deck. That being said, now the Raised Dead's coming into play. Like, JJ's had to hold so many cards back, right? This is, the big test when you're playing this list, is can you keep your general game plan intact when the cards just aren't showing up in the right order? And, but unfortunately, this is what I was worried about, right? We saw this in the Paladin game. This Demon Hunter deck, if it gets to the late game, you are forced to burn your resources clearing these giant minions because your removal is just not efficient against them. And now, where's your OTK combo? What do you do to win? Because this Warlock deck just keeps coming.
Well, as you can see here now, there's a very powerful board that's been put together here by good old Jay, and does pick up a more Artifice here, but that's not going to really do much in here. I think he's going to have to play the Darkweaver and hope that's going to be enough.
You could play the Artificer into the Darkweaver, right? Because the Darkweaver's function is to cast a ton of spells, and that presumably will be a clear just from a ton of spells going off all at once.
That could be a way. Yeah, it is going to be that.
But, I mean, that's surely only temporary. I guess we don't have another Raised Dead in hand currently. We'll see what this ends up doing. A lot of damage, most likely. Actually, it's going to cast Chaos Strikes as well, so...
Yeah, it's doing a lot here as well, so if you look
I
at
didn't realize the weapon buffs will also fell. This is huge. I mean, obviously, JJ lifestealed up before this, but this is so much recovery, and it's going to put you severely in the temporally because of how hard you're about to hit the Warlock in the face. Look at this play. Okay, unfortunately, nukes...
I mean, killing your members, but still, it's something.
Nukes your own minion, a little bit rough. And there's the Illignoth. Imagine having that also. But, could improvise your way into some sort of kill turn here, depending on what's left in deck. I haven't been card counting to know what those last 6 are, but I wonder how many of them have the word lifesteal printed on.
The other thing as well is to take into account there's an Illidari studies as well that can be picked up here. There is another Fellscream Blast, which is pretty damn nice here. So Illidari studies just to keep digging as well. Does get that Spectral Sight. That's going to draw another card.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you have to keep clearing. That's the awkward thing, is that until that spell was cast there, JJ actually had fewer cards in decks. So, at this point, fatigue is definitely a factor. Both players, copious amounts of self-healing, lots and lots of
12, 14, I think he's got lethal.
Yeah, unable to actually do anything about it right on the spot there.
Oh, 16, no, he's just off. He's just off. 12, 14,
okay.
10. Unless he's got something else that can bring, deal more damage here. He's going to get him down to 2. Oh, well, the Null's Rush.
Yeah, Rush, though, isn't...
No, but oh, no, it's Rush, yeah. Not sure. Yeah, so right now he's just out. I think he's contemplating whether he uses his life tap, which obviously could put him very low, or well, not really, put him down to 15, which might put him within kill range of the next turn. If he doesn't find the card he needs.
I guess it depends what's left in your deck, but I don't feel you're looking for much with the life tap here. This is if your opponent they couldn't clear you last time. You know that this Demon Hunter deck, it doesn't have a Soul Rend type card. It's not. Oh, actually, wait. We've completed the quest.
Ah, we didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that is lethal. I mean, it's so rare that quest actually ends up it seems to mostly be about just triggering a little bit of extra life steal when it flips from quest to quest. We never really see that questline completion minion need to come through because the Flesh Giants are so powerful. But
normally enough.
Boy, She
It's
shows
Quest
up
10 Warlock,
there.
but when does it complete, right? That's something that
Well,
we've
we
never
just
really seen before.
if you drag the game out enough, it has even more ammunition. Tamsin ends up closing that one out. So, yeah, okay, but this is again what we sort of discussed earlier, right? The Demon Hunter, yeah, it looks a little bit sad against the other control decks, but now you get to play against the Warrior deck, and presumably, if you're a Home Master, you have to be feeling like this is your time. You endured that tough grinding match. Now you get to pick off a feeble aggro deck full of easily killed minions and easily healed damage. What could go wrong?
Well, I guess it all comes down to what is going to be the draw here already. Mr. Smite's already available here for JJ, which is something you want to have a little bit later
And
into the back.
2-drop pirates, as important.
But yeah, it's already looking pretty good for JJ. I think, to be honest, JJ could probably just start off the bat there, playing some of those big, play those 2-drop pirates right there to start further that quest line.
That being said, I don't know if they're like, this will be the test. Like, is there a good enough pirate warrior draw to beat this deck? Because I don't know. This is a horrendous matchup. It's maybe slightly better than Taunt Druid because the warrior deck has Mr. Smite. Like, you have some amount of burst that you might be able to get your opponent like before they can just heal the damage up and clear your board. But this whole deck is nothing but lifesteal and board clear and lifestealing board clear. I don't really know how you propose to deal 30 damage at a time via small minions against that.
Well, JJ is definitely going to find a way to show us if it's possible. As we can see,
we are testing this out as we speak. And JJ said, you know, as a Demon Hunter aficionado, would not normally be playing this warrior deck in the lineup. It's sort of like only has so many decks on this server. I have to wonder whether the intimate knowledge of the Demon Hunter matchup influences that dislike of the quest warrior. Okay.
Well,
Relation Aura fired off there.
Just a little, all the usual stuff is happening here now across the board, but Home Master is powering up for the time being. I imagine he's just going to go straight to the
so
face.
little about these pirates.
He's literally just like, yeah, just let me go to your face here. I'll get a card that lets me deal what I want to do up.
I don't care about wasting the second hit of my lifesteal weapon. I don't care about leaving your pirate on the board. I don't care about anything much, really. I'm gonna deal you 5.
Alrighty, so let's see what is going to be the case here as well. Well, typical stuff. JJ's going to continue to just drop down there. There's Defiance Cannoneers do deal a decent amount of damage there and are nice across the board. Never mind. Never mind. I was talking about something that was Defiance Cannoneer, but someone looked at it and it disappeared.
Nice yeah. Fire off those eye lasers.
Yeah, pretty much.
And this is the struggle, right? Like, the pirates maybe get one hit in, but really all it's doing is giving Home Master room to really leverage the lifesteal cards. And so we're getting up to the critical turns where you're about to have like Mr. Smite or something. But you know, what time against most decks, right? If they're not, you know, very healing heavy, you'd expect to be hopefully closing things out as the pirate warrior. What, like turn 6, 7, 8? You're nowhere near that right now.
No, he's definitely in a really good position here, Home Master. Although, I mean, do take into account when there is Captain Rakara onto the board, that Juggernaut can provide an insane amount of value. So that's something that really does come into it. So maybe around turn 8, turn 10, we can really look at this and say, justifiably, yeah, JJ's run out of gas. But for the time being, I do want to wait until, you know, we do see that point. Maybe there might be something along the lines here where things just go really well for JJ. I mean, one thing he's done there, he's already managed to complete the Captain Rakara quest line, has thrown that right into the mix. And there is a lot of upfront damage that can come on the next turn, especially with this Mr. Smite on hand.
Yeah, being able to play Captain Rakara on 6 is a big achievement, right? Like, that shows that you were able to draw those cheap pirates. That's the goal that a lot of pirate players today have been unable to achieve, like, in any matchup. And I'm sure that JJ, as we just said, sort of knows this matchup well from both sides and understands exactly sort of how much you need to push it. Being able to space out the minions like this, denying some of the impact of the Fellscream Blast by using the Juggernaut as a shield for one of the smaller pirates and forcing sort of more resources to be used clearing there. And still only at 19, so actually doing a tremendous job there. The speed with which this quest is being completed has really put the pressure onto Home Master. Maybe use that Immolation Aura a little bit early on, or maybe should have held onto one of the life-stealing weapon hits. It's hard to say because now this is so much damage. Is this lethal? Actually, it is.
It might be, yep.
Wow.
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's what we're talking about, the power of the Quest Warrior. I mean, we had a bit of hype here for that Demon Hunter, but it is just such a straightforward deck that you play card after card, and if everything lines up, it is like an Eclipse that shoots its own laser beam right off the bat there, and things were looking pretty good at the start there, but that nice little change there from the end there was what's going to be allowed JJ to come out on top there, and this is why this Quest Warrior has a place in the decks at the moment.
I have to give JJ some shout-outs. Like, if I expected that the Warrior was going to win there, it would have been like sort of we were sort of gearing up for the very careful, slow roll where you lean heavy on the Juggernaut and you don't put too many minions onto the field at once. You deny the value from the board clears, but just kind of like smelled blood in the water there and went for it. And I mean, I guess I didn't expect to see the Demon Hunter passing turn below 20 life like that against a wide board, but somehow just managed to burn through that life-stealing removal, did not draw into more in time, and ended up unable to get rid of that big pirate. And yeah, I don't know, maybe you're hoping they don't have Smite. Unfortunately, they always have Smite. Come on. You know
Smite's
this.
always just good. He's just going to be there.
He's just hanging out.
He's just, yeah, exactly. He's just kind of like literally sitting there, you landlubbers are tough. And out of the blue, just continues to just put you into the ground.
Boom.
That's just having literal Dead Mind flashbacks in that one. But that being said, JJ will be pushing forward through to that next round, which means he does get a revenge attempt against Chris96, who's been patiently waiting for quite some time now. Is sitting in the green room, pretty happy with the overall arching thing. We'll probably ban away that Demon Hunter, but let's wait and see. A lot more well, not really, one more Hearthstone action-packed game coming right up. Let's find out who's going to be crowned the king of the New South Wales Conference. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here, presented by Blizzard, AEL, and of course supported by Macca's, which I know for a fact I'm going to be grabbing some directly after these finals. So I'm excited for two reasons now, because obviously we get to see Chris96 go up against JJ once again for a bit of a grudge match, but at the same time does mean that I'm closer towards that juicy, juicy hamburger. But how are you going at this moment in time? How are you feeling at the end of this fantastic day of Hearthstone we've been watching?
Well, I had been thinking about how great all the Hearthstone was, and now I just want a hamburger. So thanks for that. Thanks you. Thanks McDonald's for sponsoring us. Jeez. But no, it's been a fantastic day. I'm very glad that we do have our sponsors supporting these tournaments so that we can see this kind of quality gameplay going on, right? Like, what more could you ask out of lower bracket finals than that? I think our last 4 or 5 matches back to back have all been quite close BO3s, down to the wire, different matchups going back and forth, tons of variety. Even within the decks, people are playing all sorts of crazy tech that we're getting to see, and having it come into play in the matches as well, really fast aggro mirrors and explosive control ones as well. And now we've got one more left to go, right? The two best players of the day, I'd say, by head and shoulders, JJ and Chris. But Homemaster also qualifying through this jumbo qualifier event to the finals, and so deserves a bit of a chat with us as our other qualified players have already done.
Absolutely, as well. And I think he seems to be ready to actually, we can see him. Hey,
hey,
how you going there, mate? Yes.
Yeah, all good.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going great. Feeling pretty stoked, actually.
Yeah, just match. Congratulations. I think you were playing through the majority of that actual lower bracket as well. So how did
the
it
whole
feel?
way.
The whole way.
yeah. Oh, if you didn't see, it's a crazy run.
Yeah. I lost the first round pretty badly. It didn't go well, and yeah, I think there was. To be honest, I think there was like 1 or 2 forfeits, so that's all right. But yeah, all the way from basically the first round to the lower brackets.
Yeah, not bad, man. They're fantastic run considering. I think you'd be pretty chuffed considering you did, drop at the beginning. Probably was a completely unexpected scenario, but we've made it through. That means we will get to see more of that play in the next couple of weeks or next coming weeks in the state finals. That being said, though, have you found the rest of the tournament to play in terms of the variety of the decks that you've been playing? Is things been changing up a little bit, you felt, throughout the tournament, or has it been pretty standard across the board?
We had the bans to Druid, but I felt that there would still be a lot of Druid this week, and there was, but slightly easier to handle maybe. So I built my lineup to kind of target Face Hunter and Druid. There was no Hunter, surprisingly. JJ's lineup was interesting. Few Paladins, but yeah, a lot of Druids, I was kind of expecting that.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people were playing the Druid, but then as we've been sort of focusing more on the top end, casting a lot of the upper bracket finals and now the lower bracket finals with you, barely any Druids seem to make it to the end of the bracket. So I don't know whether that's just random chance or whether it's because a lot of players kind of came out gunning for that deck and were able to feast on it and sort of ride deeper into the bracket. But it does definitely seem to be a shifting meta from where it was a couple of weeks ago when that deck was just running everyone over. And the Warrior as well, for a deck that's been so dominant and wasn't nerfed, struggling a little bit.
Yeah, well, that last game, obviously, I was pretty unfavored in going to that with Fel Demon Hunter. But yeah, he just got that quest down so quickly on top of everything else. So that was pretty rough.
It definitely did feel like that Mr. Smart was perfectly placed directly afterwards.
Yeah.
And the Javs just came in. So there's, it is the game of Hearthstone. Sometimes the high rolls come in, sometimes they don't. But that being said, we still means that you've rolled high enough to remain in the tournament. Of course, the play's been really good. The Demon Hunter we found has been something that's now really beginning to push up into some favor there. Like you said, you might have been you're sort of aiming against that Face Hunter and Druid. Is this specifically what this deck was intentioned for, or did you think just right now Demon Hunter is beginning to become one of the more contested decks going forward?
No, I don't think Demon Hunter's that strong overall, but definitely I brought it to target a couple of those aggro decks because it just cleans them up. And it has some game against, Warlock's pretty even. Obviously, I think there was a window where I could have beaten JJ's Warlock, but he obviously ran away with it. But yeah, that was that pick. I don't usually play Demon Hunter, but I've been practicing all week trying to target those decks. I think it paid off.
Yeah, hard to argue with, qualifying through the qualifier, right? Mission accomplished. I do find your comments on Demon Hunter interesting because every player who's brought it has done well with it, but also seem to have a very different idea of what it's for and why it's there. And I noticed, you banned out JJ's, Demon Hunter, but JJ left yours in the pool there. Did you end up regretting that ban at all, given how tough that warrior matchup was, or is that just something you had to do?
I feel like people who usually bring the OTK Demon Hunter are usually pretty skilled. They usually like their OTK decks. And I've done a lot of qualifiers this year, and every single time I haven't banned OTK Demon Hunter, I've lost. So I always ban that, basically always. It was interesting because I was gonna ban it, and then I kind of felt he would ban Pally, which he did. So I'm not sure if it was the right choice, just because Pally's obviously pretty dominant against OTK, and I'm just it was interesting, interesting ban picks. But I think people who do the OTK Demon Hunter they just nail it way too often.
It's funny that you should say that, because I don't know if you caught our interview with JJ a little bit before. He said it's his number one deck. He's been playing it for 2 years solid, like ever since it came out. Definitely backs his gun. So you made the right call there, I think, in the end.
Yeah. I'm happy with that then.
Yeah.
Well, from what it sounds like, he wasn't watching the interview. He just realized through sheer experience of his own that typically people that bring this deck are exactly as JJ are. They've just got it solidly well done and put into it. So it's really funny how that actually played out. And it is, with the information that we have from JJ's interview. That being said, Homemaster, we do have one final question for you before we do let you go off and head into it. It's one I've been asking everyone. I think it's something I'm going to be asking maybe a little bit of a different iteration going into the next state finals, which of course you can be a part of. But with this qualifying tournament, would you like to see more of it? Obviously, for Australia, for this region going forward, would you jump yourself into it and be a part of it again?
Oh yeah, for sure. This was great. I watch the stream every weekend. Watch the other states. I'll be watching Victoria closely because I think there'll be a bit of competition there. But I think the more competitions, the better. I mean, doing qualifiers all year, the official qualifiers has been a lot of fun. But closer to home, the better.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Well, thank you very much, mate, for jumping on for that quick interview. Hope to see more of your work, and we definitely will in the state finals. So thank you very much again, and have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thanks, guys. Great talking.
Brilliant there indeed. So does mean that now we can begin to move our way towards what will be the final match. We've already seen these guys come up against each other. I mean, Chris96 up against JJ. Chris96 looking pretty comfortable in that last round against JJ as well. There was some moments that it was a little bit, but we know for a fact that Chris is someone we watched first match, to be perfectly honest. I think it's only fitting that we started today with Chris. We're going to end the day with Chris. Kind of reminds me a little bit about our Perth conference as well in terms of things there, but of course it was a much longer day with a lot more things happening and more action-packed scenarios. Bard, how ready are you for these finals?
Oh, I'm well prepared. Yeah, it feels like it's been the tournament of such length that we've really had enough time between doses of Chris, right? But every time we've checked in, it seems like the man himself just chill, just completely prepared, relaxed in his element. Not disrespectful of his opponents, but even after that, winners bracket matchup against JJ, who he now has to play again now, did not seem troubled, seemed fully confident in the strategy, and it'll be interesting to see whether JJ is able to reverse it, because I feel like all the pressure's on him. If there is pressure in a match between two players who are already qualified playing for bragging rights.
Well, that being said, the players have put their bans in as well, so we're pretty much almost at that point there. I imagine they're playing their friendly match at the moment just for that quick warm-up to make sure it's all good. Looking at what's happening here, both the Demon Hunters, surprise, have been banned away, which means we're going to have a mirror before the previous, well, pretty much the same rematch as before. It's going to be the Warrior Shaman for Chris going up against the Warlock Warrior for Jay, and pretty exciting stuff. I mean, again, we can see something completely different, but we know these are players that have their sequences down pat. They've played everything the whole way through, and I think that with them just playing for their friendly right now, it's going to be them probably just having a bunch of emotes between the two of them, just trying to figure out what is going to be the person. Maybe they can put in some emotes to psych each other out. I'm not sure if you can psych someone out with emotes. Do you reckon that's possible, Bard?
Oh, I know. I've I've done it to people, but it depends on the target. You know, you kind of you can say the emotes psych them out, or you can say they psych themselves out, and just kind of give them a reason. But normally tournament players tend to be a bit more resilient. You know, you can't card games. You can't go through the grueling kind of tribulations of a card game event without having a thicker skin, I think. And JJ, I think all the focus here is going to be on reversing what happened in the upper bracket, because I know we've seen these sort of run back grand finals before, and it tends to be like, well, second verse same as the first. But if you recall, in that first matchup, JJ, I called having the matchup advantage because the deck selection, the Warlock deck did its job. And then, unfortunately, the Warrior deck kind of just misfired twice. But you can't just draw bad every time. So I think JJ's going to be a man on a mission here to win with that Warrior deck. And at that point, I feel like the edge is all his on a matchup basis.
Absolutely. I think we did see for a fact there, especially the way JJ was able to play out against Homemaster with that Warrior deck, does know what needs to be done, does know the right sequence for it, just needs to roll in the correct way. And I think it was just really low rolls there that really was holding back JJ. I think even for a second there, he said it himself. He said, hey, if I was just able to actually get something a little bit quicker off the back there, could have been a completely different scenario here. Would have been Chris probably playing up against Homemaster, trying to make their way in. Again, that might have changed the scenario here, the way that the story goes. We are still waiting for the plays here, and I wouldn't mind just having a quick look at that story one more time to actually bring up the brackets across the board here if we've got that graphic available. So let's see if there's going to be there. So, and then the joke right now is every time I say let's bring up the brackets, the players just jump straight into the game, but they haven't yet. And as we can see for the time being, there is going to be our good old Chris96 and JJ waiting there at the top there. And you can see the sort of run through that they had before. Chris sitting right up the near that top slides there for that upper bracket and just slowly making the play in. JJ pretty much there most of the run as well, but obviously having to play through a little bit of that lower bracket to get back up in there.
Yeah, a lot of really impressive names, you know, making that charge through the bracket. Hope we see some of these players again. You know, Yarnum, who we were watching earlier on that innovative triple control lineup, Addicted, Zevoz, all these players we've watched today to clearly have the quality that they would need. But it looks like now we're ready to get in the match between the two players who've proven to have the most quality on the actual day where it matters. Chris and JJ. It's going to be JJ opening with the Warlock yet again. You don't want to miss your opportunity to beat up on the Quest Warrior with the Quest Warlock. And we'll see whether Chris can do the unlikely. We saw the lifesteal heavy Demon Hunter get completely run over by an optimal draw out of this deck. So it is possible, but uphill battle both ways in the snow.
No, exactly there. Well, Chris69 not holding any punches immediately will be throwing down, of course, the Harbor Scam, draw an extra pirate in the process of this just to further that quest line, so nothing too crazy happening there. JJ, life tapping, surprise, surprise, but will pick up the Anethrum as well at the same time, so might have a nice big card if he can get that hand nice and full.
Yeah, glad to have something like that, I imagine. Getting the double Bloodshot Bristleback in hand, I mean, I'm not a Quest Warlock player, but I'm not certain whether that's good or not. They are lifelinkers, but you'd really much rather have them later in the game when that battle cry is going to trigger. It's a lot more lifelink. Having the coin is kind of an interesting bump for a deck that cares so much about having a full hand. You're sort of like, oh great, time to not spend this and just life tap my way up to a discounted Anetheron. That's going to save me way more than one bonus mana, but unfortunately, the pressure being put on board right now by this curve of pirates is going to delay your completely ignore my opponent and life tap plan. You're forced to interact a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Especially by playing through that South Sea Captain, that means the pirates will get buffed up. So that's definitely a card that you want to be dealing with as soon as you possibly can. We'll be following through, of course, with that Thames and Rome as well, which will do a little bit of damage. And then that touch of the Nathamrazine will allow him to at least get the kill onto that, reducing the damage, of course, on that Harbor Scamp. Also, we'll get rid of that one as well, just for some good measure, and back up to at least full HP for the time being as well. But Chris69 just says, you know what? That's cool. I'm going to kill my pirates. I'll just keep drawing more.
Yeah, I mean, the opening looked okay there for a minute for Chris, and then I just sort of countered the mana available for Tamsin and fully win, seeing the touch of the Nathamrazine come off the top. I mean, we talk about the consistency of this list compared to some of the other decks, including the Quest Warrior, and I mean, part of it just has to come down to drawing 1 million cards, right? Like, life tap to me has always been like the strongest hero power perhaps in the game, just because drawing cards is so powerful in a game with such small deck sizes. You're always able to, you know, dig your way through most of the cards in your deck by the turns that it matters. And even after a few duds being picked up early on, we can still piece together not only removal, but also an almost full life total. And hey, look at that, those touch the Nethrisims, those count as my life total changing. So now my Flesh Giants cost a mere 2 each. We can assume that by next turn they will be fully discounted, and then you're in potential danger of a Battleground Battlemaster burst lethal, in addition to having to worry about actually killing JJ yourself.
Yeah, the other thing as well, that Baron Scavengers come up into play as well, so we'll have a little bit of late game insurance if things do go away. I think at this point as well, Chris69 is pretty happy, but still continuing to life tap. Colton Neophyte, of course, to just put a little bit of extra barriers in place there, and that discounted Gold Shadow will allow him to also get a little bit more out there. You can see quite happy to play out these Flesh Giants at a measly 1 cost here once again as well. Things starting to look pretty dangerous here for Chris, unless he can find a way to clear them off the board.
I was considering, is there a reason for you to not, like, do you hold back on the second Flesh Giant, considering, is Chris playing the Barov combo? Most of the worries today have been. Yeah. So taking a slight risk of getting all your giant minions cleared with no Raised Dead in hand, that could have been a bit of a blowout, but I guess you sort of just say, well, if that's what my opponent spends their like 7th turn or whatever doing, then I don't mind so much. Kamakara does come down a little bit slower than JJ was able to get the game before, but still an impressive figure.
Well, the other thing as well is that Battleground Master is available for JJ for the time being as well, but
not quite lethal.
Yeah, not quite lethal at this moment in time. That's the thing that's a bit sad there. We're kind of hoping to get that from the original other Flesh Giant that was available, so you can see he's going to dig for the time being. Might raise Dead into another Flesh Giant, but of course he's going to have to wait.
Yeah, raise Dead into a discounted Null. Would it, like, if you'd been able to do this at the start of the turn, that would have been lethal, because you would have been able to play a cheap enough Null to get it out alongside, well, not lethal, but a huge board clear alongside 16 face damage. As it is, we'll have to settle for probably merely clearing the board and deploying multiple giant minions and beating face. Or
see here, he's going to be clear there, and by having at least a Nethrion and of course the Flesh Giant in play there, unless that's
trying not to
away.
die to smite.
Yeah, that's literally what it's
the
going to be.
Bulwark of Azanoth.
That's
nice. Unfortunate. Really, I mean, it's good. Most of the time it's cool. It's a cool legendary weapon to draw, blocks damage. That's great. My opponent's got some 8 power minions. That's going to be good for resisting that damage. I was really thinking about like an axe, though, a hammer, a sword, some sort of knife, really any offensive weapon.
That is actually just a fantastic like pickup for him right there. Like that actually saves him. Like, because the Battleground Master will go down, that's what, like 32 damage right there.
Okay, sorry. It potentially protects you from dying, but like on a turn where you're at least thinking about trying to set up some sort of smite lethal.
You don't, like I mean, smite's there, I guess. True.
Yeah, remember the Gore Howl earlier today? That's what I was thinking.
I guess that could work as well, but I think it's just like, sweet, I'll just wait for the next weapon I get, because
that's true.
He can drop down, like, he dropped in the Battleground Master now, it's just like, oh, do I even drop it? Like,
but now you're going to get, like, double Bloodshot Bristleback because you've hit the 10 cards. Like, that was your tiny window before all of the late game comeback cards kick in, and I can't imagine JJ will neglect the opportunity to play these now. So, you're right in that, like, it keeps you in the game, but, like, I don't know that extending the game is good for the quest.
For the warrior in this case. Yeah, I get what you're saying there.
It's tough. And also completely beyond Chris's control. It's RNG. But,
yeah, 100%, right? But at least at this point, you know, like, he's doing the damage here for the time being. So
let's see what the next one is. Well,
God.
Look, they aren't all winners.
Oh well. I mean, at least it's a weapon, right? At least it's a weapon.
we got a 1-cost 2/1 pirate and a 1-cost 1/4 weapon, and Rancor is gonna do some board clearing here, so that's solid.
Yeah, also at the same time, that's going to be a lot of armor. That is a good chunk of armor, yeah. And that means you can like sit back and relax for a little bit as well. You can play maybe a few other pirates beforehand. You can do something along some, you know, Bloodsail Raider into South Sea Captain and then drop Mr. Smite afterwards as well with a bought time. That could set up a pretty big lethal, considering you've actually taken away some pretty strong cards here that's available. But now you can see here, like, JJ's like, no worries, let me just put down my taunts.
Yeah, I think now we've officially transitioned to the game plan of let me draw all my remaining cards and get Tamsin real quick, and you can die to my exhaust.
Pretty much. Yep, the ritual's been completed as well, so we do get the Tamsin into place here as well. The Gold Shiner is coming down. You can just see again, just the amount of gas in this deck is nuts.
This deck just never runs out of threats. Like it's crazy how many things you have to answer, including like your opponent decking themselves, just like often your refuge against this sort of thing. If they overcommit, then you still have to work your way through, Blightborn Tamsin, potentially a Raised Deaded Blightborn Tamsin, plus all the other, it's crazy the level of ammo you need to take this deck out. And like, it really does come down to, some sort of OTK setup is probably what they're afraid of, but that's not available right now, so we are riding the Juggernaut as far as we possibly can. Mr. Smite still chilling in hand, still not his time. Will it ever be?
Yeah, he's going to play that South Sea Captain as well, just to make a nice, strong board and play here. And of course, with the Mr. Smite, might be able to set up a lethal here, but of course, is there a Soul Rand in hand? There is a Soul Rand in hand. That seems to be the time to play the Soul Rand. It looks like it's being hovered to play the Soul Rand. There's the Soul Rand coming right on down, and that long board that was actually picked up is gone. The Blightborn Tamsin more than enough to put things into play here as well, and that has come in.
Okay, but on the plus side, that's Blightborn Tamsin committed, and you weren't able to deal any damage with it, so depending what's available here, I don't know. Is this a lethal? We got 2 damage. What is this? Summon a student with taunt. Oh, it's spell burst. Okay, well, you got 9, 11. Yeah? Lord Barov? No, you're not a pirate. Come on.
That's not enough.
Bloodsail Raider for 4. It is though, right? It's exact lethal.
Is it?
Yeah, with the weapon buff for the Bloodsail.
Yes, it is exact.
It's exact lethal.
He was like, is it? Do I have it?
Chris hesitated for so long. I'm like, is it not?
Maybe it's not.
Double counted. And it's like, okay, he was just making double, triple certain. I mean, what else are you going to do? But wow, look at that, the Leviathan. That's what we were hoping to see before.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe we got to go back to that board getting mashed up by Rancors. Maybe a slight overcommitment of resources all at once. There's not really that many turns of board clear that can come out of a Quest Warrior deck, and you managed to run way too much into it. Unfortunate for JJ. So
yeah. Well, this time around, it's going to be the Shaman now coming to the mix here for Chris, and we have seen again what Chris is able to do when it does get a really good mulligan. We're jumping straight into the match here. These guys aren't hesitating to jump into play, and this could be the decider. This could be what judges Chris the winner going forward. So JJ's trying to stay alive for the time being. I mean, to be honest, they're both qualified. It's not the end of the world there, but it is nice to be seated just a little bit higher.
I mean, look, JJ told us in the interview that he's essentially been up all night playing multiple tournaments. That was already several hours ago when we heard that, and yet here he is playing this match. If he didn't care about coming first instead of second, he would be in bed.
Yeah, that is very true.
So we
could have gone, sweet, I'm organized. Look, guys, something has come up that's outside of my control.
Yeah.
It looks like you're heading towards bed, Jay. It's outside of my control, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to bow out. But of course, this time around, like you said, he's serious about making sure he's in a good position and a good placing.
We just get a note. This is JJ's mother. He needs his sleep. Like, we got to look after him. He's a growing boy. You don't want him, passing out suddenly and from mass exhaustion right before the finals. So but no, he's here playing it out. He's got infinite energy when it comes to tournament Hearthstone and proving that he is the best. And he'll be smarting after dropping that first game. We're sorry for the heavy case of Caster Curse that went down there, but this Warlock deck, it's got guns to deal with anything, as we see it here, taking out that Canal Slugger. And Chris, I mean, he's kind of floating along here, just keeping enough cards in hand to have momentum. The quest line taking a few turns to charge up.
Well, that still, it looked pretty good for Chris at the start. I thought, ooh, maybe this is a bit too quick for this Warlock to actually handle. Of course, we've seen the Warlock likes to sit back and relax most of the time. These Overlords, of course, bring relatively powerful cards into the mix here, but Jay just seems to have an answer time and time again, and even dropping down this Cult Neophyte, a nice tech card to slow down any real play afterwards for Chris. Of course, the Blood Mage Thanos has been picked up, which gives him a little bit of extra spell damage, but now he's actually stuck from actually playing some of his cards here instead, and is just going to use his Totem to power up instead, and that's not what you want to be doing this early into the game, especially as a Quest Shaman.
Yeah, I think I may have had the spectator bug, so I'll quickly jump back in, but...
That's all good. That's completely fine. Well, that being said, though, the Demon Seed quest line has been completed now, so JJ is now up to the point where he needs to establish the link. As we can see here, we'll of course use Death Coils and Drain Souls and all that good stuff to actually get a bit of HP back, tap at the same time, and actually put that pressure back into Chris's face. Down to 24 HP, but Chris, of course, now has those Serpent Shrine portals in play. He's going to start putting those into the mix there. We'll grab a Stormwind Freebooter for the trouble of summoning. That's not the best summon that you'd want to get out of it, but still something nonetheless.
Yeah, both players seem to be had a little bit of trouble this game, like completing their quests. But that's way more of a concern for Chris than it is for JJ, because I feel like, as we said before, we're almost surprised when that Warlock questline actually completes in a match and Blightborn Tamsin comes down, sort of a quest of last resort, which is like, boy, I think every other quest archetype would love to be in that position. But the Shaman deck is all about, like, yeah, I'd like to complete my quest completely before I even have enough mana crystals to play the legendary I get from it. And this game, that's just not the case. We finally flip it over here onto Tame the Flames, but that's still 3 overload spells now, 2 overload spells away from completion. The Constellation Prize is an impressive board for Chris, and doesn't... Oh no, the Soul Rend is there in hand for JJ. I couldn't see it immediately. I thought there might be hope.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. It's going to raise dead as well just to get a little bit extra, but that will just be followed through, I imagine, with the Soul Rend as well. He's covering it. Yep, there we go. That means that is going to be there. That Death Rattle isn't going to do anything. I don't think there's any beasts in here. Actually, no, wait, there's a Brilliant Macaw, so a little bit of benefit there. That's now a 1-cost Macaw.
Hits a kind of medium raise dead there and obliterates a Flesh Giant from deck, so, you know, small benefits for Chris. I do believe that this is like a much less clear-cut scenario if we get to that sort of endgame Blackborn Tamsin place for the Warlock deck, just because the Shaman questline can output so much burst with the double casting, like, direct to face. But, yeah, still an uphill battle right now as Chris seems to be stalling out slightly in these last couple of draw steps. This Brilliant Macaw, I don't think that's been in most of the Shaman lists we've seen today. Not certain what the tech is there. Maybe Instructor Fireheart, but...
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's pretty good in that sense because you repeat the last battle cry you just played. So if you put it in that particular Instructor Fireheart and then follow through the Brilliant Macaw, you basically get the benefit of that Instructor Fireheart twice.
Or does it double up? Can you double up the permanent benefit from the legendary questline guy?
That would be nuts.
Your spells cast twice, so 3 casts.
That would be nuts.
I guess it seems like if that was possible, that would be in every deck, but I suppose maybe that's just overkill in most cases, and okay, it's going to end up... I guess it ends up adding a spell to hand. That's a decent fail state, if a fail state is what that is.
Yeah, well, a spell in hand would be nice as a way to dig, because Chris needs a solution now. I think down to 12 HP, he still hasn't completed the quest there. He has got, of course, those Perpetual Flames to...
We have that charged call. We've seen people bail themselves out of some ridiculous spots today with a very timely charged call.
Well, we have finished that one. We have got the Stormcaller in hand here as well, but here comes the charged call. Is that Yogg-Saron?
Yeah, it was a Yogg-Saron, but we do not go for the Yogg-Saron.
No, we don't. Definitely not. I saw Yogg and I was like, wait, Yogg? Oh, wait, no, that's not going to work. I won't summon the effect.
Yeah,
that does mean that JJ is going to be able to win there with that Warlock, pushing us through now to the final match here in the best of 3. So pretty well played there by JJ as well, understanding, you know, win conditions. But I think, like you said, Chris just stalled out a little bit early, and every single time he did manage to get a decent board onto hand, JJ just seemed to have the answers, was able to put that out, and of course control the game. And these players, they're just quick. They're jumping straight back into this match. There's no breaks for them. They're just well-oiled machines, okay? So it is going to be finally now the Quest Shaman going up against the Quest Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, like, you wouldn't expect anything less from 2, you know, self-proclaimed, accomplished, consistent tournament players, right? Like, again, this is JJ's second tournament in, like, one sitting. You don't get through that if you sort of stop to savor the moment between every round, right? It's more about the outcomes. You just want to get in there and play more Hearthstone, and I can believe in that. Chris, you know, going back to that Shaman list, I mean, it failed him a little bit there before, but we've seen the higher rolls from it as well. In fact, this is like the most consistency-focused, I must complete my questline Shaman deck I can think of seeing, right? Like, making all the extra space for these diligent note takers, the wand makers, the brilliant macaws, just like everything around it. The deck is making sure that you can generate as many overload casts as possible as soon as you can, and then figuring out the rest afterwards. But hopefully it can only flop once in a given set, because you're not going to have a lot of extra time to complete the quest up against Questline Warrior.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with that one there as well. And as we can see, this is going to be the final round for it as well. Off the bat there, we do have that diligent note taker coming on down here. The Fog Sail Freebooter will make quick work of that as it drops.
Oh, that's a great draw.
As you can see, just continue to push the line a little bit further, and it does actually get Cookie the Cook. That is very nice.
Yeah, just like, I mean, if you put this guy in your deck, and not every Shaman player does, this is the matchup you've put it in the deck for. You're like, damn, I don't have a lot of time to complete my quest against Questline Warrior. I better put this sort of very reliable source of lifesteal that's very efficiently costed in my deck. And so you can see that diverts an attack away from the face that's kind of gaining life, and even though it was killed before it could attack at all, just played on curve, you still get Cookie's Stirring Rod, good for, 6 lifesteal damage. Don't have any sort of 0-2 totems or anything to beat up in this case, but you can at least mop up some of the pirates without losing extra points of health.
And then, yeah, exactly, just looking for ways to get a little bit of extra value and making changes to what is the cookie cutter is exactly the name of this tournament. Finding ways to get just a little bit extra out of it, which means that you can complete your lines as well. As we can see here, we'll just continue to do that. We'll actually drop that down very quickly. Just happy to draw out, of course, the healing totem for the time being, but it's just happy to sit back and relax the time thing. I don't think Chris is feeling too much of the pressure, but if I was in his shoes, I'd definitely be feeling it now with all these pirates we continue to come down as well. But to be honest, it looks like JJ is not slowing down in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest, I have a slightly different take, which is Chris realized that none of the cards that you could have played there were going to do enough by themselves to actually change the way the board worked next turn. I'm sure if you could have run out the diligent note taker, right? But it's up against a 4/4 pirate. So what best case scenario is they attack it with their weapon or their 4/4 and kill it. Worst case is that Stonewall Anchorman or something comes down in a turn and knocks it over. So trying to save that up to make sure that, again, you can complete the quest, that you have an out beyond just clearing the immediate board state. It seems to have been the priority. We go in for that Imprisoned Phoenix that these players like so much, sort of tends to hang around until the turn where you actually really want the spell damage. This is an interesting choice. It almost has to be the Novice Zapper, right? But no, it goes for Vash. Okay. Just needs stats.
Feels like he wants the stats at this moment in time. They're probably feeling that perhaps I've got enough overlords in hand already. I can continue to progress this quest line. What I need is some real power, and Lady Vasha can definitely provide that.
I mean, it might almost be just giving up on the quest line at this point, because we've seen no overload cards for the game, right? None.
Oh, there's been a few.
Oh yeah, I guess my quest line's bugged, but
I mean, there's another, I'm pretty sure there's another Zapper there as well. Just got the Lightning Bolt, another Overload as well. So there's a few sitting around there that Chris just hasn't chosen to play. That being said, I think it's starting to get a little bit rough.
Well, that's
here
what I
as
meant.
well, down to 16
the quest
HP.
progress is for turn 6 of the game, for a quest that you can completely speedrun in this class. You almost have to be off the quest plan, at least as a thing you're consciously aiming for, because you barely have enough time at a normal pace. Definitely not with this. I guess it's interesting because I look at Chris's list and I'm like, it's wholly calibrated so that you can play these minions and produce overload spells. But maybe that process itself is just mana intensive enough that it becomes inconsistent, or maybe just consistently too slow, because we've seen it brick a couple of times now, and I feel like the other Shaman players, maybe they're all just luckier, but they're able to just roll their Feral Spirits and portals and whatever else have you together and kind of get the job done, it seems like.
I play cards, I get Stormcaller. What's so hard all about it?
I would simply draw my Overload spell.
Exactly, right? I just deck them right on in, but this is not going to be the case for Chris.
You not commune with the spirits lately? I'm not sure what's happening, Chris.
Ooh, so
okay, there we go. Just draw the Overload spell. Yeah.
There's a few. I mean, look, we've got for at least the Novice Zapper, and we've also got the Lightning Bloom, right? So there's a few Overload spells there. Does also get the Guidance there. That's a bit of a dig. Also has the Serpent Shrine Portal, so could possibly dig the way out of what seems to be a little bit of a hopeless situation now, because
I mean,
of
it's
course all
only-
you need to do is play one more of these few more pirates and Rokara comes flying in.
Yeah, it's only truly hopeless if there's Mr. Smite. Otherwise, you have like, I think 2 turns exactly to kill JJ before you are murdered by pirates. So I think you just have to be at this point all in on turning that tempo, whether that is by means of completing the quest, playing what's his face, Brucan. I should know the name. Brucan, yeah. And okay, looks like we're going on that plan. So clear the board. Thanks to our last little bit of life steal, we have to give up on Cookie Stirrer. But now our board looks like extant. We have one. That's good. Overdraft next turn looks like it'll be a spell that you can use to deal damage. Storm Strike's pumped. I mean, it all depends on what happens here for JJ, because we'll probably see that spell damage Phoenix mopped up now that it's a viable target. And yeah, it looks like the 2-turn lethal being set up here. We're going to exactly complete our quest. Maybe even get an extra turn out of this here, though, because it'll be 1 turn to get the quest done. Next turn, drop the captain. Turn after win the game.
Well, let's see if that's how it's going to play out, because of course it has picked up that captain there. Will be a 5 cost, so we won't be seeing it just yet. But Chris does have a 3/4, a 3/4 as well, 2 3/4s actually in hand for the time being. A 1 maker that has a little bit of dig in it as well. That Storm Strike can come through as well, and of course the overdraft, like you said, just sort of do some wave clear for the time being, or get rid of at least some of that board clear. The charged call seems to be the one in play now. It's got Choice of Eva to Troja Brave. Looks like it's going to actually be the
That's pretty big.
Is pretty big if that remains in the hand, and Chris can actually stay alive long enough to really get the benefits out of it.
I mean, that seems to be like proving the wisdom of Chris opening with that portal, right? Because you could think, well, surely you're gonna 1 maker and try and fish your way into an overcharge or anything like that. But it's like, actually, it's really more about high rolling on whatever number you play that that charged call on. It is about then getting to a specific number, and by sort of playing that first and seeing what you get, you can let that shape the rest of your turn. Cornelius Rome looks like a playable sort of line to follow, and so clear the board, hold on to what you got. Next turn, you can complete that quest line with 7 Shrine Portal and get an extra taunt. So not complete the quest line, but complete the quest, and you get the extra taunt element. And just buy any more space you can, but unfortunately, you're only going to get to draw 1 card off that Cornelius. But that's a whole turn spent clearing your board from the Pirate deck. It was not spent playing Rokara.
Well, the other thing as well, that's going to be guaranteed damage coming to that Defias Cannoneer as well, and it's really put the stress onto Chris now as well. Here comes the multicaster that we've seen from see it come through across, so at least draw some spells there. Gets the Instructor Fireheart, also the Canal Slugger. That's a little bit of something there. That's enough to actually get something back here right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why, like, Defias Cannoneer, again, it's like direct face damage. I'm not saying it was wrong to play it there. It's kind of just like mana cost constraints, but that's like Smite. It's like the card you prefer be like killing them, especially if it's on the board by itself, because now that damage is healed back. And this is, I mean, considering where we were a couple of turns ago, about as good a spot as Chris could hope to be in. For instance, it has not been killed by Mr. Smite yet, so that's pretty solid.
Or did decide to throw a little bit of extra damage onto Captain Rokara there just to bring it down a bit. Probably has a way to dig out that ability. He's going to be putting down that Instructor Fireheart as well. Gets a Feral Spirit, a Hex, or a Deathmatch Pavilion. I imagine this point in time is going to be the Spirits. Yeah, you want to actually just get, of course, as many taunts up as you possibly can. Of course, those Overloads will continue to push everything across at the same time.
Give your minions Death Rattle, resummon this minion on the taunt guys? They're not going to live long enough, probably. No, you need the... I mean, you have the removal in hand with the 7 Shrine Portal, which would even be Overload, but I guess we're going to try and get that done next turn. Wind Fury for the burst. Tiny Toys is like such a high variance. Well, the variance in Tiny Toys is insane. Like, if you don't know if you have a win condition right now, you could just hope for the best on that card. But no, Wind Fury is the play. Do we Mana Crystal here? We would not complete the quest yet. I don't even know what...
This is actually nuts. This final match is actually a bit nuts here. We're just...
Yeah, this is
obviously,
going
JJ
crazy.
is like, I want to just play my Pirates and win. Smite is yet to come down.
I was trying to say, somewhere, I mean, in JJ's heart, it's just like, where on earth is Mr. Smite? I won this already. In fact,
Exactly.
we may have literally just won this. No, okay, sorry, I was wasn't sure if you clear that last move because all their actions get queued up at once. The hammer, unable to go face, but you are able to press as hard as you could possibly want. Okay, what are we going to get of this? Spider tank. Lightning Bloom. Charge call for a 10 cost. Could be the Fell Cracked. We've seen that already a couple of times.
Oh, we have got the Storm Calabrican now as well.
Oh,
That
could be
seems to be dropping.
double 10 cost charge call.
Oh, here we go. Is it
Two
going to come through?
chances for a big taunt. Snaps it off.
Oh, right off the bat.
And the wrap.
Whoa,
Whoa, just
what?
Deathwing. Okay, just a Deathwing. No
What
Battle
is
Cry trigger.
this?
The double 10 cost charge call. Oh, it's Gorehowl. Wait, it's Gorehowl and Mr. Smite summoned. A summoned Mr. Smite from the Juggernaut. This is a grand finals match. Let's go.
Oh my god, so much happening here.
Is this somehow legal? You got to kill 2 7-powered tours. You can kill the first one with Smite, but then you lose charge. Your 2 pirates together can't kill it. If you hit it with Gorehowl, you can't get through the second one. So there's no way to wrap this up right now.
No, because it's gonna summon another taunt. Yeah, you can't.
You have to clear it just to like not die. Do you die anyway? I guess you Wind Fury on Deathwing
is
it's
enough.
Over.
Yeah, it's it.
What is
this?
Chris 69 just like produces the like, and here's what I prepared earlier, like the Wind Fury I psychically selected.
He's saying well done. Just power.
That is the most correct use of such power I've ever seen. What was this comeback?
I don't know. It just looked like it was. Smite never came.
He did. Okay, to be fair,
he did come. He did come. Actually,
yes. Off the Juggernaut, but yeah. Okay, look. If you're the Pirate Warrior, if I was playing that deck, I would just be simply like, I didn't draw Smite. This game sucks. Like Alt F4 out of Hearthstone.
To be honest, if I was JJ there and they lost, I would have been like, yeah, fair enough. I understand.
Yeah, I mean, that was
you take that win. You take that
was some
win.
Fireworks.
What a way to close out the end of this tournament. That was definitely pretty impressive there across the board.
Chris is a worthy champion.
My God. Well, we've already done the interviews today. We've already done our Mercenaries match, Bard. Is there any closing thoughts there before we
just
close
shout
up
outs
the day?
to our 2 grand finalists and everyone who played the game, but especially those 2. I mean, Homemaster Result was really great on the interview before. I'm looking forward to seeing all of them in the finals, but I would love to see round 3 between Chris and JJ. If it somehow happens, I don't know how the scene's going to work in the finals, but I have to see a resumption after those 2 games. You know, JJ's just seething over how that one went. You know, obviously, no, he seems like a good-natured chap, but like the competitive side, you have to prove yourself now.
Oh, absolutely. But the best thing about this, he will get his chance to possibly get that revenge in the state finals well, not next week, but in the weeks to come. Next week, we will be having the Victoria Conference as well, and also have the chance to have some of the players there from New Zealand teams as well. So a number of people coming in. I'm really excited to see how next week plays out, because this week was damn awesome. So guys, we hope to see you there as well. And until then, just keep playing those games. We'll see you guys next week.